I am the Ronin Pawn, and welcome to a twitch.tv/Ronin Pawn live stream on twitch.tv/Ronin Pawn and youtube.com/Ronin Pawn live stream on youtube.com/Ronin Pawn. Yeah, we're doing it everywhere. We do it in a row down here at Spoil Sport Motors. How do you like the color adjustments? It's the last time you saw me, baby. I put on a little blush for you, a little rouge. Dolled myself up. Oh, you want to get my pants now? Hi. Welcome to middle of the goddamn night live stream that I'm sure a significant number of you are pissed off about. Finding out right now you're waking up and going, what? When? 3 fucking a.m.? That's when I went live with this, 3 a.m. U.S. Eastern Time. Listen, we do a Thursday live stream, we do a Sunday live stream. What am I supposed to do if the best time for the Sunday live stream is the middle of the goddamn morning Sunday? It was either going to be Sunday 11:59 p.m. or Sunday 3 a.m. It's kind of Saturday night. That's the best I can do. And listen, you know, you may be pissed off in the U.S. of the Americas, but we got New Zealanders, we got Japaners, we got Europeanists, I believe it is. It's 3 a.m. here. In Germany, it's 9 a.m. They're waking up, and what a way to wake up with put a little Ronin Pawn in your cup, little rouged and sexy Ronin Pawn. Oh, hey, and Kerbal Space Program's up now. I don't know why I haven't messed with it. I haven't played with the pantomiming in the new layout yet. And then we've got a cold front moving in from the west, and then we're going to move. Yeah, I just did a little adjustment on the hues. I worked with the camera quite a bit to try and get the most brightness out of it that we can possibly get. And maybe it looks worse. Maybe it looks worse now. But I did what I could, and here we are. You know, that's all you can say about anything. I did what I could, and here we are, right? There but for the grace of me goes you. Who are we to pass through you? What? Yes, correct. Welcome to Kerbal Space Program, is my point. We're gonna need the music to shut the hell up. There we go, because we've got Kerbal music now. So yeah. Welcome to another day in the Kerbal Space Programs, or rather early morning, or you could just say night, as most people probably would. You know, this is when... You know what? Here's another way that this is actually not a bad thing. For me to be starting up a Kerbal live stream at 3 a.m. Probably the bars are just letting out, and, you know, you're gonna be up for another couple of hours puking or whatever, so keep me on in the background while you're hurling. Well, you're, you know, finishing that really good time that you had tonight that you're not going to remember tomorrow, and that will involve feeling like shit for the next 48 hours. But that weekend must have had a good time. It was, I can't remember it, so it must have been really good. I just watched a bunch of James A. Casters, so I'm thinking of his skit on that. But I actually just watched, a later thing. Oh, right, we're in the fog. The Mist. Stephen King's The Mist. I just watched a more recent comedy special that I hadn't seen of his called Cold Lasagna Hate Myself 1999, I think was the name of the special. Cold Lasagna Hate Myself 1999. Very self-indulgent, like... And you know, dark and just very personal. Just, it was produced in 1990. It was shot in not 1990, in 2019, released in 2020. And I'm just, you know, I feel like I'm just now catching up to the fact that, like, the world of entertainment between Bo Burnham and James A. Caster, and just generally speaking, like, wow, right? Like, and I'm not saying that James's stuff wasn't good. I enjoyed it, but about by the 3/4 mark, it was kind of background noise for me, because I realized that it was, you know, it wasn't holding my attention. It was still just funny in the background, as opposed to, it was pretty straight up funny up front. lot of entertainers kind of looking at the state of the world, looking at the state of themselves, their careers, asking some deep personal questions. What the fuck is any of this about? Sort of underlying the entertainment industry at this point, you know? Feeling a bit like, should I really just be doing this with my platform? Well, the world is literally aflame. I don't. You can smell it out there. You can feel it. You can taste it in the air. And lots of YouTube videos coming out about it, like the death of comedy and how comedy has changed across the past 5 years, and claiming that it's because of the politicization of comedy. Comedy is best when it's not political. And yeah, that's the shallow dipshit's understanding of it. Like, look at the larger scale, look at what's going on in the world, and just ask yourself how, someone's supposed to tell how somebody's supposed to be a professional communicator, have a microphone in front of them, and not say anything about the things that are going on around them. You're just asking people to pretend to do a little dance and jive for you, to pretend that things are fine and there's nothing serious that we need to talk about right now, folks. Let's just have a good time. And the people who do that for a living, and have been doing that for a living quite well, professionally for a while and successfully, even they are getting to the point where they're like, I don't know what to do. Thankfully, I'm here on Twitch. I never stopped saying all the stuff that you're not supposed to say. Let's talk about religion, politics. What are your views on abortion? Because I will tell you that you're wrong. If your views are not my views, you are incorrect. I'm not. We ain't going to mess around with that. Listen, it's too goddamned this out right now. I'm just going to warp through it. I'm going to get us to the other side of this cloud that we're in, this very low cloud. It's called fog, is what it's called. It's called mist. It's called morning dew. I don't know what time it is. It's 5 hours. It's near the end. It's nearing the end of the day, and holy God, that was a rather misty day at the KSC. What are we doing today, Mr. Ronan Pawn? Because I see in your contract terms that you're supposed to do the first manned flight to LKO. Oh wait, check. Pilot and scientist? Check. Collect all science? Check. Splash down near to KSC for a naval retrieval and then retrieval with a check. Yeah, so that's done. That's done. We did that. So, what's next then? Kids, friends, lovers, true. I've got a number of things in my list that I'm looking at on the screen that you can't see. Ha ha ha. Neener. One of my, the thing that I had lined up, you know what? Let's do a little polish on the white whale before we get too far away from that. The white whale is our seafaring vessel that the boys down at the lab cooked up for us in order to use as a, you pull out into the harbor and you go get your crew back when they come crashing down from space. All these buoyancy tests can go away. We don't need them anymore. This was one entire live stream was spent just making all of these different. They were all ships, testing trying to figure out how you even make a boat in Kerbal Space Program without it suddenly turning into a plane at some point. That's the main issue. So I'm missing now the boys down at the lab. What we're missing, is it in the VAB perhaps because we launched it? There's the white whale. Did I save it from the VAB? Doesn't look like I saved it ever at any time. So we're going to load this in. The white whale Mark 12. And we're going to make some changes to this boy locally. Boys down at the lab did a great job for us, but we took it out and we did actually recover our Kerbals from the first equatorial orbit of Kerbin using this craft. So, it worked and all, but it's, we found that there are some things, there are some problems, there are some issues that really need to be resolved. And one of those, is that we need more seating. Boy, do we need more seating. We brought back 3 Kerbals, and they had nowhere to sit on the ship, and we had to actually put them back into their pod that had come back that we were dragging via a cable behind us that we were towing. We had to put them back in there to get them home. So let's give them a place to sit. Are you a little bit higher than the other? Look at that. Somebody's just feeling like they're special, huh? I'm on a snapping coordinate system. Like, I don't... We go to absolute, I click once, that's the problem. I never went to absolute. And then drag down by one? Like, while I'm holding shift. Why are you higher than the other guy, man? What? I mean... Jesus, prima donna. I'm holding shift to turn it into like a half mode, and it doesn't care. So I guess I'm... Are we awake here? What are you doing? Thank you. I guess I'm just doing it manually, by hand. I mean, I don't mind the person sitting in the center feeling like they're real special and all. That's fine, but... Okay, nothing is really behaving as I would expect it to. So, welcome to Kerbal Space Program. If it's your first day, you might think this sounds abnormal. No. No. Nothing behaving the way that you would expect and intuit it to. Welcome to Kerbal Space Program. Oh.
I'm looking at up to 20 years in prison for doing exactly this.
Waking people up at 3 a.m. and... wait, dude, seriously, what the fuck? I'm literally charged with witness tampering because I shared a stressed condition with my partner. What? I'm literally charged with witness tampering because I shared a stressed condition with my partner. I'm looking at 20 years in prison for doing exactly this. Welcome to the live stream, Kenneth. What is going on in your life lately, huh? What the hell? And the world... will be a better place. I don't know if it will. What? How you doing at 3 a.m. U.S. Eastern Time? Kenneth? Sounds like you've got some situations on the boil. It's like... there might be some trouble in Kennethland. Kennethland. We're all alone here on twitch.tv/RonanPawn, youtube.com/RonanPawn. So tell me your woes, I'll pour you a drink, we'll work it out. What else are we doing? Other than throwing 3 chairs on the front of the White Whale Mark 12 over here. Refining stuff. Witness tampering. After sharing a stressful, like, condition with you, but just, like, telling, and then now there's witness tamp. That's an interesting situation. Is it? It sounds crazy, is what it sounds. Have you been taking your meds? What the hell? I'm gonna get rid of this tow bar. Uh-oh. I don't know what I just did, but it can't be good. It can't be right. Okay, I Control-Z'd. If we still got 3 chairs up here, then we're good. We don't need no education. We don't need no thought control. There we go. We throw that away. I need empty space. Okay? Is what I've decided. I need empty space on board the ship. When we brought our boys home, our engineer tried to get onto the back here and do some work. He needed to, like, grab one of these. It was actually one of something else. But he needed to grab something and move it somewhere, and he couldn't because his inventory was full. So we need, like, empty storage on the deck of the White Whale so that you can actually put down what you're holding before you know, move on to before whatever else and the thing that comes next. I don't also need 10 of all of this crap. I just don't need it. Okay? Even if the ship is deployed for long periods of time. Are you kidding me? Is there any way for me to, like, pick up more than one at a time? I don't think it... You're in playing Kerbal Space Program. What are you talking about? Convenient, thoughtful UI features. No, we don't have those here. Would you order from the menu, please, sir? 4, and then 5, and then let's open... No? Alright, I think I'm just gonna go ahead and empty these out entirely then, and then we'll put them all in the other container. This is all KAS stuff, Kerbal Attachment System stuff. And I'm just making updates based on what we found, you know, after our first mission here. So joint sockets, let's stack up. We can have as many as 5. They don't stack any higher than 5 in a slot. So we'll have 5 of each of these little thingamadoodles, which is, we've got portable cable bracing here, we got a cable hook there, and then we got joint sockets there. I don't know what the bracings and the hooks and whatnot are, but now we've got them anyway. And then over here, you know, let's just have some empty storage space there. Just a completely empty storage container. And as long as I'm talking about storage containers, there's also this one underneath the ship that has some random crap in it that I just don't, I think it's just busy. It's just, we don't need that. We also found that these tow bars were not super helpful, and I feel like if they were going to be super helpful, it would like have to be perfectly behind the ship, you know? Otherwise it's going to be throwing the weight of the ship, it's going to be twisting it as we try and go anywhere, so I feel like the tow bar would have to be, yeah, we don't need this, we definitely don't need that. I just don't think that these are useful here.
So much fucking shit. We
Bro.
can work out a lot of stuff here. But
We'll just
yes,
talk it through.
I
Tell me.
took my meds, and she has been engaging in thought control. And she is using
Goddamn
that crap
CIA
to
bitch.
take my son from me. And
Oh,
take
Jesus.
me
Got
from
serious.
my son. I stretched some of this with Rex, but I can't say enough. And I didn't want to interrupt your KSP content.
You know what's crazy is you're actually, I mean, it's been a while since the last situation where, you know, somebody was someone who, you know, a viewer and more than a viewer, not King Kozatov, King Akira? Was it King Akira? Had their own Twitch live stream doing KSP. You remember that, King Akira? He, like, had a really professional thing going where he could, like, switch what uniform he would do, like, a Star Trek uniform, and he could switch whether he was an engineer or a crewman or a captain or something by, you know, adjusting the chroma key live. He had a whole bunch of, like, cool stuff set up with his live stream there, and he had a, you know, similar situation that, like, came up that just kind of wrecked him for a while, you know? It's, with, you know, a kid in the middle. And it's I don't know, it immediately snapped me back to that, to hear you say that. And just, you know, well, all I can say about it, and just without, like, spiking the, spiking the ball on a fun Kerbal live stream at 3 in the goddamn morning, would be, you know, you're not the first, you won't be the last. You know, King Akira went through, you know, something similar, came, you know, got through the other side of it, ruined several months of his life, completely destroyed, you know, your head's just in the shit, all that kind of stuff. And all we can do as men, Kenneth, is you say to each other, you just gotta steady the ship and wait for the storm to pass, you know? Like, it's not gonna, it's gonna work out in a way that isn't the worst possible scenario. It's probably not going to be great. It's not going to be what you want out of life, but it's not going to be the worst, the most awful thing either. And you know, this is the shit that goes around. It goes around, it comes around, and you survive it. You do survive it, and you can either go through these, you know, these fucked up moments in life where everything, the world just sweeps out from under you and your gut, and there's a hole in the pit of your stomach, and it's just all stress and worry. You can either go through them, you know, carrying it all and in terror and just feeling like more and more stressed moment to moment, or you can, like, just you can acknowledge that shit sucks. You can't pretend like it doesn't, but like you can just walk through it knowing that this is the beginning, there's going to be a middle, and then there's going to be an end. And all, the only way that you get to the end is to keep walking, and you can either walk angry and hateful or sad or depressed or suicidal or everything else. You can either walk that path. You can walk that path however you want to walk that path, feeling whatever you feel inside. The best way to go about it is to just steady the ship. Just keep her. You know what you need to do at this point. You know that you need to make that phone call. You need to talk to those people. You need to get this person involved. You need to fill that paperwork out. You know the things that actually have to happen. Just do them without, with as little. It's impossible to be, if you can completely disconnect yourself from your own existence, then congratulations. I don't know if that's a good thing or not. You're alive, you're experiencing this. The shitty stuff is also a part of it, but, you don't add to what already sucks by, making it worse for yourself. That's my advice. And the Kerbal Space Program and the White Whale Mark 12. But yeah, that's crazy to me that I feel like what you wrote there is 8 words off of something that King Akira shared with me at a certain point on a certain live stream of his that I was watching. And he got through it, and he's doing a lot better these days, it is what it is, you do what you do, etc. and so forth. But I like that. I just learned you steady the share. I can't remember, where did I get that, Just men telling each other, hey man, just steady the ship. That's all you can do. You just it's a storm, you steady the ship, and you're not going to be able to keep it level, but you can keep it, it's going to want to do this. If you can keep it like that, then you're doing your end of things. And it wants to fucking do that. If you can keep it like that, then you keep it like that. When it wants to do this, when it wants to fully capsize, that's what you do. That's your job right now. I've already accepted that everything is beyond my control. Well, it's not beyond your control. Don't give up, give in kind of thing. Just, we all know the difference between, when we're facing what is actually happening.
No. You can't do anything to correct any input. I'm fighting every accusation, including that it is so simple to produce framed audio recordings. I have already accepted that everything is beyond my control.
And there's you gotta find that middle ground because, you are an active participant. It's not outside of your control what happens, going forward. But it is, it's beyond your authority to just make it be exactly the way you want. So you have to participate, you have to steer things the way that you want them to go, but you involve yourself. The important part is to make sure that you're doing the part that is your part to do. And that beyond that, you're not piling coals onto your head. There's already a bunch of people piling coals onto your head, right? So if in the times between when you're dealing with the shit, when people are piling coals on your head, if you were sitting around piling more coals on your head, if you were sitting around thinking about it, worrying about it, hating, if you make your whole life around it, it's, we all know, it's just really hard to do, right? In the moments when the world's coming down, when the storm is what's the line from Big Trouble in Little China? And the storms of hell are raging around you, and the flaming arrows are falling, and the skies are light. Well, you know what old Jack, what's his name, always says? Yeah, give me your best shot, or some shit like that. That's not the right attitude to have, by the way.
I have done what I can, and Buddha will settle what lands on me.
Hey, that's pretty cool. I like that kind of, yeah. That's, there is actually, you bring up Zen, there's actually a Zen story where a Zen master, a girl and her parents go marching up to the monastery and kick open the door. They bang the door down. The parents do they bang the door down, and the Zen master comes to the door. Probably his acolytes come, but Zen master comes to the door, kind of a thing. And the parents just yell incomprehensibly for a while, and then they reach back and they take a newborn baby out of the girl's hands and shove them into the arms of the Zen master, and then they turn and walk away. And what does the Zen master do with that? And there's, as all Zen stories, there's kind of no story to it, right? But the Zen master just, takes the baby, closes the door, turns around, and now he and his students are raising a baby. Why? What's the situation? Well, you can interpret a lot of things. You can figure out what that situation is, and it's pretty obvious when you think about it. But what can they possibly do at this particular moment in time? And we're not thinking of like modern day cops and that kind of thing. But they show up and shove a baby in his arms, and so they just accept the baby, and they start to, they figure out, they get diapers, they start feeding, they figure out what they got to do in order to raise a child, because now they got this baby in their hands. 2 weeks later, the parents and the girl, return to the door, and they, explain that, she got pregnant to some boy in town and didn't want to admit that it was just some boy at town, and so she said that, the Zen master, maybe he she blamed it on somebody, so that the kid wouldn't be, so that, she deflected. Anyway, that's why that happened, but why that happened didn't matter, right? What the Zen master and his students had to do was, a baby was dropped on their doorstep. What do? They did what they had to do. That's all you do.
She and I must make every choice to support him and her, and when I can.
That's a lot of... shit. What's the word? Him and her and choice. I don't know. It was a lot of pronouns. That's it. There's a lot of pronouns. It confused my brain. But yeah, that's, old simple Zen story. What do you actually do? And so then the couple with their daughter show up, and they explain the situation, and they just kind of implicitly want the child back. Obviously, they've been caring for him for 2 weeks, and of course, here's your child back. It's again, it's like a Zen story that these Zen stories have no real story to them, because that's kind of the point when people who are living with peace encounter these wild, crazy, chaotic situations. They just do what needs to be done.
I recall that you had to make a choice that she took from you. I don't know. But this isn't a story of my story. This is just a Zen story. I know that. But yeah, that's these Zen stories. They have little. There's no real arc to them. I kind of love that about them. Some Zen master tells you a story, and you're waiting for an arc. You're waiting for a payoff, a punchline, and it's no, there's no arc to it. It's a thing came, and a peaceful person interpreted that situation and met that situation exactly where it was. They didn't add anything to it. They didn't take anything away from it. They didn't pretend it wasn't happening. They didn't, demand that it be something that it wasn't. They didn't, God damn it, They didn't stress themselves out with, they just met it exactly where it was and did what needed to be done, and then usually the story ends with the situation resolving itself, because, that's sort of the nature of karma, is something builds up on one side of things, and then it starts falling down the hill, and then it gets to the bottom of the hill, and now it's run out of steam and out of energy, and now it's kind of over. Yeah, but I only reflect on that to just, steady the ship. That's all I have to say. What else am I doing with the Mark 12?
We've emptied the storage unit. We've ripped these things off the back. What we could do with the white whale is I could make like an arm for it. Dramatian was talking about that before. I had considered it, and I was like, it's gonna be so many goddamn parts. Like so many parts that you have to reach in and tweak and mess with every time you do something. Let's mess with it anyway. This little servo is probably... We don't want one. We want a servo. We don't want a rotor that goes all the way around. There's bigger servos. Yeah, this is about the size servo that we'd probably want right there. So, my thought would be, you do like this, then you want like a certain amount of, height, and the height could be, doesn't have to be telescoping. This, it's changing the weight profile and stuff in a way, but it really doesn't have to be this either. It could just be anything that gives us height. We could just stack up a bunch of octagonal struts or something like that. But target extension. There we go. It gives us some height. And then the idea here would be, so we can now control the rotation of that from here. Do I want a hinge? Do I want a hinge? Probably. Hinge like that. This is looking a lot smaller than is really needed from that. I was like, this servo's gonna be too small, but is it? When you see how everything else is? Maybe not. And then... Und sen... I might actually do with the structural. Swap this out for one of these.
This is every person's story. You had a choice where you could keep or forsake a child. And you wanted to keep, and she chose rejection. I'm sorry. You need to entertain people. And I'm being depressing. I shall check out for today.
Steady the ship. Yeah, it's sounds like hard times ahead. Keep your, just address each situation in the moment that it comes, and and know that there's nothing better that you can do, and don't torment yourself, don't twist yourself up in more knots than are already going to come for you. That's basically my advice, and thank you for swinging by and being, feeling like you could share this kind of thing with me.
Thank you for caring.
I'm on the other end of the phone. When you need somebody. When you need... So wait, no, am I doing this then? Or I was gonna do it the other way. So... With the hinge, up and down, this was my thought. You would then go to the Kerbal attachment system.
My ear's funny, my.
My ear's funny, my. I feel like that probably didn't come out exactly right. Oh, you know what? With the tow bars, I probably don't even need this at all. For what I'm intending. Because I remember these have park up, park forward, park down. Okay. You see what I'm thinking here? Like the simplest kind of form of a tow bar.
My ears don't need to bleed. Please keep the songs back.
Oh, okay. With the me singing for a moment there. When you need somebody... I should be checking, like... Is the mic too loud? I adjusted and then... There was like... The mic might have clipping audio, is my concern. Because I've got a control here for gain. And... it got nudged. I nudged it. I twisted it when I shouldn't have, and then I tried to get it right back into the right place. And so I think it's good now, but if it sounds crispy, crunchy kind of a thing, do let me know. Because all I have to do is twist this knob, and then things get better. But I don't know unless I don't know. The mic hasn't clipped out, even with the ear bleed. Oh, good. So, down here we'd have a servo where we can change the angle of the guy here. And then, I mean, technically this is just kind of unnecessary, if I were to say. We don't really need that. But if we extend to max, the idea behind this would be that we could pick something up in the water. Now, we couldn't really do it where it is right now, right here, right now. But if I slide this forward, and I slide... Oh, you're attached to each other, are you? So if I were to slide that one forward, and then I took you, and I put you back here, huh? It's still gonna be, yeah, that's not gonna be great for this. Like, this would really have to be, like, right on the back. Maybe, maybe even, like, if I took you off, and I put you on top of here, huh? And then you don't need, like, this major height thing. It would be nice... to kind of extend out and then down, I feel like would be a cool thing. Retract to minimum, park down, just to see how we look in here. So I think probably I'd be better off like this. This will give me just that extra little bit. Yeah, that gives us clearance right there. Slide you forward a little bit more to make sure you get clearance in all of the places. Actually, that's fine. But then, like, a little bit like an extend out kind of a thing wouldn't hurt us. So if I had a robotics, like a kind of a thing. Generally appreciate your input and your unfazed dedication to the entertainment angle. Trying. More KSP! Who's this? Mephistopheles. You got such dark colors for your names, and then I've got everything, all my stuff is in dark mode. So I have to look, I'm like, Storm... Oh, it's Stormhawk! Oh, it's Mephistopheles! You're both walking around with these dark blue, purplish kind of names. It's killing me. Hydraulic cylinder or telescoping. This... See, this would be the neat part. Would be if I could do something like this. But could retract it, You know what I'm thinking? You know what I'm seeing? It's like it's up here and then kind of thing. But it would be this. There'd just be like less of that on there. And then you've got this to be able to, again, like change the angle a little bit. You could swing it in one direction or the other in order to reach out and grab somebody.
Mephistopheles inflames our interest.
And then this target extension, put you out like that, and then be able to... This could work. This is simple. It's clean. It's hypothetically elegant. The cops are coming. I've got to get out of here. I don't know if you guys can hear that. I've got such, professional audio that cleans the signal of all kinds of stuff. In fact, I'd like to share something, a little adjustment that I made with my audio, made to my audio with you. So, if I'm supposed to have this over, it is. It needs to be on top all the time. Always on top. There we go. And so now, when I go into comms mode, you'll note that when I stop talking, the sound of the, comms noise in the background remains for about a second after I stop talking. But when I start talking again, we immediately come back in with the comms noise. I made this little adjustment because last live stream, there was quite a while there, like 10, 15 minutes or something, that I was talking with Houston's comm thing on, and you bastards didn't tell me. But in retrospect, in reflection, it was kind of cool that I was, talking as though I was, from mission control and we were in orbit kind of a thing. And so I kind of like the idea of, in 3, 2, 1, you are go for launch. And then I'm just speaking like this while we're in orbit. I don't know if that's the best idea. I think it would get old really quick. But I kind of also like it. It's So yeah, I went into, I figured out some extra EQ settings to make that kind of a thing happen. Mephistopheles says, I saw a YouTube video recently about the evidence suggesting the existence of an undiscovered planet in our solar system. If any of it was real, it was really interesting, says Mephistopheles. I just watched the Kverskisvat latest video about how, science doesn't know shit. About how everything is, we're ready for a huge, something in science, because there's so much that is wrong right now. There's so many little things that people have been poking at and going, those numbers don't quite work out, do they? In so many different areas right now. And they didn't even bring up, they kind of mentioned it, but not as part of the problem. They just mentioned that, and the universe is expanding and accelerating in its expansion from the mysterious substance known as dark energy. Yeah, what is that? What is that mysterious substance that is producing so much energy out of the void of nothingness? And the answer is, they don't fucking know! And it's been 20, 30 years, and all they know is that it's producing this amount of energy, across pretty much everywhere all at once kind of a thing. But where is it coming from? What's its source? What's the nature of it? Is it in fact, is there no energy? Is it just space-time itself kind of loosening in the fabrics of it? And so it appears as though it's creating energy, but it's actually just a drift of an absence of the energy to hold it together. They just don't fucking know. And yet, so much of the conversation about physics and quantum physics and stuff like that hinges on this thing that just everybody talks about it we'll figure it out at some point. But the important thing is that it's the fundamental assumption that your readings are accurate when you cannot explain, even hypothetically you can't explain why your readings would give you this information, is just so fucking arrogant. It's so these pricks. It's got to be right, just because it doesn't make any sense whatsoever. We pointed the telescope up there, we saw the thing, so so incredibly arrogant. Anyway. It basically boiled down to, the math works out that there should be a planet in a specific orbit way out past Neptune, but it's such a huge orbit that the odds of looking at any one point of the orbit and seeing the planet would be astronomically low. Oh, interesting. Kenneth said the auto squelch on the comms noise is actually quite realistic. Hey, cool. Thank you. Yeah, the reason why you reminded me of that Kurskavard or whatever it is video, I have no idea how to say the name. Kurskavard. was because they were talking about the idea of, what was it, like, a certain planet was discovered because of the like, nonsense orbit of another planet. Like, there was one that we knew was there, but it shouldn't be moving like that. Why is it moving like that? Why is it not just going around? It's got to be being tugged on something. And if it were being tugged on something, it would have to be a planet that's about there. And then it was discovered, yep, you're right, there's a planet that's just about right there. And then we found another planet. But then there's also something with Mercury, where it's like Mercury also doesn't move correctly, but we don't have, like, the reason why Mercury, maybe we do have a solution for it now, but but in order to explain why Mercury moved wrong, we had to invent a new way of understanding physics, move beyond the Newtonian or something like that. And so they were saying in this video, like, where are we right now? Because there's so much in science there's so many different things that are like, this ain't right, and that ain't right, and that ain't right, and that ain't right. Are we just going to find a planet that we haven't been seeing, or are we going to have to fundamentally rewrite the laws of the universe as we understand them? Was their premise for that video. It was a fun one. But I had not heard about the Neptune stuff. We deleted Pluto, but we couldn't take our finger out of Uranus. Uranus. So this is interesting. The servo would have to be limited to, a certain number of degrees kind of thing. I'm not sure... Don't do that. I'm not sure about its positioning. Exactly. I think I'd like it to have like an upward thing, like a 45 degree or maybe just a 30 degree angle. How would I make that look good, though? And should I start it from back here or pull you off, go to the structural, and then imagine I took you and with a snap I did something like this. The weird thing about this particular servo is that basically the whole thing moves and it kind of looks weird. There's only like a bottom plate that doesn't move on it. I think if that was going to be the way of things, then I would want that to come out of here. And then we'd do that, and we'd nose you down like so, and then I'd attach you to there. Something like that, probably. Probably, maybe. Maybe, probably, maybe. And maybe you forward a bit. And then we could park forward even. Maybe we just put it on a yeah. We put it on a hinge. We put it on a hinge. And then the hinge itself can be given an angle. I said 30 degrees, right? And then when we do full extension, it's an interesting premise. I want it to look a certain way, and it ain't doing it. It ain't looking that way. And then when we do like this, see, this is the part that I foresaw and that I kind of avoided in the original build, because it's like there's so many little futzy this and that, and if you really want it to look right and do the things that you want, you end up adding, you know, a servo for this and a rotor for that, a hinge for this, and a da-da-da, and then, like, if you ever tried to move it, you would be going here, okay, so let me just adjust this, and then adjust this, and then I'll extend you, and then I'll click over here, and there's going to be so many fucking little things like that. Still, that looks like a parked position. And then let's say we were ready to grab something, and so we lowered it into, you know, almost 0 kind of a deal. And then we extended to where we could grab, and then we extended. And the way that the system works is it doesn't have to extend directly into it. We just extend it, and then we you know, have a Kerbal walk up and say connect it to this from there to there, and it'll grab it in whatever way it has to grab it in order to make that connection. This isn't bad. I mean, I'm trying to find the compromise point where it's like, it's not too much bullshit. It's gonna be some amount of bullshit. Let's not fool ourselves, but it's not too much bullshit. Would be the hope. So the angle limit on this could be, then, we say -40, you're not allowed to go past -40. That's as far down as we want that to be able to go. And then we can load you all the way up to there, so that's fine as it is. The angles on this, no, we don't care about the traverse rate. I think it's probably going to be -90 to 90. So don't allow full rotation. And instead do -90 to 90. And now we can go from there to there. Which is probably a reasonable range for something like this. Target angle back to 0, please. Easiest way. Do that. And then you as well to 0 for me. And then just checking your functionality, we go out like that. And then extend to max, and we'd be able to grab anything that's in the water in a range like about there. And then, of course, if we needed to lean it in one direction or the other, we have, you know, this ability. I think this is pretty flexible. A pretty flexible thing without having too many moving parts to it. And then it's just a matter of whether or not all this stuff is strong enough to be connected to each other in this way. I think it'll be fine. So let's retract it all and pack it up the way that I think it would be packed up, which would be something like target extension down to there. We know we can go as far as that. Nobody cares about your traverse rate. Damn it. Now I do, because I don't want it to be completely wrong. So I could have it completely upright like that. Or at a bit of an angle, and maybe it looks a little bit more like a fishing kind of a thing. And I think I like that. I think I like it like that. We could lock the hinge even. You know, until it's time to unlock and do something with it. This seems reasonable. We could also lock you, so that you're not just flopping around in any direction. That looks pretty cool. Is it? Is it? Looks kinda okay. The better way actually would be if I could imagine unlock. Would this be doable? So give me this. Unlock.
Cheer 300 Porvan. Sorry, but I can't stay. It's sleepy time. I wanted to let you know getting YouTube notifications when you go live again. Must be cause you're killing Kerbals again. Have a good stream.
Darth Angelus, thank you for the 300-bit cheer. You're getting YouTube notifications. Wait, what? I wanted to let you know that getting YouTube notification when you go live again. Are you saying, like, I've been getting the, when I go live, when I make a live thing that hasn't even started yet, YouTube sends out, like, a video, like, Roden Bond has a new video, and I'm like, no, I don't. It's a fucking live stream, YouTube. What the fuck is wrong with you? Like, they've got this cross-wire system. Anyway, thank you, Darth Angelus, for the 300-bit cheers. Yeah, I'll, keep, here's what you do. Hang on to this link for this video, for this live stream. Just keep it somewhere, and then you can watch this later, because I'll leave it unlisted, kind of a thing. The VOD will be unlisted, and then it'll eventually make it also to Pawn Live, so you can catch up there. But thanks so much, for the money and for stopping in. At this late goddamned hour that I started up a live stream, because this is my sleep schedule now. What can I do? So what I was trying to do here, what I was thinking about, was it would be cooler if this hook faced in this direction first. You know? If first it faced in that direction. And so we would lean, like, the target angle would be like that. And then you would swing this thing past the amount that I've set it to be able to. So if I change this, in fact, if I just click allow full rotation. And then so it's in this position to start, and here's the only problem is when we go to use it, we have to do like a something like this, and then grab this. No, don't. It's like, it's going to be a little bit of a futzy kind of a thing to try and get it to clear without clipping. Maybe that would help. Get you a little bit past. And then target angle down. How do you do this without clipping? Is my concern. See, we're clipping. Well, you would face this out, actually. Park that forward, and then it's easy to clear, right? Then in pretty much any position, well, I don't know if any position would clear. But from here, don't even need that. Set the target angle, so like that, and then we can just swing it like that, yeah, fully through. God damn it with your fucking target. Who cares about the transfer rate? Yeah, that's cool. Okay, and then park down. So I had to unrestrict one direction. You know what? I should only unrestrict one direction, though. Just the one of them. So let's have it be, you probably. Negative 180? Really? Negative 170 is as far as... Are you kidding me? What? What? With the... You, and then... I don't know. I want it the other side, actually. So let's have it be negative 90 to 180. And I don't know why it's 177 to negative 177. I guess it's just there's a 6 degree, it can't go that far thing on the servo. That's fair? Is it fair? It's fine anyway. I don't care. It looks okay. And doesn't that look like, you know, some kind of fisherman hook kind of thing, and it's stowed right now, and then you unpack it, and I like it. I like it, and it's just another option for being able to interact with other vessels. Meanwhile, we still have our winch, which is our main component, and then we've also got the resource transfer station, which would allow us to pump fuel to or from a vessel. I think I'm okay with these things. Can I lift you up just a touch? And I don't know, does this look okay? Does it work? If maybe I embed it a little bit more or something, like... You know, the minutia matters to me. I don't know if you've noticed this yet about me. But the tiny little, it doesn't fucking matter, move on with your life already pawn stuff is my main concern. That's cool. I think that's cool. So we have added 3 seats to the craft for when we have, you know, visitors, guests. A total of 5 can now be seated up here. We've eliminated a lot of the weight and also just nonsense crap from the cargo units back here, because you need empty storage space for the Kerbals on board to offload whatever they're carrying if they're going to have to, you know, grab something else. I also got rid of an extra bit of storage that was down here that just didn't seem to need to be there. And otherwise, we're still set up with our, you know, robotics as they have always been here, where we've got, you know, access to the lower portion by using this alligator hinge. And now you can come down. And then we've also got, you know, an animation that opens up the front garage door so that the white whale can feed on krill. I think that's an improvement. I think we can go to lucky number 13. Would you, I think you'd probably just skip it, wouldn't you? If you're building like a vessel, you're not gonna, you know, doom it by saying it's the Mark 13. You just go right past. There's no 13th floor on the building. There's no 13th iteration of the ship. We go from Mark 12 to Mark 14. God damn it. I think this is fine. Save it, and then I'm curious, like, what's the weight? 17.269, nice, tons, which is just underneath the mass, actually. We can still launch to the airstrip outside. We just can't use this facility because it's too small. But, so 17.269 in comparison to the old white whale. We are in this, okay, the old white whale, which is the Mark 12. Was 17.386. We've actually lost a little bit of weight because I emptied out, you know, some of this crap, and especially this tow bar that we were storing in here, that weighs a bit. Also, I had all these extra tow bars on here. Now we're down to just 1 tow bar. We've actually reduced our weight in the Mark 14. We'll keep the Mark 12 around just in case the next time we go to bring the white whale out, it doesn't work for some reason or something. But I'm happy with that as a little bit of a touch-up at the beginning of the live stream here. And thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So then, what is the mission of the day going to be after that little bit of a touch-up? I think we're gonna fire a rocket past the moon, is the idea. A scientific mission to, you know, pass by the moon, gather data, take pictures, that sort of a thing. It'll be the first time that we've gone past high Kerbal orbit. We have the highest we've gone so far is out to KEO out to, proper equatorial, or not just equatorial orbit, proper geostationary orbit at 2.86433 million, something like that, meters. It's just under 3 million meters above Kerbal, but we've never pushed all the way out to the moon. So, let's make a scientific payload for going to the moon. And it will never come back. The idea is just to send it out there, go to the moon, and then maybe even accelerate once you've, done everything you're going to do at the moon, turn it into a Hohmann transfer and just fucking go. Solar and get as far as you can, and, that sort of a thing. So, scientific payload. Let's stay low weight, and it almost irks me that the Octo 2 is less weight than the Stay Putnik. This is more of a, it only matters when you're going through career mode. It only makes sense that, it was an early one, and so technically, but we've developed better technologies. But I'm not, in creative mode, it just makes no goddamn sense. That it would weigh more. And nonetheless, I feel like we will never use this unless we use it, as a kind of a thing. The other option is actually the cube. The cube is a pretty reasonable thing to bring on a mission like this for, I don't know, it's our first going out. I want to use, olden timey technology. For some reason. I believe you will want to be able to push yourself. We're making the Voyager. The Voyager. I guess is the idea. If it's going to be a scientific vessel, the main question is whether or not I'm going to have a science junior on it. This son of a bitch. Bring back the barn, says unlicensed streamer. When? At 4 in the morning? Nobody will know. They'll all be asleep. Hello, unlicensed streamer. Welcome. Am I bringing... I should try and, I should make that a part of this, is trying to send something like that up. Do we have an adapter that does that? Yes, we do. We have adapters that do that. It's okay if it looks stupid as hell. In fact... Since this is empty, there's nothing that is contained inside of that. We can absolutely push extra fuel in there. And if we wanted to, we could double up. I believe I've done this before because I figure on the idea that there is enough space in here for it to hold 2 Oscar B's worth of fuel. And the fact that it just so happens to not have anything in it, we'll figure it out. So, scientific probe, scientific module, scientific something. There's the science stuff. We would want, our whole kit on here. Let me just slap some stuff down to start with. Seismic won't be relevant on a flyby. Atmospheric won't be relevant. Magnetometer boom would be. Just throw it on there if it's something that we want to take. We will definitely want a long-range comms. We will want electricity. So talk to me about comms then. Communication. What's the best I could do? I could put one on you, probably. Back of you. Have that. Because we're going to send it solar, eventually, so we want it to be able to talk back to us for as long as is reasonable. 0.05, 0.07. We'll go with that. Those are all the little bits of science that we'd want to do. How would they attach? Would we like to put them in a little container? Nuclear power, says unlicensed streamer. We don't have it, and also no. This is our first guy to the moon. In my headcanon, it's gonna be, you know, a pretty unsophisticated throw shit at the moon, take some pictures, get some readings, and hope that we learn something that matters to somebody scientifically kind of a mission. What was I doing? Electricity, maybe. 200. As long as we can recharge it. Doesn't have to be a big battery. Ah, shit. In fact, it doesn't have to be a big battery at all, as long as we can recharge it. There's that, and then 0.017, 0.005. It would be better to have something that can turn to the sun. And, you know, we'll balance out the weight at some point here. We'll figure it out. And then also on this, I want it to have cameras. But I don't know what, like, there's too many cameras in this camera pack, to be honest with you. Science cam, mainly geared for scientific research, but it makes a great all-around camera. Alright. Well then let's use it on our science mission. Wide angle cam. That wouldn't hurt either. Having a couple of different cameras on this thing makes sense to me. If we're looking down at the moon, we're going to be passing the moon, we want to get some... In fact, we'll just go with the science cam. We'll keep it simple. Cameras? They are part of Vanilla KSP? No. This comes in with, Whole Cam VDS is the mod. And by default, it adds camera views to docking ports and to Kerbal eyes. You can just look from where a Kerbal is, too. But it does bring in a whole bunch of little cameras here, and there's a few too many, if you ask me. Let me see, we got a science cam and a booster cam. In fact, is there like a thing for... No. And we got a spotlight. No, we got a wide angle. There's some massives. There's a nav cam. 2 cameras for stereoscopic vision. A moderate zoom and night vision, useful for robotics and autonomous navigation. There's a lot of stuff for cameras. Nice addition, really fitting. Yeah, definitely. Like, I wanted to have some cameras. This one seems silly. Why do we have... They call it a basic whole cam, and then it looks like we're just duct taping a DSLR to the side of a rocket. A standard camera made of high-grade cardboard and duct tape. Yeah, this is... some of them are just here to be silly. As for the Curb Pro, it's... You know what they're making fun of. It's a sport camera, sporting activities. This might be pretty much all of the stuff that needs to be on our scientific guy. And so, how do the pieces come together? Is a question to ask. Let's give it its own thrust. Tiny little nothing thruster is fine for a vessel such as this, I would think. 250 meters per second. Tell me over the moon. It's almost 1,000. Almost 1,000 vacuum. So yeah. That'll be fine. But how does it go together? And it doesn't have to be aerodynamic. But we do want it to look nice. So I'm actually thinking, what if... So all that stuff over here. If we did it like this. And then... the tank. You know, it doesn't have to look nice. Why am I bothering to make it look nice? I think it looks more appropriate to the task at hand this way. We don't want to see the ball in our view. What are you? You're that? Sit over there. I guess we can put it dead on top. Dead balls on top. What is the reflection there? Okay. Make sure that this is perfectly up and down. Yeah. And then it looks pretty damn centered to me. I'll hit it with the... Okay, it wasn't perfectly centered. Now it's perfectly centered. Okay. So we've got a camera, we've got an eye. And it is a science cam. I don't know what damn bit of difference that makes, but it is a science cam. How much does this antenna weigh? Because we're definitely changing 0.05 tons. Okay. What if I put you here instead? And then we start loading up the other side with weight as well. So this is 0.0175, which is not enough. Okay. And then you are 0.005, so you're virtually nothing. What about the goo container, actually? 0.05. So, in fact, these two balance each other out quite nicely. I'm gonna do that, and then I'm gonna... something like this. We're in absolute mode, so just get it toward the center. And then you as well. You're definitely centered. I'm going to pull you out a little bit more. I'm going to push you in a little bit more. And that, you know, balances the mass to an extent. You know, okay. Meanwhile, how about I attach you? What? Make sure that you're perfect in your orientation. Push you in a little bit. What do you weigh? You're another 0.05. I don't know if we're going to be able to counterbalance that 0.05. I got a 0.005. And then I got another 0.005, so now we're 0.01. And now 0.015, and then this is 175, so it ends up being 0.03. Yeah. That's not quite gonna be what we'd like. But I think you can be here. Have a battery tucked in like that. And then rest of this science. I didn't mean to change the style of symmetry, thank you. Tuck like that. I mean, the other option would be, how much does the camera weigh? Utility, science cam is what I'm looking for. It's you. You're a .005 part as well. So actually this should probably be on the very tippy top. Because it's a very specific weight. Make sure that it's completely up and down by sort of touching every handle. And then once like that with the snap. And there you go. And then this can be I wonder what way is considered forward on it too. If we zoom in, this is as close as we can zoom in actually. It says cam upright like that, so that might be the upright position. Again, touch it on all the handles. Snap it. Pull it out. And now we've got a camera that we can face down. I'll need some SAS on this thing. Yes, you will. And then we just need to, like, counterbalance these two. Put you there, and you here. And we've kept the weight pretty damn good. This camera is counterbalanced by that, even though it's not in the exact right place. Oh, you're the problem. 0.0175 for you. I don't want to put an unnecessary amount of weight on one side. Maybe I group all of this stuff on this side to counterbalance the weight of the solar panel. It doesn't matter that much, but it's like, it's how you design this kind of thing. So I enjoy, you know, taking the time to try and do that kind of a thing. Spaceship, says Evan Allen. And wait, no. Where? It will be. We're going to build a spaceship around this. How you doing this morning, Evan Allen? I don't know. Where depends on where you're coming from. No. What your life experiences are. No, where you live in the world is what I mean. The counterbalancing here is okay. It's pulled a little bit to this side by this, which I could further counterbalance. We've got 0.05, 0.01, or no, 0.005, then 0.01, then 0.015, and then this is 0.0175. If I put the battery on this side as well, it just kind of looks nice. The battery feeds into the solar panel, but for the sake of weight, I probably will do this better. And then we need to be able to control this thing, its orientation and whatnot, in the middle of space. Also on the side of space, the top of space, near the bottom, to the left of space is an important place to be able to control this thing. On the port side of space. Starboard, not as much a concern. Starboard space, who gives a shit? But so this adds up to 0.02 tons from all of these guys. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then over here we've got 0.0175. So, you know, it's okay. Oh my god. Glass is digging into the side of my head. The only thing that remains is some kind of, like, you know, control authority. I could actually do better by just switching to a different probe core, but I had to be, you know, a jackass. I had to demand that this be the thing. This looks like this would be our payload, and at the moon it's still saying 985 meters per second. Evan Allen comes from a land called Oregon. Oregon? where it is technically morning, but also quite late. Yeah, we started up at 3 a.m. in the land where I'm from, which is Jupiter. Detroit rather. It's now 4:30. Goodness. But yeah, this was my best way of having us have a Sunday live stream. Otherwise, our Sunday live stream probably would have happened Monday morning, so we have it happen Sunday morning instead. This covers all needs. We've got a little bit extra battery on there. We've got, recharge, although only on one side of the ship, which is, not the best idea. And I'm counterbalancing all of it with this to be being silly about it. It's just, I feel like we don't need constant charge on this damn thing, right? I'm talking myself out of a very reasonable way that I'd gone about it until now. Because they wouldn't make one like this. Grab you. I'm gonna slide you down. I can't slide you down. You do need to be in the center, because this guy needs to be in his center. I guess I could just do it on front and back like this. There's room for it. Let's have it be near the top. I think I like the look of that. The two of you. And then we counterbalance all the little nothings. All the little nothings. One of them here. Where's the barometer? It's dead underneath the damn thing. Every angle except for the one that you're looking for. So we gotta counterbalance the weight of the battery, and we do that by putting you here. And then we gotta counterbalance the weight of the camera, and we do that by putting you here. I think this will probably look cooler there. And that. And then because I'm anal retentive. Like that. Okay, weight of the camera is counterbalanced by the weight of the barometer. The weight of the thermometer is counterbalanced by the weight of the battery. We do have now 2 solar panels that come out in the proper way, which, makes sense. It's the only way they'd actually do it. We have the electric storage. We have SAS. We have a communicatron. We have comms. We have one of every science thing that makes sense to bring to the moon. My only issue here is the small inline reaction wheel. I would just... It's only 0.05 tons, but it just bothers me to bring... It's 0.04 tons to bring the smallest amount of monoprop that we can, and then to have any rotational control, we would have to put on at the least one of these, which is a 0.005. It does save weight. It does save 0.005 tons, but we would need at least one of these, and it would have to be at like the tip of the ship to be able to push it around, which we're already occupying the tip of the ship with that stuff. It's just, this is such a small little nothing. You're 0.005 tons, you are 0.0013. I could build it myself. Tip of the ship, because then we'll be able to rotate. That's what we want out of this, is rotation. So one of the tips, put it here. So 4 of these, 4 times 13 is 26 doubled, which is 51, which is actually, it's a little bit, still very, very close. And it's still, if I can just put one of these on, Just one of them. Just a single one of them. Imagine I take you off and I put this ball on top of that ball. Imagine it, I say. It's an order. God damn it. I've been watching a lot of Star Wars stuff. Star Wars, like, fan-created stuff and whatnot on YouTube. Which is weird for me. I don't. Watched a lot of Star Wars fan stories and whatnot. And specifically, one of the things that started me off on it, I have now, like, banned from my feed. Because it's, at some point I stopped going, how are they doing these special effects? This is like, these animals, like, that's my big concern. Like, how do you make these animals? Oh, it's fucking AI. And I looked in the description and they acknowledge it and everything like that. And I don't want to be supporting, that right now. Maybe at some point in future I'll become comfortable with the idea of having an artificial intelligence just manufacture raw images for you by saying, give me a picture of a stormtrooper on a planet that's got 2 suns and like describing it, and then the AI makes it for you. Maybe I'll be okay with that at some point in future. I'm not okay with it today. But I started watching these because I was like intrigued, and I was trying to think about how are they doing the special effects. Okay, guy wears a stormtrooper outfit, green screen, got it. But then like and then when these things, and then it occurred to me, all right, we're living in the fucking hellscape of artificial intelligence where you can just make anything happen. But anyway, after that, I have, been looking at the more legitimate, fan-made stuff where people are just telling stories in the Star Wars universe and, doing the special effects themselves, and, there's a point and a purpose to it. there's a value to it in my view anyway. A production value that's like interesting. What's a Star Wars? Asked Evan Allen. It's this really horrible. I'm enjoying the storytelling that goes on in the Star Wars universe, mainly by the fans. The more that I think about the mainline Star Wars thing, it's just so racist. Because everything in Star Wars comes back to, like, bloodline, lineage. Every goddamn character is descended by somebody in order to get their super Jedi Sith powers, their fucking midichlorian count shit. It's a story that continuously returns to the idea of a holy bloodline that gives you magic powers because you're born right and shit like that. And it pisses me off. It really pisses me off. It pisses me off that they haven't been called out on it. That, like, I mean, they've been called out on it because people are sick of them not inventing new characters, and instead every character's gotta be, oh, she's Palpatine's daughter, he's fucking Luke's, jism, he masturbated in the corner somewhere at some point and it turned into a kid. Like, everybody's gotta be related to somebody previously, but that's just because it's bad storytelling. It's mainstream, like, they're terrified to create a new character without having it be relevant to something that already exists, because the investors desperately want to make sure that they're getting their money back, and so they need it to be she's got to be something related to Luke, he's got to be something related to Palpatine, they've got to be something, it's always got to like connect, because you're not allowed to have a fresh new idea or a new character in the world at this point. But they're not, I don't feel like they've been called out on the fundamental, like, eugenics, racist, like, core of the storytelling in Star Wars, where it is so utterly dependent upon having the holy bloodline. And you can say it's not racist. There's all kinds of different races that have the midichlorian count. They're coming from Jedi. Yes, but they're all, every time that we hear a story, it's Leia was this daughter of and so that's why she's got powers, and then this one's the daughter of that one, so that's why they got powers, and then this guy's the son of that, so he's got powers. Everybody's got to be connected to everybody by blood. It creates the appearance of a magic blood lineage. and it's a holy bloodline that gives you spiritual powers, and it's fucked up. It's as fucked up as Judaism in general, which is also a religion that is just so mired in this, like, because we are of the holy bloodline of Abraham's cum and Sarah's ovum, you know, like, it's fucked up. And I would like them to be called out on it, and I also don't particularly like their storytelling because of it, but the fans have some really fun storytelling, and they'll show you a Jedi who doesn't look like a Jedi at all. Just looks like, you know, just a dude in the woods, slovenly kind of thing, sort of thing. But he's an old Jedi. He used to be a Jedi, and I like that. I like where it's the people are people, you know. And I like the version of Star Wars before they decided there was midi-chlorians and all that kind of shit, where there was an actual spiritual aspect to this. You know, the joke was you're watching a show about space wizards fighting with laser swords. That was the joke. And then the Star Wars franchise actually decided, no, that's what it is. And they went with it. They ran with it. And it's like, no, what it was originally, the reason why it pulled more than like Flash Gordon or something else that was doing similar kind of shit, was because there was a spiritual undertone to it. The Force, this thing that permeates the entire, you know, all of existence, that you are constantly in connection with, but only certain people who have trained themselves to be aware of it are feeling it. But it's not that they have to be born right. It's not that they have to, you know, have a connection by genetics or DNA. It's just, it's out there to be, you know, made contact with, and anyone can, was where it started. And you can say it was whatever it wanted to be in Lucas's head, but Lucas got Yoda from like Zen masters, Roshi in California, Roshi's Mountain, Suzuki Roshi, or Sasaki, or Sasaku, or, you know, I don't know, Toyota Roshi, something like that. He got Yoda from that. He was definitely writing from a 70s perspective that was being informed by Eastern religion and stuff like that out in California, the California version of the hippie mind. He was absolutely writing from that perspective and inventing from that place, and he was telling a story about people who were getting in contact with nature, with what is natural, with what exists out there, and just resonating at the right frequency and being able to perceive what's coming next and stuff like that. It was beautiful, it was brilliant, and it connected with people, and it got people interested because it said something to them that they fundamentally recognized had truth to it. You know, there is some reality to that, to what was being presented there. There is some, you know, we are out of touch with and could be more in touch with and could be, you know, perceiving on a better level than we are right now. And, you know, it was inspiring, and it had a spiritual relevance to people's, to your experience as a human being, to the human experience itself. And the modern stuff just is fucking space wizards and laser swords. And you've got to be born of the right blood, or else you're not going to be able to be a space wizard. And it's just fucking nonsense and bullshit, and it's just a platform for the investor class to make money off of now. But, you know, some of the stories that are being told by the fan base, they're interesting stories. There's good storytelling. They're making the most of the ideas and ideals that were set up originally, and that stuff's fun. So I've been, for some reason, watching that. This is going to be our lunar probe or something. Oh yeah, when you hold U, the camera shows you its thing in this menu. Lunar lunar condor. It's just gonna do a flyby. It's gonna stretch out its wings, then it's gonna do a flyby of the moon for us. In fact, it's ultimately a solar condor. Let's call it the Solar Condor Mark 1, because that just sounds really cool. Solar Condor. Hawk! I like that this condor makes the sound hawk. It says the word hawk when it screeches. No, you're a condor. Hawk! Let's save that. And then what we would need to do is build a ship underneath it. Which should come together. Could come together, in fact, really, really easily. Really easily. Do you want to know how easily it could come together? If I were to change this to the root part, and then save it again, and then we open up, ComSat delivery? I don't think we'd even need ComSat delivery. No, the ComSat delivery Mark II. Yeah, that is our lightweight, our little guy. Is it? No, this is the one that goes up to, this pushed its payload all the way up to 2.8 million around Kerbin. Hello, Space Pawn, says El Gavo NZ. Come in, El Gavo. Is this working? Yes, it is. Okay, good. Hello, El Gavo from space. I'm from space, not you. Yeah, but we could do this. This is how simple this could be. And then we just yank this off and throw you away. And then we open up. We don't save. We get the condor, solar condor, and we merge it into the scene. And then it won't place because of that. Yeah, you didn't think of that, did you prick? Fuck. Alright, so we'd actually have to go back to the solar condor. And in fact, this would be the root part, I guess. Did that rotate it? I don't think it did. Save. Open. We could also, instead of doing the ComSat delivery, we could do LFO tow? Where was our lighter weight one? Yeah, this. This just makes it to LKO, really. Although carrying a significant weight, it might be pretty equal. We want to go to the moon. But the thing is, we want the probe to go to the moon. The probe's got like 1,000 meters per second of delta V on it. So we get it up to, you know, LKO and a little bit past. It'll make it to the moon for a flyby, right? What? You know what? It has been so long since I've looked at a delta V map for Kerbal Space Program. Can I find one? I know I got one lying around. Delta? Nothing there. How about under pictures? Delta? Okay. We don't actually have... It used to be able to show it. Speaking of Space Pawn, is Doggy and Reverse Cowgirl just the same thing in space? Wait, what's Reverse Cowgirl? We don't need to hear about the Alabama Hot Pocket. Listen. If I do a window capture and I say this is for image glass, and it's got to go below top. I mean, for right here, right now, that's okay. So here's our Delta V map for Kerbal Space Program. To get to the moon, for landing, it'd be 5150. For just a flyby here, 3400 plus 860. We should be able to do a flyby. I would have liked to, you know, hit it harder. And do a Hohmann transfer, but I think this is the way that we should do this. We should keep this keep this mission, you know, young and young in our own technology kind of a thing would be my premise. So we don't do that, apparently. Not that, anything but that, really. What? Oh god. What? There's shit all over. It's just shit. I'm just covered in shit here. Delete the fairing, and then you're supposed to be the root part, and then I can throw all that away. Open. Don't worry about saving it. Solar condor. Merge it in. Set it right here. And we need coupling. TD06 decoupler. Put you there. And then like that. And let's see what amount of, you know, goodies this gives us. What amount of delta V? Goodies? What amount of delta V this will provide us with? That's a big payload. That is a big fairing and a big payload. Especially for something that's this small. What are we looking at? At Kerbal, at sea level, I'm seeing 450 meters per second with a TWR of 1.5. And then from altitude of probably 4 kilometers, that 500 meters per second isn't going to get us much. In order to see, this has got all the fuel stuff on it. We can just strip this off. Including this guy, which is the reason why the delta V reads wrong. Okay. So from sea level, 450 meters per second, and then altitude 2600. That doesn't even reach LKO. Yeah. Yeah. So then this is gonna end up looking like the other one, I think. Which is that it has a thumper, it's tall. Has a thumper to get us started. What? Why is everything so wrong here? What? Wait, what? No, you're there. This is the... It's not... Okay, that wasn't wrong. I've misread everything. That's... Honestly, this is the most unfamiliar looking stuff with this mod for some reason. I keep having trouble, like, interpreting what I'm seeing. So, SRB fires. And then we drop the SRB and switch over to the swivel. That is the swivel, isn't it? No, now the swivel's up here. God damn it. There we go. Drop it, switch over to the swivel. Then we would blow the fairing before we launched this guy. And then when we launch this guy, we could switch into that one implicitly. Okay, I think that's the staging. And so now this would be from sea level 800 meters per second plus 2600 meters per second, which is the 3400. Alright, but we would actually have a higher altitude. We'd be up like by 10 kilometers. when we got to altitude. So it would be more 28 plus 8, which would be 3,600. Which would be reasonable. And then we release it. We release this guy on his own. Oh, wait. No crossfeed. Oh, it doesn't have crossfeed. Okay. So then why don't I have Delta V for up here? Why do I not show Delta V for you? Because you've got LFO here. You've got your own little ant engine. What's your problem? Biznatch? Yeah, we show no Delta V. Fuel delivery does not cross into the next area, so it's not being sucked dry. I'm gonna say this is just some Kerbal Space Program nonsense. What's my problem? How long you got, says El Gabo. No. Kenneth already... Kenneth already brought their troubles to them. It's only one per live stream. My only concern is that, yeah, I'm not seeing Delta V for the top stage, which I absolutely should see the 1,000 meters per second of Delta V that's there. But these numbers are believable without that. Yeah. And we should be able to just confirm... by the way, let's rename this to Condor Delivery. Mark 1. And we'll... In fact, I should just call it what the other one is called. Save. Condor Delivery, Mark 1. And then I should be able to just... Okay. Oh, that's the reason why it's not reading correctly. I need to make you the root part. And now... it... still doesn't tell me the correct delta V. But we do have thrust to weight ratio now. And take this off. 770 meters per second in delta V is what it reports, but that's at altitude. In vacuum, 895, that's what we expect to see. Put you back on, you recalculate, and finally the numbers are correct. They are. They are. Now it registers it. Okay. Just have to, you know, futz with Kerbal Space Program to get it to be able to do math correctly. So, once more walking through it from sea level, what happened to our... Okay, so you're hiding down here. From sea level, we get 850 meters per second, let's say 800 meters per second, of DV off of the SRB. That delivers us to about 10 kilometers, where we have 2850. So we're talking about 3650 to 3700 delta V in the delivery stage, and then we've got another almost 1,000 on the probe itself when it's launched. I am so smart. I am so smart. I am so smart. SMRT. I mean SMART. Let's put some action group stuff together. We're going to need to be able to transmit. So, first off, collect all our science. Collect the redoable science, anyway. So, log temperature. Where's the barometers up here? Log pressure data. Run magnetometer report. And is that it? Or is there some kind of like probe report? I think that was a mod you used to run, used to do that. So then when I hit 2, we will transmit the data. Yeah. Okay. When I hit 9, we will extend our solar panels. When I hit 8, we will extend our antenna. We will toggle our antenna because we can. Who's this? Joe Fada, thank you for the follow. You don't know how many I am. I am 1, actually. You are correct. Never mind. I was gonna say a thing, but no, you're right. I am 1. I am 1 with all, for I am Risham Hangjanim of the Zen Buddhists. I got the Simpsons reference? Oh, you were referencing the Simpsons? It's not what happened. That's just a metaphor for beating his wife. Philip J. Fry. Yep. Thank you. Thank you, Andy. It's not. Let's see. What does he say? He says, that's not what happened, or no. He's not an astronaut. I think the full quote goes, he's not an astronaut. He's a television comedian. And he was just using space travel as a metaphor for beating his wife. Futurama. It was... You know, it's a weird thing, the way I feel about Futurama, because I think it was brilliant and great, and yet also, I don't think I ever want to watch it again. It's weird. It's like there's almost there was a lot of pain. They kicked you in the nuts with that show at various points. So there was some like with it. But there's also like a lot of episodes that they were funny to watch one time, and I feel like if I watched them again, I don't think they'd be as funny anymore. So there's only a few episodes that I would want to rewatch. The one where they go underwater with the spaceship to the lost city of Atlanta, that's pretty funny. And I love the thing like they're crashing down in the water with the spaceship, and I don't know, the hull is buckling or something, and Fry's like, how low can it go before it collapses? And he's like, well, it's a spaceship, so it's designed for 0 environments. I don't know, something like that. Damn it, I'm screwing it up. It's a really good delivery of, like, you know, the atmospheric pressure, we're now under the pressure of 7 atmospheres. It's like, how many atmospheres can it stand? Well, it's a spaceship, so it's designed for 0. Something like that. It's 0 to 1. Or not, I can't remember. Because of Futurama, I always name my moon rockets the Ralph Cramden series with the lander called Alice Cramden. Oh, that's funny. Well, it's a spaceship, so it can handle between 0 and 1 atmospheres. That's it. I hate when I can't exactly remember, you know, but it's the kind of, that's what the show of good comedy is, because the line was written so exactingly that if you don't get it just right, then you're losing some of the value of its punchline. And who can, like, you know, you got to be able to recall that right off the top of your head to get it right. It was written and performed. That's why it was written and performed. This will work. The Condor Delivery Mark 1 will deliver this, which is going to be our moon probe satellite majigger madoodle. It's not a satellite. It is a flyby vessel designed for capturing and transmitting back scientific data, as well as getting some nice pictures with the science cam as it passes. And we're going to burn our engines full at our closest pass to the moon and just send this thing solar as well. And hopefully it's got enough transmitting power to, you know, talk back to us from solar, and send us more data from way out there. I will, however, be using the Science Junior and Mystery Goo at the moon, because this is foremost a scientific moon mission. And in fact, I should write out what that is in our Kerbal contract here. So current mission, deliver. Well, no. Take scientific data from the moon. We're gonna get both low and high Yeah. So take scientific data from the moon on flyby. Then transition to solar to a solar trajectory. Something like that. That's the mission. I know what it is in my head, so that's what matters, I guess. A lot of the jokes are mathematical because there's like 6 out of 10 math engineering degrees across the Futurama writers. Really? Ever since learning that, I always joked that it takes far, far too much education to be a cartoon storyboard writer. Alright, this one's ready to go. This one is ready to go. So, we've been here for 2 hours and 4 minutes, and this isn't all we've done, in case you're like, Jesus, it takes that long to make a little stick rocket like that. No. The other thing that we did, we need to transfer to the spaceplane hangar. The other thing that we did was we spent about an hour, never mind that, we spent about an hour finishing touch on the white whale after our big recovery mission where we went out into the ocean offshore and actually brought our guys back. Realized that some of these tow bars were unnecessary, and we also needed some extra seating and a couple little things, and I went ahead and added a recovery arm, I guess, is what we're calling that. But that was the first hour. I spent 2 hours in KSP, and all I got to show for it is this phallus. This is El Gavoenzi. So, we are ready to launch the craft that we just made at the moon, which we will do after this live stream break. I'm going to take a 7-minute live stream break so I can get a drink and, hit the head or do whatever it is I do during... You don't need to know what I do during my live stream breaks, okay? Back the fuck up. But I also don't need to know what you do during your live stream breaks so you can do those things and then meet me back here. We just finished the mission where we went solar and then we came back, we recovered our guys. We're not allowed to launch again for 14 days. So when we come back from the live stream break, I guess we have to wait. I think it's going to be like day 75. I think we got back on day 60, 61. Something like that. Maybe it was day 60. We'll go till day 60, 76. We'll just warp to it. We won't do any ground missions. We'll just get to the point, roll another joint, and let the radio play. The great thing about KSP YouTube videos is the fast forward button during build montages. There we go. All right. Wow, I feel like I'm sitting very low in the shot there. If I just... I'm much taller now. Meet me back here in 7 minutes, and we will launch this damn thing, and we will find out what the moon is about, in case you didn't know. Which, it's mainly about, spousal abuse, is what I'm pretty sure. In the meantime, enjoy this C-Lab 2020 cover of the song Fishin' Hole, performed by me. Don't go anywhere, Pawn, not out.
Hurry now, don't be late, sun is out, the water's great, grab some crickets and a worm, gonna make the girlies squirm. Lottie Lynn, Lucy Lou, I'm whipping up a stew, over there's Charlie Brown, he's passed out on the ground, man, that fishing is out of sight. Come on down the fishing hole, grab your fishing hole, get on down the fishing hole. Come on down the fishing hole, grab your fishing hole, get on down the fishing hole. Come on down the fishing hole, grab your fishing pole, get on down the inside. You'll say you have the time for me. Say that you're alive for me. All the while I know I see that you only lie to me. As you drift and mouth the gate, got enough need to facilitate starvation's far away. While you mobilize the oxygen to my brain, you'll say you have the time for me. Say that you're alive for me. All the while I know I see that you only lie to me. You're my erythrocyte, heavy iron and the RNA. You are my suicide, heaven on the way when I'm inside. You'll say you have the time for me. Say that you're alive for me. All the while I know I see that you only lie to me. You'll say you have the time for me. Say that you're alive for me. All the while I know I see that you only lie to me. Yeah.
Hello, I am the Ronan Bond, and welcome to Twitch.tv. Welcome back to Twitch.tv/Ronan Bond livestream on Twitch.tv/Ronan Bond. We're Kerbal Space Programming today, as we're doing pretty much every day for a while, I'm pretty sure. I'm having a good time doing these streams and doing things the way that I want to do them. Wait a second. What's the little red line there? I can barely see. The green glasses really extract red. So I'm like, oh, there's a faint red. Oh, no, it's not faint. It's right there. That's interesting. So it's showing you the connection between relays and then the connection back to the surface of Kerbin. What? What is this? These must be missions that are being proposed by ScanSat or something, because Gene Kerman does not have the ability to propose us squads missions anymore. But yeah, this must be... I should shut that down too. I don't want to see any of this either. I will make up the... You think this is a good mission? Come on. We're going to the moon. Damn it. That's Minmus. We're going to the moon, damn it. Is what I was saying. Oh. Good, we've made the mission. We made them go away. Hooray. Wait. What? Why do they appear when I've got the relays selected? But if I go to the moon... I guess that's just how it works. Reaction systems and experimental engineering group. Just so that I know, I can tell myself that I understand what the hell's going on here. Shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up. Attach a new part to a satellite, do a complex scan, repair a satellite. For reaction systems. For experimental engineering group. Yeah. Okay. At least I know what they're about, or where they're coming from anyway. What are we doing? Who's in charge here? What the hell is happening? How does this look, by the way? The new webcam settings. Is it? I have to have a look at this. Give me a second. I'm going to put it on the big screen. I look like I've got a healthy color to me, I suppose. I don't love, you know, how I look at 185 pounds. I'm not thrilled with it. The beard is, I don't know if it's helping or hurting. What are you gonna do, you know? What are you gonna do? Get rid of this. Alright, so what we're doing, I remember now. We're launching a vessel at the moon. And we've already made the vessel, and now we just need to, you know, use the vessel. So, it should be Condor Delivery. Mark 1. Only 26 parts, too. I'm shocked. I'm shocked at, every time that we launch one of these things, I'm like, it took so long to build, it's so complicated, and it's like, no, it's just you futs. The game tells me, no, you just futs. You futs. You have to have everything in a certain way. It's got to be balanced to micrometer, micrometer, the milanometer. That's it. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry I missed that for a minute. I meant the milanometer. So yeah, we're gonna launch a vessel toward the moon. It has a scientific payload that's gonna return everything to us, it's gonna transmit it back, no physical return, and we're gonna send this to the moon, and then we're gonna fly it past the moon, and just keep going, and see where it happens to, you know, end up in the solar system. That's the plan. And we should try and get as much science as we can. On the way, we can transmit back some science. We missed low, the last time that we launched a craft that was scientific, we didn't get low atmospheric flight data. So we can get that this time. SAS on. What? No operational SAS modules, and no pilots aboard, so cannot engage SAS. The Probodyne doesn't even do SAS. I mean, I know it comes with no reaction wheels, but it don't even do SAS. You're the one who decided to put the friggin' the Stay Putnik. Little Stay Putnik on there, you did. Throttle to full then, I guess. Houston, could we have a countdown?
Yeah, Pawn. Thank you, by the way, for fixing my comms so that when I stop talking, I don't continue to broadcast the fuzz sound. But when I do start talking, it comes back. Thanks for that. Thanks so much.
No problem, Houston. I got your back, buddy.
In 3, 2, 1, fire!
I did not look at the TWR on this at all. Oops. I'm just realizing now that I didn't I didn't do my job in terms of, like, balancing out the TWR. It's always when it happens for me, is when I suddenly realize, oh wait, there was something that... Isn't there someone you were supposed to kill? A Mr. Smiley? A Mr. Edgar Smiley? As soon as we go to launch, that's when I remember, oh right, I was supposed to have done a thing. If any launch is going to go poorly, it will be this one, because I feel like I'm not entirely here for it, number one. Not entirely present. Yeah. And we do not have stability systems. We do not have SAS. Yeah, it was feeling pretty bad. Look at how high we are, and it's still, like, affecting me? Come on. Come on. I should be able to, like, turn us over now and fly in the direction that I want to fly. Because we're so high. High in the sky. Just like a dragonfly. God damn it. This is a scrubbed launch. We might need to give it a, well, we could just give it some fins, but I think what we really need is, a probe that can do a little SAS for us. Yeah, like I said, I felt like I wasn't present. I was just hitting the buttons and we were gonna go. And, I cannot get this thing to stay anywhere near its prograde. Hey, there we go. Come on. Come on. Yeah, no, I get it. We can't, we won't, it don't stop. We have made it to space. Fuck it, we're going. I don't know if we're gonna hold that. We've got an apoapsis that gets us to 75 kilometers. We've got another 1,000 meters per second of delta V on the probe. So there is that. I mean, I don't think it's not making it to the moon. But I'm gonna fly it out. I'm gonna see it through. And I feel like we should take the loss here. We should take the accept the cost that we just, you know, we put it up there, it wasn't ready. Needed some fins or some SAS. I needed to control the thrust-to-weight ratio thoughtfully, which I didn't do. There were a lot of problems there. All right, we're entering space as of now. Let's go ahead and drop that. And actually, we can just go ahead and drop to the next. Yeah. We'll just move on to this guy. We do have monoprop. Yeah, we've got monoprop, so we do have some authority here. And I've just switched to fine controls. Oh, okay. And let's just go. Oh god. Yeah, this isn't this will take years in the first place. We're already past our apoapsis. So, let's go ahead and take some scientific scans, I guess, then. We've already collected all this data previously. So it's worth nothing to anyone. I can try and transmit it anyway. Well, yeah, we're back in atmosphere. Let's go ahead and put out the whole thing, and then try and transmit. There we go. We might as well get a you know, test of all the other systems out of this. Yeah, we neither had SAS nor had we reaction wheels, now that I think about it. And now that I realize that, I think in my head I was still thinking that we did have reaction wheels, which no we didn't. No, we didn't. I'm technically still raising the periapsis. It makes... I'm surprised that we haven't had all of our equipment ripped off of the craft yet. In fact, might as well pull the comms back in. It doesn't seem to be doing that, even though I hit the button again, twice. I swear we put toggle on there. Alright, never mind. There we go, we lost one of them. We lost the other, then we lost that. So our lifter stage needs a lot more stability. Let's conduct a materials study. From Kerbin's upper atmosphere. We never got that before. Yeah, what the hell? Let's observe some mystery goo. Okay. Can we transmit data just from you? Doesn't seem as though we can, no. The Communitron is dead. This piece of shit Probodyne Staputnik doesn't have even a basic communication. I can't imagine what the hell that's useful for. CurbNet access. Yeah, no ability to transmit there. Let's go ahead, maybe we can save the you know, and counteract our speed on descent, and, whoa. I'm pretty sure that's not how that's supposed to look, huh? Maybe we can keep it from exploding on impact. Save some of this equipment. This valuable scientific equipment. Have I got enough liquid fuel to continue burning from here? I should think so. Oh, we can test the camera. This camera is just good. It doesn't have any like weirdness to it like most of the other cameras do. Yeah, science cam is just kind of normal. Okay. So 90 meters per second into water, we should be fine. We were fine. All right. So that's yeah. We need to do that again, but better, but gooder this time. We could just put a reaction wheel unit on the thing. That might be the simplest, like, and then it works kind of a setup there. Just cost us $13,000 to have that accident. But to give ourselves control, you've done so much here around this stupid ass Staputnik that you were like, I want it for the theming for in my headcanon and blah blah blah. If I just put this here, we're immediately like able to fly, except for that we still don't have SAS capability. So if I switch out to, you know, the Octo 2, because it is the lightest weight, still doesn't come with any SAS or anything like that. We're bringing our own SAS. It's fine. This is overpowered, really. If I swap out, it's just a lot of, like, you know, changing things. Wait. We did have an inline reaction wheel. But my whole point was to do RCS instead with this guy. Yeah, you weren't supposed to exist anymore. Alright, well, can I have the Science Junior be the center? And then I yank this off, and I yank this off, and I yank you off. I don't use these clips of me saying things. He just kept saying that he was gonna yank it off. I don't know. We do some absolute rotation snapping. Is this absolute? Yeah, it's absolute. Straight up and down. And then dead in the middle. And then we counterbalance the camera and the U. But I think at this point we could probably do it like this. Which direction does Cam read here? It won't really matter. We'll only be using it to, like, look at the moon as we pass, so that should be fine. Okay, so now we have a probe core that can use SAS, can hold SAS. We've added an inline stabilizer that is appropriate to the size of the craft. I need to control our thrust to weight ratios and stuff like that, which is another reason why things went haywire. We were going too fast too quickly in the lower atmosphere. So we reduced the TWR from 1.6 to 1.26 is fine. I'll come up a little bit. I don't mind like a 1.3, 1.27, whatever. And then for you, what's the TWR when I switch over to liquid fuel? It should not be that high. Let's reduce from 2 times. So let's say a 1.6 or something is probably what we'll have built up to on the SRB. A 1.55, a 1.6. I'm happy to go with the 1.55. I think I want the 1.6. 158 is close enough, he says, and then keeps adjusting. There's 161. Let's go for 76.5. Doesn't have to be exact, just so long as it's exact. 1.59 is as close as I can get. Fine. So that'll be a better going upping. And then we'll edit the fairing so as to close it a lot sooner. It doesn't need to be that tall anymore. And since we did have the issue, might as well throw some fins on. Ooh, what'll it hurt? A couple of fins back here. I mean, we made it on the SRBs. It was when we switched to the liquid fuel. Yeah, which means you don't need the fins. The SRBs was fine. When we drop, we switch to the liquid fuel, and both are... We'll be using SAS, so it'll be okay. It'll be able to hold itself. Craft is still as capable as it was before. Make sure that the action groups still make sense. Custom 1 still has log, all of those things in it. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, and then I had noticed toggle antenna didn't work. I was pressing 8 to toggle antenna and it wouldn't come back in after I had opened it. Toggle is supposed to open and then close if you hit it again. That's how the damn thing's supposed to work. Alright, so we're on to Condor Delivery Mark II. And I think this one's ready to put onto the pad, and I think it will actually fly this time. that was our first failure in this program. You got to see it, our first, like, launch failure, where shit just didn't work out, yo. So you're 1.28 off the pad, then I switched to altitude, and yeah, we need a lot less. We need a lot less on the thrust limiting here. I was about to launch again. Wrongly. 1.62 is fine by me. There we go. Save. And put her out on the panel. Let's try it again. Let's not lose another $15,000 to engineering designs. I'm going to blame the boys down at the lab for that one. Okay, so SAS on, which we can do now, and throttle to full. And Houston, could we get a countdown?
Didn't we just do this? Am I hallucinating again?
No, you are correct, Houston. We did just do this. It didn't work.
Oh, what a surprise.
Okay, everything else that we launched has worked, so it was a surprise, so your joke isn't even funny.
All of my jokes are funny. In 3, 2, 1, fire!
Okay. Okay, there we go. Sometimes hitting F3 just doesn't actually work, is the problem for me. Sometimes that's why we got stuck. I have to watch it very carefully if I'm going to do the Houston thing. In and out. Okay. I'm banking us down the ball. Let's go ahead and get docking mode up. No, maneuver, no. Banking us down the ball. Early here. Halfway through the solid fuel. 2,500 meters per second. Above Kerbin. I'm going to go ahead and say, hold your prograde. So just hold it, just follow it as we go. We are throttled to full for this transition. For the dropping of the solid fuel. The SRB. And we switch. 13 kilometers on the apoapsis. Much less problematic. Launch this time. No. I was trying to pull us a little bit off of the prograde there to try and right our equatorial launch, because it isn't quite right. We need to get a little bit higher before I do that, is what I'm seeing now. I'll tilt down, because we're going up a little bit too fast. We are now at 20 kilometers. I should be able to get outside of the prograde bubble a little. For Christ's sake. A lot, in fact. 46 kilometers on the apoapsis. Definitely not my most efficient launch. I'm gonna turn down hard at this point, since apparently I can. I am allowed to do so. And we came up way too fast. Alright. We're at 37, 38 kilometers, apoapsis 63. Pushing hard equatorial, pushing hard on the horizon. 66, 67 on the apoapsis. We're going to go up to 72 or something. We'll stay pretty low. Okay, killing the engine at 72. Following prograde to minimize our drag. And we've still got 1,100 meters per second of delta V in the tanks. So, much better launch this time. F5ing for safety. Warping a little bit higher here. And we'll drop our fairing next. Hey, the moon's up here with us. We've been blessed. Okay, we're in space. I'm dropping the fairing. Fairing away. Not going to deploy anything. Going to continue, well, we're just going to continue to circularization, because that's actually where we're going. And it's behind us right now, so how would we ever get there? Looks like we're coming up on our apoaps pretty quick here, so let me start burning. Yep, and now let me hold this out in front of our apoapsis a bit. Well, hold the apoapsis in front of us, rather. Okay, it wants to run away. That's a good sign. Periapsis is coming up now. Reducing speed. And we have circularization. So 72 and 76. We're at quite a wonky inclination here, which isn't going to help us any getting to the moon, necessarily. I mean, it might. It's not. Set the target, thank you. It won't. We can correct that, and I suppose we might as well then. We just go to an ascending or a descending node. We've got an ascending node right here, and we can fix it. We've got 377 meters per second of delta V remaining to be able to fix it. You know what? Let's not fix it, because it's easier and less costly to fix something like that once we get away from the gravity well of Kerbin. So let's just keep blowing out to try and get to the height of the moon. And do I have the ability to create maneuver nodes? Not that I need it, but wouldn't it be nice? It'd be interesting. Switch to... No. I can't create a maneuver, but we've upgraded the... What do I have to upgrade to make maneuver nodes? Mission control, don't we? We probably need to upgrade mission control. Let's do it. Let's do upgrade mission control then. By the way, let's deploy everything. And let's do a camera test. So give me a radial in. And test camera. That is definitely Kerbin beneath us. Okay. With this deployment, is there anything that we could take from here that we haven't taken before? I don't think so. F5, and let's go through the tracking station, back to the Space Center, and let's pay the money to unlock the mission control so that I can make maneuver nodes. I'm pretty sure that's what we lack, because we've already upgraded the tracking station to level 2. So mission control, it says it'll just increase our active contracts, but I swear that's what we need to do in order to... We've also upgraded R&D, like, it's gotta be this, right? And then we can make... It costs $75,000. Flight planning available. There you go. You mouse over it. The user interface design choices here are so legible. Alright, upgrade for $75K. I've done the thing. Back out to the craft, and, you know, I wanted to be able to. I could have just put the moon on the edge of Kerbin and blown toward it. I can, you know, I can even make the adjustment mid-flight with a normal or an anti-normal burn once we get away from it. We did the speed run for you know, for going to min-miss and stuff like that. I'd just be repeating those steps. But I want to make a maneuver node. Seems appropriate for this situation. Okay, so out to the map. And we've got the moon targeted. It's over there. Let's add a maneuver node. And then let's blow that out. Get kind of above everything. Drag it a little bit to the right, I think. Yep. So leaving there. Take a lot of delta V off of this. And then if I switch over to here, we can make little nudges. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I will want Where's my node now? Switched over so I could see, but I wanna make adjustments on the node. That's the node, thank you. This is why I wanted to do it, because I haven't done it so long I don't necessarily remember how it's done. Periapsis. See how close we get. So right about here is where we're as close as we're going to get, and then we add some delta V to it. And then a little bit more, and a little bit more, and a little bit more. I want to get low. Get low, get low. Okay. And then we can reduce the scale of our changes. Back up a little bit, and look at that. That is low at the moon right there, if we were to do that. And that's without changing our inclination at all, because the moon's such a big old suck-in kind of a guy. So we need 858.2 meters per second of delta V. We have 980 in the secondary craft, but it's going to be a long burn from the secondary guy. So this is actually going to be a weird burn to commit here, because we're going to start it with this and then switch over to the other one, and it's going to be rather odd. Let's get on our prograde and head to this node. Burn time is 2 minutes and 52 seconds. Yeah. Not the beginning of it, but the end of it is going to be 2 minutes and 52 seconds. So we want to start the burn at 1 minute and 25-ish is when we would like to do this. Okay. So node in T-3, when we see node in T-125, that's when we want to start burning. T-1, 35, find the prograde, and we'll start burning just slightly early, as we're going to drop this stage. And go on the next stage. RCS to hold prograde now. That's all we've got for our monoprop. Or for our, yeah. And it doesn't look like it's using too much of it. So, okay, we are go. We are go. It's rather dark out here. It's seeable, though. Yeah, no. See, every time I feel like I've adjusted this so many times, and it just doesn't care. Just all of them, save to defaults, doesn't matter. Okay, how we doing? We're a-pushing. I think it's telling me that I should be burning down here, but I'm going to ignore and just burn prograde. We can always make a corrective inclination change. Midway, if it were actually needed, but I don't think it'll be needed. I think the moon is such a huge-ass gravity well that it just takes care of itself. Why are you... showing me that, like I want it up forever. Because it's here, it got selected there somehow. Understood. 230 meters per second of delta V remaining left to burn in order to hit our moon periapsis, our desired periapsis of very, very incredibly goddamned low. And then look at where we'll head. Just out, just gone. Not worried about where it's gonna go. We're just sending it. Full send, baby. 590 meters per second of delta V left in the tanks, 175 left to commit. And a nice view like this as it comes up. $150 meters per second burn remaining. And I'm going to have to stop this now. What? Kerbal periapsis? RCS off. I'll just throw it away. There's the moon periapsis, thank you. Continue. I'm now doing a slow burn because I'm worried that we're off of where we should be. I don't want to waste the delta V. As long as we're still descending. But like at a certain significant rate. Like it seems to be slowing down a lot now. So I'm going to stop there and say that that's our close enough burn for right now, and then we'll adjust it mid-flight, which we will do when. Because now's the best time to make speed if you need speed. Yeah, I'm concerned. I'm going to drop this maneuver node. We'll get there, one way or the other. But I feel like the moon periapsis. I feel like burning forward is just wasteful. Pure forward, anyway. Actually, yeah, we can leave RCS on, we just turn SAS on and off, kind of a thing. Let me just go out here and see what happens if I add a maneuver this ways. This direction. Yeah, I just wanted to focus the view. And then my maneuver node reopens. And so that's what adding prograde does, but adding back up to 10. And one of you 456 439. Prograde is still the most powerful burn. And that just doesn't matter. Okay, so just burning prograde. Is still the thing. I was concerned because of our, wonky orbit that just burning prograde was going to be a bit wasteful. But we can just continue burning prograde from exactly where we are right now. SAS back on, find me prograde. Watch our monoprop reserves. What are you doing? Seem to be having trouble finding the prograde. I see. It's one of those... I think I understand. It's one of those things where it's like because of the angle... Yeah, and you're burning an incredible amount to try and make it happen that you really shouldn't be burning. Let's go. And SAS off. Before you destroy all of my monoprop. So there we go. We're going out at a horrendous nonsense, direction. Where's it headed? Who's to say? Apparently. Let's not do that. Let's correct this so that we are going elliptical. So then our next burn is, somewhere in here. Let's head back to the ship. Here, add maneuver. And then to make this not stupid. It's a normal burn. Yeah, and it's not much, and it gets us down to something. So we'll just wait for that, and then we'll do some kind of a burn out there on the normal in order to settle things down a bit. F5 from here. Out to map mode. Say goodbye to Kerbin. In fact, can I do the old warp 2? Warp to next maneuver? What's that? That adds a clock for it. Warp next? Like, I'm pretty sure that gets it done, but that's not... Don't worry about it, Kerbal. Don't you worry about it. Wow. And then the alarm clock doesn't go away if you click on it again. Wow, this game, man. They finished it. Alright, so somewhere out here, we want a burn on the normal. I will do the RCS steering, thank you. So that you don't just waste it all. And now SAS to the normal if you can. And let's burn. Okay, I let off the... Okay, now that got us a little bit too flat. I think we're no longer, yeah, we're going out too low. Stop throwing away the monoprop. Damn it. The anti-normal. SES. We'll lift this back up. I'm doing it by eye. I can't think of where in the in here I would look to find out my exact where I would find what I want out of this thing. SAS anti-normal. Stop wasting RCS. That's our real escape. Jesus Christ! Who just destroyed my heart valves? Mr. Vat Nadal! Welcome back to the Big Dick Club. 66 months? Is it 66? I think it says 66 months, so welcome back, Satan. You scared the shit out of me. Just waking everybody up at about 4 or 5 a.m. People who fell asleep with this thing on and then... Hey, I'm the guy who, you know, set it up to blast us like that. So this looks flat. In terms of, like, knowing my inclination in relation to the station of the creation, I don't know, but it looks flat. So that's what we're going for. It looks flat, because it says a 6-degree inclination in reference to what? It looks a lot flat. It wasn't changing at a rate that... Fucking goddamn it. Ah. I thought the first one was bad. Mr. Vatnadal gifting 10 subs. Oh, God. You know what that means. This. 9 more times. Mr. Vatnadal, thank you for the 10 gift subs, in addition to your own resubscription. Jesus. And hello, Moises Farias on YouTube. Welcome to, you know, our waking everyone up who fell asleep watching me playing Kerbal Space Program. And then this stuff. Who's getting all of these subs? I'm guessing unlicensed streamer. You just said yay. I don't know. It doesn't tell me in any of my overlays. Thank you so much, Mr. Vatnadal. And 10 subs. Like, do we have like a good number now? Been a lot of gift subs lately. It might look like I'm some kind of, like I make a living at this or something, which is my main income. But I don't make a living at it. But we could start convincing people we should raid somebody later. To try and fool them. So are we still coming at the moon the way that we intended? Nope, we're gonna slam dead into it. Brilliant. Beautiful. Let's not do that. We want to come into the moon, but we want to be low over the moon when we do. So I need a little bit more prograde. Let's go oh wait, no, prograde's over here. I see it. And since the SAS is so disrespectful of my monoprop resources, I'm doing it by hand. So we get really close, and then I do it. Alright, now... Okay, that's not actually accomplishing the goal. More prograde is not getting us there. We need to blow out radial from here, apparently. Wow, this is getting more and more complicated as time goes on. That's a normal. I want a radial. Damn, it just keeps coming. This is a radial. Is it the correct radial? It would be radial out is what I want. I don't know which symbol that would be on this thing. I'm going to SAS and then I'm going to say radial out. Yes, that's what it is. Okay, just stop then. Okay, just hold this. And then I think it's radial out that we want in order to not slam into the moon. And indeed... There we go. We are now not slamming into the moon. Stop it. We're in all my monoprop. There we go. 10 kilometers. However, our exit profile does look shit again. Boy, doesn't it look shit again. So, it's just a little touchy. I'm going to try one more. Would that be normal or anti-normal? We're coming in. We want to drive it up to go down, so it should be a normal burn, I would think. I'm going to try one more little normal burn, and this time I'm going to pay attention to our periapsis. Our mooner periapsis, and see how that's changing as we attempt to burn this to exit flatter. Say yes. Just hold. Yeah, it's lowering. But if I burn here, just a little bit off it, sort of toward. This is it. This is good. This is what we want, I think. A little bit closer. Almost flat. I think I might like that. We want to head off at least at a, you know, reasonable equatorial, seemingly equatorial move. And I think I've finally put it in at the moon. Alright. Yeah, damn. Thank you, Mr. Vetnadal, for the 10 subs plus your own, which I think makes like 13 or so. It's still going off a little bit. This is as close as we're going to get. And now, since we are in space high over Kerbin, and we've got electric charge, hopefully we've got enough for transmitting all this. That's something you should have calculated. Do we have enough to be able to transmit all of our stuff? Let's take in all of our reproducible readings. So, in space high over Kerbin is worth 67.5. Kerbin's magnetic field is weaker out here, but still easily detectable, and this instrument maps the field fluctuations as they radiate into deeper space. Okay. Measuring the temperature of space appears to be quite impossible. Well, then shut up. How can you start out by saying that, and then continue with that paragraph as long as it is? The instrument reads 0 as if it were in a vacuum. That's the temperature? No, that's the atmospheric pressure. Whatever. None of the non-repeatable science are we taking from this height. So now the question is, F5, can we transmit all of this data on 105 electric charge? I think this might be a problem, the magnetometer boom. Let's find out. Uploading data. No. Not enough electric charge. But we did send something in full. So that would have been that was the major concern on launching something like this that completely missed me. I was like, we don't need that much electric charge, we'll be able to make it, regenerate it, which clearly we can. But for the sake of being able to transmit home, we needed more electric charge on this thing. 200, maybe even 500 extra. And that's, with the Probodyne, which brings its own electric charge, 5 of them. So there's 5 anyway. Alright, we're completely full again. I'm going to try to transmit one more time. Okay. We were able to transmit the rest of it on the second attempt. So we can transmit all of the data. I think that's the way that it works. It's just we have to do it in batches. We can't transmit it all at once. I have to transmit one and then transmit the other, wait for a recharge, at least for those rechargeable items. Science Junior, Mystery Goo, I won't know until we get there. But F5, the main portion of this mission is, the main thing is getting the pictures of the moon as we pass. On the dark side, we're going to be in the shadow of the moon when we get there. Is that what? And we're going to have a camera that we can look at the dark, and it's not even a night vision camera. This mission could have been planned slightly better. I feel like that's maybe. Let's see. I'm warping now. I'm warping ahead. When we enter high over the moon, we'll take some new science. Okay. We are in the moon's sphere of influence for the first time in this Kerbal Space Program playthrough. Where's the moon? Should be somewhere around here. Where's Kerbin, for that matter? I'm going to guess the view is wrong. Yeah. There's the moon. There's Kerbin. Excellent. Again F5? Might as well. And let's take these scans again. This time I'm going to transmit this data. Magnetometer report, 105. I'm going to transmit you. In fact, can I? That's fine. Go ahead and try and transmit it. Not enough electric charge. We only got to 30% on attempting to transmit that, too. These two will be fine. But what I could do is try and aim us more. Yeah, fight me, SAS. Waste more of my monoprop, please. Aim our panels more at the sun. RCS off. Electric charge is almost restored.
We are many, you are but one.
So I'm not requiring complete, is the thing. Truck Guy Reed, thank you for the follow. I think we just can't. I think we have to just live with this. But let's go ahead and transmit this now. And that was fine. I think we can probably transmit the other one without even waiting for the refill on the electricity, but it comes in so fast, I'll wait to be sure. 105 again. Try the next. Ooh, that actually did take quite a bit more to send that in. Okay, another big oversight in this mission that I gotta remember for next time that we run a mission like this. The electric charge needs to be relative to the size of, like, what you think you're gonna need, or if there's a way to calculate it in, you know, outside of the game, get out your fucking spreadsheet and your abacus. It's Kerbal Space Program. If we can figure it out, I gotta pack the electricity on there with the idea of I'm transmitting science back, how much electric do I need to be able to make that happen? But let's get down to low mooner orbit for our last science grab, as well as to take some nice pictures in the dark. Okay, we're gonna get a lot faster as we come in at the moon. In fact, what's our view like right now? Our camera's pointed in the wrong direction. This is our camera. We're looking through our science cam right now. And there's our view of the moon. We're collecting imagery as we continue along this mission, in our headcanon anyway. Back out to the craft. And where are we? Reference to the moon. Let's get a little bit closer. Why do you keep switching out of orbital? I've got a little mod in here that's supposed to, like, improve Kerbal Space Program's, like, camera systems and remember, like, what mode you should be in a certain area, and boy, is it not doing the job that it's advertised to do. When is low over the moon? That's my question. Before we get behind it and can't generate any more electricity. That's the wrong one. That's the right one. I'm going to point at the sun and the moon. And first we get some camera shots. Okay, good. And now, did you do it again? Did you leave orbital mode? You did. Wow. Fuck me, huh? Let's take some reproducible data and see if we're still in space high. So reset the experiment. I need to get lower. We're gonna have to, like, collect the data and then try and transmit it when we get to the other side of things, I think is how this is gonna work. Oh, Jesus! Ah! Okay. We're still getting low. Alright, how's our... Hey! Our camera is okay because of reasons. This is good. This is good. We're getting some nice scientific something we can tell ourselves. Alright. Collect some data. Space near the moon. Indeed we are. So we're just gonna collect it all. Bang, bang, bang. Collected. We're going to do a materials study. The high radiation environment caused a few of the samples to glow. Looks like it would be fun to paint the rocket with this. Thank you. And then observe mystery goo. In space near the moon. Feels right at home here. Okay, that's all of the science that we can do, right? I do believe so. And meanwhile, getting some great shots of the moon. Damn. This is the boom's in the way. Let's go ahead and retract the boom. Boom in the shot. Boom in the shot. Greg, the boom's in the shot. There we go. Let's point more directly down at the moon as we pass. There you go. Getting some great dark side of the moon photography in the night. That was a hell of a mission you plotted out there, Pawn. Yeah, really considered all of the facets. We don't have enough electricity. We're on the wrong side of the moon at the wrong time of the day. But hey, you know, if Kerbal were giving us these missions, it would be satisfied, so we're going to be satisfied ourselves. And good morning, everyone. It's morning on the moon. It's morning on the moon. We carry a harpoon, but there ain't no whales, so we tell tall tales and sing a whaling tune. We are now in a position where we could try to transmit some data. So F5 from here. Get me out of this camera view. Roll me out. Is this a reasonable position? I think we need to put our solar panels more into the wind. Seems like that probably wouldn't matter, but it can. It can be the difference. Okay, I would like to review our data and transmit it then. Let's start with the temperature. That's an easy one to do. Review data, collected and recorded from space near the moon, transmit. Easy transmission, did not consume too much of our data, or our electricity there. I'm going to do a quick time warp just so that we stop rolling. And now review our pressure data, and we're going to transmit that as well. This one sucks through 65 of our resources, I think, of our electric resources in order to transmit that. Hey. Pretty moon stuff underneath us. This is just not gonna transmit, we're certain of that. Let's find out if the mystery goo, you know, takes more electricity than we brought. Review the data. Let's transmit it home. Yeah, go ahead and do it. We successfully transmitted the mystery goo data. It took less than the pressure data, the barometer. What about the Science Junior? No, that big old Science Junior. Is that going to transmit home all right? Review the data. Transmit the data. Here we go. Go ahead and do it. Nope. We got to 69 nice percent of the transmission though. So there's that. Are you proud? And then this one's gonna be the worst of them all. I think maybe 30-40% of the transmission will make it back. After I wait for our electric reserves to refill. Alright. Review data and transmit. And 39. So about 40% of that actually made it back. Alright. Hey, what are you gonna do? It was a learning opportunity, let's say. Pretend. Let's get as many photographs of the moon as we can. Now that we've transmitted all the data that we can. There you go. We're recording for posterity. And so next stop is solar. Next stop is leaving the SOI of Kerbin, actually. Oh, I forgot we were supposed to let a certain number of days pass before we launch this one, so we gotta do it afterwards, because I forgot again. We got rules about that. Oh, hello. I use temporal anti-aliasing, so some stuff like this, it gets like really weird about that. Can I... I quite like the idea of, you know, we fired this probe up here. And now we're leaving the neighborhood of the moon. Goodbye, moon! We keep our cameras pointed at it. Ish. Okay, about halfway out. Hey! Now there's a shot, actually. That's a shot. F5. And we slowly but surely time warp away. Am I time warping away? Okay, fastly but surely we time warp away. Oh, the moon ate the... Oh no, it's still there, okay. Look at that! Oh, I love it when they're like just about the same size. It's like, which orbit's which? That's great. Alright, keep going. Whoa, 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 whoa. Alright, let's just watch from here now.
We are many, you are but one.
Thank you for the follow, Poodmond. Poodmond. That's fun to say. Poodmond. Wow, look at... Are the stars moving more, like, than the planets are? Hang on, where am I? Have I left Kerbin's SOI? Not quite, we're almost there. We're F2. We're almost out of the SOI, the sphere of influence of Kerbin itself. I was supposed to use, I was gonna burn all my fuel at the periapsis of the moon to get the biggest kick out into the solar system that we could, but you know why I didn't? We're sitting on 420 meters per second. Galactic time. We're about to go solar. for the first time. Ah, I think we just went solar. And I think the camera mode just snapped us to a non-orbital. There we go. We're solar now. And there's Kerbin. Talk about a pale blue dot. Way back there. Let's take some more data and see if we can still transmit. Stop warping. Yep. In space, high over the sun. Instrument reads 0 as if it were in a vacuum. Doesn't it, though? Let's just transmit. Made it home. Good. Where's the sun and where's our panels? It could be better. We're gonna need to be recharging. More like this. And the easiest way to stop that is just with a time warp. And now transmit the temperature scan. Thank you. And now you, sir, run... Wait. Can I just continue transmitting this data then? Wait. So back to the Science Junior. Review the data. Transmit again. Yes. 69. Okay, it won't actually make it all the way back, so it won't let me transmit it at all. I don't want to require full transmission, which I'm not. Require complete. Allow partial. Okay. So it's showing me the setting that is active as opposed to when you click here. This is why user interface design matters, kids. Allow partial. Let's transmit this again. The UI is confusing, says Pudman. Oh, I'm missing a bunch of messages from Pudman. A total eclipse of the heart. I mean Kerbin, indeed. You can turn on partial transmit mode, which will continue to charge and transmit as the batteries refill from 0. Thank you, yes. I thought I was already, like, doing that. I don't know. Are we recharged? We are. Transmit the magnetometer report from space near the moon. Okay, not enough charge. But slowly but surely, we are transmitting this data. That means we missed out on magnetometer reports from high over Kerbin and high over the moon as well. Because I thought like the amount that it was showing was like, well, you got 69% of it. That's what I thought was going on there. It's been a long time since I interacted with any of these systems, and they never were particularly legible. The whole, like, transmission and comm system and everything like that is literally you need spreadsheets to do calculations for you if you want to know ahead of time what you're actually going to need in any given situation. Alright, run this report for solar now. And while you're running that, just keep that, because I need to transmit the Mooner, the material study of the moon. Got all of our charge back. Go ahead. There we go. We get up to 69. Nice. No, 76. Ah, it ruins it. Two, and finally 100%. Okay, and now we can re-review the data that's here, and this is over the sun, and we'll transmit this back. Oh, I didn't wait for it to at least get a full charge before I did that. Derp. I made that spreadsheet. Drove me mad, says Pudman. Oh my god! I've used that spreadsheet in the past. I remember your name from the damn spreadsheet now. Looking at the things and like, oh, well, if it's tier 1, then this, and there's a multiplier on the thing, and then, but have you got 1 or 2 of the antennas on the craft, and it doubles, but then there's a diminishing return statistic that needs to go into it, and oh my God. Who made this and thought, let's put it in a game? Like, all right, if it's the real world, fair enough. But like the way that the base system of comms works in Kerbal Space Program is the way that the modders should have come in and made it like super realistic, you know? Not, it shouldn't be like this from the outside. Yeah, I've come back to that spreadsheet twice. Gotten it downloaded. Both times, like, I use it, and then I get to a certain point, and I'm like, no one should have had to do this. I'm gonna stop caring. But thank you, Poodman, for making that, because I have gotten my use out of it. Right up until I just got so frustrated, I'm like, nah. The cons system is so user-unfriendly, it's crazy. No explanation on how it works. Yeah, it's the trying to get the data in-game to... It's a lot of stuff in Kerbal Space Program is definitely like, have you got your graphing calculator ready? And, you know, a browser open to a Wikipedia page. Unlicensed Streamer says, I like how the KSP2 team made a hyper-detailed video on sound design, but released an unplayable game. I didn't see. I wasn't following the development. I never really believed it would come to pass. But I was hoping. I also didn't, I wasn't like, you know, thinking that I just didn't believe it would happen. It wasn't that I was like actively in any of my opinions. I checked my heart and my gut and it said, this isn't gonna happen. I said, okay, I don't care. We've gone solar. We've collected barometry and thermometry and even a little bit of magnetometry, and we have sent it back. We also managed to return all that data that I just described from high over the moon, from low over the moon, and from high over Kerbin. We did get all of that. No, we didn't. We missed the magnetometer on all that. Yeah, because I didn't realize it wasn't transmitting. We also got the Science Junior and the Mystery Goo from low over the moon. And now we've got this guy, and it's just going solar. And where will it go? What do it do? Find out next time on Adventures of something something. Like, we've got 420 meters per second delta V. Where do we want to go today? Where would you like to go today? I just want to, like, put a maneuver node in and give it 420 meters per second of delta V. Okay, and then since, you know, just to be... Wait, no, that's 0.1. I want 1 meter per second of delta. Bang, bang, bang. Alright, and then just see what kind of change we can make, you know? We, there are moments where I don't know what that's supposed to be, honestly. What is this? This, like, hits... It comes back into Kerbin. I see. So we get, with 420 meters per second, we get a third of the way to Duna. Had I done a Hohmann transfer, like I had intended to burn at the period, I was just so enamored with taking pictures of the moon and stuff, then we would have gotten a lot more distance out of this. But it would have been completely directionless distance. I was just going to do the burn and see where it flew, so it wouldn't have gone anywhere. We would have been incredibly lucky. Like, we couldn't have gotten that lucky, to be frank, for it to actually end up anywhere. But, we're out here with 420 meters per second, and apparently we can get back to Kerbin. That's one of the things we can do. That would be interesting. Instead of just leaving this solar, what if I tried to bring it home? We've been up here 7 days. The 420 could be Could be retrograde. Oops. You know, we get halfway to Eve with this too. Boy, do we. Is this where I made the... Where did I make the thing? Where's the... I would like to drag it around, but I need to know where I made the... Where it is right now. I don't see the overlay. I mean, it should be like here, but I'm not seeing it. Alright, I guess I'll just keep clicking then. Yeah, we get friggin' halfway to Eve, baby. Oh, you're it. I thought that was the, yeah. That I can't blame anybody for anything. No, we get almost all the way to Eve. Holy God, look at that. Leaving at the right moment. If Eve were in the right place, look at that periapsis. From like here. Stop it. Look at that periapsis. That is incredibly close to Eve's orbit of the sun. Wow. It's all nifty, and it also doesn't matter at all. We're done. We're done with this mission. We're done with this mission. We went to the moon for the first time. We did a flyby of the moon for the first time in this program. We went solar for the first time in this program. We transmitted a bunch of science back. A bunch of stuff went wrong, just like it would in the real world if you were sending something out to the moon and solar for the first time. It'd be like, oh, I didn't think of that. Oh, you're right. Oh, shoot. We're on the moon at the wrong side. Oh, damn. They would definitely also accidentally pass on the dark side of the moon. Who wouldn't have that oversight? We're done. Back to the Space Center. Christmas Eve? Eve landing video? Ooh, Eve landing on Christmas Eve. That's you. Are you a clickbait artist? Because I need some help in that field. I need somebody with the marketing. Look at the cloud heads. Look at the... So, successful mission, and look how much science we sent back to ourselves. We're up to 582.6 science. We can actually afford another tier in the 300s here. We could get into another one. We've got some plane parts available. We've got some plane parts of it. We've got some plane parts available. What's this? A giant heat shield. Up here, an inflatable airlock is about the most interesting thing that's there. I suppose these are the dregs of the tier that we're in right now. Otherwise, I would have already picked them up, right? Giant decoupler, big ol' fuel tanks, and then nuclear engine, which we're a long way off in this program from ever going nuclear. I don't think we have any reason to invest our science into anything yet. And aren't all of these 500? So we could get one of those if we, had, what is it? $1.7 million to spend all of a sudden out of nowhere. Let's see how much money we did just earn. Because we give ourselves the missions and we pay ourselves around here. And this is the calculator that I made up. I can make calculators too, Putin. This is a calculator I made up for how we pay ourselves in this program. And so we just did a science mission Science mission starts with a base pay of $35,000, and you get a bonus of $10,000. The base gets multipliers applied to it. Were there any crewmen involved? No. Was there a physical science return? No. Spheres of influence and biomes passed through. This is above LKO. So we did go through high over Kerbin. We went through high over the moon, low over the moon, and we went solar. So that's 4 biomes that we get to count toward bonuses. Exotic or exacting orbits? Not the way I flew it. Extra crafts in the group? No. Was it a milestone mission? No. We did go to the moon for the first time. It was a flyby of the moon. I don't know if I'd call that a milestone. You know, wait until we've had a flyby like Kerbal does it. When we had a flyby and a capture and maybe a landing. I don't know. You know, landing on the moon will be a milestone. This won't. But so 4 biomes passed through gives us 25% bonus of each of those biomes, which adds up to 100% bonus. That bonus applies to the base. So this mission was worth $80,000 to us. Didn't pay us a ridiculous amount of money, but it was worth some money to us. We've got 332254 right now. If I put this in, 332554, it'll tell me I need to give myself money when I reach 412 is the number I need to stop at. So we will head into Kerbal Space Program again. We will go over to the F12 menu, and we'll go into cheats, and we'll pay ourselves. 412 is where I need to stop. I should give myself 100 and then take away until we hit 412. 412, and that mission is in the bag. However, nice. I ran the mission before we were supposed to be allowed to. We were supposed to take 14 days down between off-world missions to, you know, scrape the last group of Kerbals off of the launch pad or whatever, and I didn't. I think we said that we were going to go to day 76 before we did that mission. So now we need to go 76 plus the 7 that we were just on the mission. Is that how I want to do that? So to day 83 we go. And instead of warping to sunrise, I'm just gonna... Day 83 is where we're headed. 71. 72. 73. The mission was supposed to launch on 76, though. I said we're going to 83, right? So I gotta bear that in mind for when we start the next mission. But yeah, I made this rule, and I thought that this rule was going to be very hard to maintain, and it has proven exactly that. Okay, it is day 83. I don't know how it's 0 hours. Like, the day 83 began in the middle of the day. Day 83 began at noon. Okay. Each day is just 6 hours long. I guess it doesn't really give a damn about the position of the sun. That's very weird, honestly. But day 83... So now we're not allowed to launch something until... This is how complicated this is. If this mission was supposed to have launched on day 76, 14 days away, 90. We can't launch our next off-world mission until day 90. That's easy to remember. Okay. Okay, how long have we been here now? 3 hours and 40 minutes. What the hell is next up for us in this program, then? Head over to the tracking station, review what we've done until now. And actually, let's rename the Condor Delivery Mark II because... Wait, Condor Delivery Mark II. Why are you focused on the... There you go. Condor Delivery Mark II. Let's rename it. This was supposed to be the Solar Condor Mark II. And is it marked as the correct type of vessel? A probe? Yeah, that's what it is. Okay, so what have we done until now? We have, in orbit of Kerbin, we have a refueling station with a little tow truck attached to it, and that's why it's called the LFO tow truck. The fuel station it doesn't even have a probe on it, so it's just an empty fuel tank. But we've got that in orbit at around 80 kilometers on the App and the Perry. Then we've got our geostationary comms set up here. 3 of them. There we go. That's how that's supposed to be seen. Wow, and look at that. doing work for us, too, to communicate with that one that we just sent solar. Or is that... No, that's all coming from the planet. Our relays aren't helping at all. Son of a bitch. It looks neat, anyway. So yeah, we've got our geostationary comms satellites, and then we've got also a polar satellite that has given us ScanSat readings back, and given us a full visual map, high 100% map of the surface of Kerbin. And then what we just did, which was launching the Solar Condor past the moon, and, sending our first thing solar, bringing back a whole bunch of science for us. What's up next on the list of to-dos? What's our next mission? We come up with our missions, so I basically have to go to our list of missions to decide what it's going to be. And the thing is, because we're not allowed to launch again until day 90, it would make more sense to do something that we can do without launching off planet. So I'm looking at our list now of Kerbin-based missions that I've come up with, and I can check off a scientific probe with a camera launched at the moon for Hohmann and sent solar. Yep. And that's what we just did. We could spy on the desert launch site. I like the idea of that. So, I found out that we might have a little bit of competition in the space market here. Apparently, somebody has set up another launch facility somewhere out in the desert somewhere, and I think we need to, do some investigative work and find out what they're developing against us. So I think we need to launch a spy probe over top of the desert facility. Take pictures for us. Kerbal Polar Expedition, says Unlicensed Streamer. We already did a couple of those. Me and Harv. That was all Harv. I just participated. Your Polar Expedition is where I saw you for the first time. Hey! Yeah, that was all Harv's baby, but I was real happy to, weasel my way in, stick my foot in the door. I mean, I saw an opportunity to be helpful to the donation drive and help these guys fill time on these, incredibly long streams every day. And got in there and offered them, hey, I'm producing I can produce these little vignettes for you to sort of just fill in there and, be part of the thing. And that's how Harv and I first got first met and got our relationship started as Kerbal Space people. But yeah, I like the idea of spying on the desert launch site. Where the hell is the desert launch site? I had never been to Woomerang until we flew to Woomerang. Oh, that's another thing we did. We flew to Woomerang from the KSC in a plane, landed, and we have now colonized Woomerang. Woomerang is a real thing now. Where's the desert facility? So, this is us, right? That's the KSC. And if we head back here, then there's a desert site over here. Alright, that's not as far as the Woomerang flight was, but it's quite a ways to send our spy plane. I'll tell you that. My spy drone, anyway. And it's also flying in the wrong direction in terms of the rotation of the planet and the sun. Is it? No, actually, that might work out for us in terms of the sun. How is Harv doing with his ITL science, or his in real life science? I haven't spoke to him in ages. Since COVID hit, really. You know, we had our show together, the Harv and Pawn Show, here on Twitch. Big production, all that stuff that we did. And when the show fell off, since then, Harv and I have gotten together once with some other folks to, you know, to kick around the idea of making our own games, to going into some game development with, you know, it was a group of 4 of us, and we didn't really find the right project, and it didn't really hook up and happen, and so since then, just haven't really spoken to Harv. Yeah, so I don't know how things are going these days. Last I heard, he was doing pretty well with his stuff. He was working in the... I've got multiple friends working in various fields. He was doing medical stuff, right? He was doing, like, sleep apnea was one of the things that he had started with, and yeah. Yeah. Even in Fizz Warp. Let's get our spy plane out and fly it for a minute. And just ponder whether or not, like, what do we want to do? Do we want to put this spy drone into another plane and then deliver it there? Or do we just want to take our time and fly the spy drone all the way there? We could do that. Don't you think so, Marty McFly? Marty McFly is following me. Your mother wants to... Oh my god, you don't even know. It's screwed up, Marty. It's screwed up. And that guy you've been hanging out with, the older dude, I don't think you should be alone in a room with him. Like, it's fine while other people are around. I'm just worried. Who do we? Spy Drone Mark III. Let's put this on the airstrip and see what we can do. I don't know that this can fly as far as it needs to fly. I mean, it can fly perpetually. It's electric, and it's so lightweight, and it consumes so little energy. It's designed to be a spy drone. This is my little spy drone that the boys down at the lab cooked up for me. It's my code that I made off stream. That's our little spy drone right there. It's the smallest, lightest weight flying thing that I could come up with. And it does fly perpetually. It has 205 electric charge in it, and these 2 panels will continuously charge it so that it never loses any energy. Way we operate it is torque all the way to 100, and SAS on for takeoff and landing only. And then do like this. We don't have any reaction wheels on here, but the SAS will help to steady the taxi here, the run up. Otherwise, you'll start to see what it was trying to do there. Now we're stable thanks to the SAS. It's trying to run off. Get up to a decent speed. We don't even need to. We could take off right now, but we'll take off at about 50. There we go. And now that we've gotten up into the air with the help of SAS, we see that it like continues to roll over with SAS, and that's because of the rotation, the torque that's being put on the craft by the rotor here. That will never go away. So what we want to do is we'll level it out a little bit with SAS, then we turn the SAS off and we trim. We need to trim a little bit down. We need to trim, counter the roll. Go into fine controls mode, and now, boom, we got a plane that is flying without SAS at about 65 meters per second, and it's flying nice and stable. So this is the craft that we would want to spy on the desert airstrip with. And my idea would be we go spy on the desert airstrip. Why? Because we're gonna try and, like, if we can get information about them, then we can undercut them in the stock market and something, and eventually we'll own the deserts. It's how we would unlock the desert airstrip. If I fly to the desert airstrip, or the desert launch site, then just like we did with Boomerang, you fly there once, and then that's how you've unlocked it, and now you're allowed to launch craft from it. That's my idea for it. And then in World, I'm just giving us this little lore to go along with it. Let's get into Chase Cam. Maybe we were already. But, you know, this, at 60 meters per second, we're not going to fly. We would have to go into time warp, obviously. Then, is it doable, you know? The question would still be for me, is it doable? Jesus Christ, what is this? NASA software, says Marty McFly? Yeah, Kerbal Space Program 3 is what you're looking at here. No, this is, MKSP. KSP sucks. Kerbal Space Program sucks. Squad was ridiculous. They're bad at what they do. But MKSP, modded KSP. Now there's something we can all get behind. What was I felt like I was about to do something with it. Oh, let's go ahead and go into 2 times Fizz Warp. Yeah, 2 times Fizz doesn't seem to work. For some reason with a propeller. Propeller doesn't seem to work. So, what we have definitely determined that is we cannot, must not, and will not fly all the way to, the desert airstrip in this craft. But what we could do is we could fly a cargo plane to the desert airstrip carrying this, or, you know, in the vicinity, and then drop this off. And so, sure, they'll see the plane flying by on their radar, the big one, but it'll leave the area immediately and we won't pass over them. But they won't be able to see this little drone on their radar. So I'm just creating the lore to justify the mission. I like flying so much. I like, you know, just atmospheric flying is so nice. Aren't there supposed to be mountains back here? There's the KSC. Weren't there giant fuck off mountains somewhere? Oh, there they are. Wow. When you have, like, actual environmental effects and stuff like that, the mountains actually are quite a ways away. In KSP, just the way that they released the thing, these mountains look like they're inches from the KSC. They look like they're right out back. There's just no volumetric, there's no atmospheric effects. Ballistic suborbital delivery of drone? I don't hate that idea, huh? We just, do an intercontinental missile? No, I think we would put it on a bigger craft that flies, a missile. Here's the problem with an ICBM that delivers our drone. We might start World War III. It's been very tense since, Ronald Crump came into power in Crimerica. Crisreal has been doing some really nasty things. There's a lot of nuclear powers on Kerbin that, I don't know if we can trust them from minute to minute. They see something in the air, they might launch their own, you know? That's my big problem. So if you're wondering what makes this a spy drone, you know, other than the fact that it's very lightweight and it flies perpetually kind of a thing, it's because we've got cameras on it. And so this is how, you know, we would fly the thing, remotely from an RV, in Arizona using an Xbox controller. This is how we would fly the thing. But when we go to take our spy, you know, when we do our spy work, it's with this camera. This night vision camera. that's pointed straight down at the ground. Ah! I love this little design. This is very cool. I think the best way to get it there is to make a larger plane that can carry it, and then that's a jet, you know, that's a... not a prop plane. That can fly at a decent speed and that we can use fizz warp on. And we fly it to the vicinity, and then we release it midair. You know, it comes off the craft into the air. Flies over the facility, and then it has to meet back up with the mothership that's flying around in circles. There's stuff, we have done stuff like that in the past. I don't know, that's a lot to ask. Especially when we're already coming into hour 4 of this live stream. Yeah, there are definitely mountains ahead. This is a really difficult craft to land. But I kind of like the idea of having a cargo plane and the back opens up, and then this thing just like backs out and falls out and it flies itself, and then it has to catch up to, you know, its mothership once it's done its job. The problem would be keeping the mothership in the air while it's doing its job. This thing can get some height too, huh? Yeah, I really like flying, and especially with these volumetric clouds that Black Rack has given us. Go ahead and trim up a little bit more. Apparently when we fly to the left, we lose a little bit of our lift. We bank left. Look at that, we're up to 70 meters per second. And it's not from like massive descent speed or anything. We're losing a meter here and there, kind of a thing. It's no big deal. Get flat again, trim down a little. 69 meters per second is how we're flying, yes. I would love to fly over the mountains with this, though. We've got like another 5-10 minutes until the live stream breaks, so that's why. And I'm also kind of just sitting here like pondering, you know, what's how does that mission go? If we did fly a larger craft out, can I keep both planes in the air simultaneously? It undermines the whole, you know, headcanon thing of we'll release the spy plane and then fly away with the other ones so that they don't see it, kind of a thing, when they both have to like be flying near enough to each other that I can switch back and forth between them to make sure that neither dies. So I guess what it would be, to stay with the theme, would be we transport it to nearby, we land the big plane, then this thing, you know, takes off on its own, goes and does the mission, comes back, flies, lands, gets back into our big plane, and then we fly all the way back to the KSC. I do enjoy flying. I would do that. I would actually do that. It wouldn't take that long. Like, this would take that long, but we would be in a vessel that, you know, can do 200-300 meters per second. And that would also be stable in fizz warp. So, being able to travel around on the planets really put the orbital mechanics in perspective, where launches are a few minutes. Parallax has also done so much for the surface of Kerbin to make it, like, something worth looking at, something worth flying around and being like, oh, look at that, oh, look at this kind of thing. It looks so good. Kerbal was in desperate need of this. Yeah, let's fly into the mountains a little bit with this guy. What do you think of the mission? Are we down for that? Build a cargo plane that can contain this smaller plane. Carry this smaller plane to somewhere within the vicinity of the desert air strip. Desert launch site, whatever it is. Land with the big ship. Roll this guy out the back. Fly over the desert site, taking spy footage. Return to our mothership, land, crawl back aboard it, and then fly home. It's certainly excessive. Certainly a bit silly. But is it the right kind of excessive and silly? Sounds like a mission that will not at all result in two planes colliding midair. We're not going to have them both in midair at once. The idea is land the one that carries this one out, roll it off, it goes and does its thing, then it comes back, lands again, loads it onto the original plane, and then we fly it home. I don't know if we can create a plane that is, like, what is the size of this in comparison to the plane parts, you know? Do we have the parts to make a plane that's that big? It might be the thing that we need to justify buying the last massive plane parts, you know, the last tier in the R&D center that we can get that has all those giant plane parts in it. Yeah, I mean, look at this. Look at what we're seeing here. These, you know, ugly polygonal mountains have been made to, you know, look beautiful. These silly... I'm just thinking, like, I would love to have a button here where you click it, and it turns all of the effects off at once. Like in Minecraft, you can just hit a button and turn off all your cool stuff that's in there. So you have a button in here that turns off all of the effects, and suddenly we're looking at what Kerbal Space Program looked like when they released it and when they decided to say we're done with it, and just be like, oh my god, squad. Home Media 4325 on YouTube is saying, far out, I accidentally spot a wild Ronin pawn that I have not seen for a long time. Feels like my old buddy has never left, and then I spot my time zone, and no, I can't stay long. Love you. All right, hey. Good to see you, Home Media. Yeah, I started this live stream at a ridiculous hour. 3 a.m. in my time zone. Here in Detroit. Detroit of Michigan? Michigan? How would the French say Michigan? They'd probably say Michigan. Look at that. So, how much ground have we made? So there's the KSC. This is how far we've gone in the first little stretch here, and we just need to just from here to there to there to there. You know, it would just be like another 2 hours if we just kept flying with this guy. At no fizz warp. This has been lovely, but we have to turn back. Ah, I've never done that before. But apparently I'm allowed. Apparently I can do that. turn on a dime and head back in the other direction. We've been here for 4 hours now. I don't want these live streams to... We've had one that went for 7.5. That ain't good. I want them to be like 6 hours long, so we need to take another little live stream break here. Opportunity to, you know, use the bathroom, get a snack, question your life choices. And, you know, that's what people do, too, during the live stream breaks. Like, I think the big pro streamers, they don't take breaks. Because you just lose viewers. You always lose viewers. The moment that you're not on screen, not talking kind of thing, you always lose viewers. But the thing is, that's okay. You know? Like, the big streamers won't do it because they just want the attention because they're monetizing it kind of thing. But it's okay for you to, like, have a break and remind people, hey, there might be some other shit that you need to do, you know? To give people a chance every 2 hours to reevaluate the choices they're making, and maybe, you know, hey, I'll come back and I'll finish watching this on the VOD or something like that. You know, the channels that never take a break, it's a attempt at a psychological manipulation is mainly what I see there. It is 1306 here. That's 1 p.m.? What? Can't a Kerbal be in charge of returning the plane? So we fly all the way out there. This plane or the mission? Because the mission, we could just not fly it back. We could fly it out there, get it aboard. I don't know, then we get it in the air and we can't recover. We could set up a little, that's the idea, is we set up like a little spy base out there, right? And then we send our spy drone in overhead. And then when it comes back to us, we recover it because we will have gathered the information that allows us to do a, what do they call that in the stock market, or, you know, when companies like buy each other out, a hostile takeover. We'll have done a hostile takeover, and so we just recover it at the desert airstrip, right? We use the information that we gained in order to blackmail somebody or something. That's what we can tell ourselves. And so, by having completed the mission, we landed back out there, and then we get aboard our plane and we fly it and land it at the desert airstrip, or the desert site, and then we recover from the desert site. That's how we could do it. That could be the mission. That could be the last mission for today. That's my idea. This one we probably just revert. We just revert right now. It was just a fun little take it out and fly it around thing. So now we know what we're gonna do. So, revert to the hangar. And just quickly out of curiosity, before we go to the live stream break. What do we have in the way of, like... Alright, sort by mass. Where do you get the stuff that, like... that's cargo based? Is under utility. There's a hitchhiker storage, there's crew cabins. I mean, it wouldn't be a fuel tank. Is it structural? No. Are all the things I'm thinking of still in the R&D center, and we need to buy into them? Here's a cargo bay. Here's a giant-ass service module, I guess, but here's a cargo bay. And that definitely does not fit our plane. Although, 2 of them. I used to do stuff like that, like this. Make a plane. It's like that. It has been sorted by mass, so it's not going to get any bigger. Okay. So then we really would have to buy into that R&D tier. This is all coming together and clicking together in a way that I actually like. We have to spend the money in order to... we just got this science in, and now this science actually allows me to buy into this tier where we get the massive Mark III plane parts in order to make something big enough to carry another plane to do some spy research. I love it. I'm gonna buy it. There we go. We're in. We have unlocked heavy aerodynamics, and when we come back from the break, our next contract here, because we completed this one, our next contract will be spy on the desert, on the competing agency that has erected in the desert. Gather enough data to initiate a hostile takeover. That's our next mission. But that'll be our next mission after this live stream break. We're going to go to a live stream break. I will play some music. I will roll some ads so that we get less ads, during the live stream. Okay, yeah, this is a song that probably still remains. In the meanwhile, listen to one of your favorite songs, my favorite songs and yours. Hang on, I gotta mute this. My favorite songs and yours. You know it, you love it, you due to popular request, Digging a Hole by Evil Sword. Don't go anywhere, Pawn, not out.
Hey! good mechanic, never had to pop the hood. He'd tell you what was in the attic and where to get your firewood. Letting out the dog at midnight, trying hard to get along. Something about the boy is not right, he doesn't really like my song. Gotta call home today. Gotta go where the pay. Gotta find thing to say. Gotta run right away. See you. See you.
Hello, I am the Ronin Paul, and welcome back to WKRP in Cincinnati. We are going live with Kerbal Space Program in the middle of the night. Hello, I am the Ronin Paul. Welcome back to twitch.tv/Ronin Paul live stream on twitch.tv/Ronin Paul and youtube.com/Ronin Paul live stream on youtube.com/Ronin Paul. We're playing Kerbal Space Program. That's what I meant to say the first time around. How am I going to say this word? Dylan AV. Dylanavy, love your vibes. Add me on Discord so that I can join your next stream. Discord.ronanpawn.com if you'd like to join our Discord server. It's very boring in there. We just... But I do announce the live streams and stuff like that. I talk, but nobody else does. So, where are we in Kerbal Space Program? We have a spy mission ahead. And perhaps I should have named the... If I would have known it, I would have named the live stream, you know. Spying in Kerbal Space Program. I feel like that's pretty... There's a draw to that, right? We have a spy mission ahead. We have heard tell that somewhere just a little bit around the corner of the equator, we've got a competing space agency over here. Competing something. Some kind of launch site, airfield, I don't know. It's out in the desert anyway. We've heard tell, and we need to go explore it, and if at all possible, put it all out of business via hostile takeover. So what we need to do is to put a spy drone in the air to take pictures of what's going on out there, and the only way that we're going to be able to do that is to upgrade the spaceplane hangar, actually. And probably the runway. The only way we're going to be able to do that is we need to, you know, the spy drone it can't fly a quarter of the way around the world. All right? We have to fly it a quarter of the way around the world and then send it in to do the last leg of the job that needs to be done here. I think I need to upgrade the spaceplane hangar. We're not going to be able to launch with 30 parts max, so yeah, we're going to have to upgrade this for 225,000 bucks. Man, it goes as fast as it comes around here, and we're probably going to want a runway that, you know, isn't made of dirt. 75,000 bucks, and it goes as fast as it comes. We're back down to $112,000, but we've got, you know, a couple of real things. Anyway, let's head into our brand new shiny spaceplane hangar. Spy satellite, intriguing, says Putin. Actually, spy plane. But spy satellite would be... but yeah, we're going to do spy plane. This is our spy plane, little spy drone. But we need to pack this spy plane in a craft that can get it to the desert air site first. You know, get it nearby. Anyway, we can't, you know, we don't want to show our hand. But we're going to use this little spy drone here. It's got cameras on it if I turn on the marker here. So, you know, it flies over, looks down with a night vision camera. Right? Night vision cam, and it'll record, you know, data for us, and maybe we'll be able to see somebody, you know, cheating on their wife or something, get them to sell us the program real cheap. So, yeah. I'm going to have to build my first massive, F6? There we go. My first, massive vessel that can actually store, you know, can transport something of this size. And I'm not even sure if the Mark III stuff's going to do it. Let's see. So where would I find that? Is it going to be under aerodynamics? Sort by mass? No, it'll be under cargo? No, it'll be under either utility or payload. It's payload. So here's the biggest container, and it will not fit this plane. This plane might be getting hinged wings. You know? What if that? What if hinged wings, baby? If the wings collapse in. Let's have a look at that real quick, because otherwise this would fit, if but barely. We could get it in here somehow. I don't know how, but we could get it in there. Yeah, I don't know how, but we'll figure it out. Let's play with some hinged wings here. So, robotics me, hinge me, and then everything is kind of perfect on this craft. I don't want to break anything. It's exactly right. And it took quite a while to get to exactly right. So I put you on like this. You need to be in local mode and slide up like that. Okay. And then see, now that ain't right though. That ain't right. Give me my wings back. Why do you not acknowledge that there's like an angle to, like, see how it snaps to this and it has an angle? And then when I go to this, it's like, what angle? What are you talking about? But it has an angle to, it has inherited the angle from the first thing. It's just everything was so perfect. And we'll just have to re-perfect it, that's all. Do things by eye. Like, how would this even work, though, buddy? You're proposing to what? Collapse the wings back, but they would have to be, like, something like this, right? You don't want them to, like, just penetrate itself. I think I'd be okay, actually, with this. I'm looking at it right here, and I'm saying, yeah, no, because we can just, like, we can believe that there's some stuff going on that makes it make sense. Cargo ramp. And you're not attached to anything up front there? I guess you can't. What if I set this aside for a moment? Okay, how much collapse do we need to fit? Think about that. I would say minimum is that. Probably 45 is what we need. Negative 45. So we'll say negative 45. And then out to nothing is how we want these to work. If we're going to do this at all, still just considering whether or not it might be a thing that we could do. Would nearly fit. Maybe I could get the wheels to have a narrower base as well. Which will help a lot with the landing. Okay, that's fine for them to cross over each other. That looks good. And now I'm gonna take you off, I'm gonna throw you away, I'm gonna put you back on. What is your problem? Okay, I'll just throw that one away and get a new one then. Since you're being a prick about it. Aerodynamics. Sort by mass. All the way to the top. Give me the little guy. Nani? Yeah, no. What? Oh, because it's on 2 times. Ah, I see. It was on 2 times symmetry. That was a problem. I love the idea of this thing being able to collapse down. The most that I could have it, you know, it would be like that. And then if you do like this, though, if you tuck it more, I really think this is going to be a problem for Kerbal Space Program. Wings on hinges, you know. Good fucking luck. But, I don't know. Maybe. So let's do this. Let's go to Mark IV. And let's put it on the pad and see what state this is in. Does it fly at all? Are we okay with the design? Like, in Kerbal, you know, you gotta, like, assume that, well, if I had the opportunity, I'd shave that off, I'd nick that, I'd make space for it, that kind of stuff. You gotta be willing to have some things penetrate occasionally. And, you know, you also gotta draw the line somewhere. This might be past the place where we're supposed to draw the line. I'm gonna stop. I'm going to, put the wings out, and then I'm going to lock the wings. And then I'm gonna grab this. I'm gonna make sure the brakes are on. Torque up. SAS on, brakes off. And then just try and keep us going kind of straight until the tail lifts up. Once the tail lifts up, now we can actually, like, control it without it spinning out on us. And can we fly it? Sure can. How does it fly once I turn the SAS off? And trim. That was RCS. SAS off. Oh, it's fine. Oh, it's fine, though. Oh, but it's fine. I'm going to fine control. Yeah, this flies fine with the hinges. And changing the wheelbase didn't hurt it any. That's the bad thing about fine controls mode, is that it's fine controls for a quarter of a second. And then it snaps in with a big change all of a sudden. Let's get some spy shots of the KSC, actually. Take some technological observations. Boy, I hope there's not a VAB directly in front of us or anything. Shouldn't be. We were on a line. We had a certain line. It's a F-14 wannabe. F-14s have rollout wings like that. I love it. I want to just land this real quick to prove that it can do that too. And this is the mode we're supposed to be flying it in. Oh, so the runway's over here. And in fact, to land it, I'm doing it wrong. So it's a tricky thing the takeoff and the landing kind of sucks. So let me switch out. And what I need to be able to do is I need to be able to reduce the torque. Okay, we can go off in this direction, I guess. And we'll come back around. I want to land it just to prove that I can land it. After the little change that we made there. And then the only question is am I happy with, you know, this hinged setup? And I think it's fine. I would, you know, there's subtleties that I'd be like, I'd be happier if it were a little bit, the wings didn't cross over each other when they, but, it's fine. I can happily run the mission with this. Let's try and cancel a little bit more of that roll that I keep having to tap against with trim. That's as good as that's gonna get. Now let's turn over, turn around,
Quick and hard. Okay, but not too quick and hard, because we want to come in at it. You can really see how, like, low the frame rate gets on certain angles. It's the temporal anti-aliasing. I think it looks good everywhere that there's not water on the screen. Let's torque down onto 60 or so. SAS on. Need SAS on, and let's try and, you know, land it the way that we're supposed to. Torque down even more now. Yeah, no, little bounce there. How are we doing? We're at 40 meters per second, so that's the news. I'm gonna take the torque down entirely, and just damn it. I don't think we're gonna land successfully now. It's nasty to try and land. From that view in particular, like, you just really need a long run up, and to get everything under control before you know, come at it. And I'm always coming in at an angle where it's like, I ain't got time for that. Revert back to the spaceplane hangar. I think it's flyable. I think it's landable. KSP wheels are made of flubber. Nothing really works right. Where a wheel touches the ground, nothing really works right. I think I'm acceptable, I will say. Now the question would be, there are mods that add the ability to, like, lock a wheel in place so that you can have that be your sort of docking port to hold the vessel where it's supposed to be held. We ain't got that. So we've got Kerbal attachment, though. We got KAS. We got the Kerbal attachment system. That could do it. That could be what we use. We could use a tow bar. Yeah. And then we detach it. I don't hate this idea. So, I don't know if you can do it, because I haven't played with KAS enough, but in my head, makes sense. Seems plausible. So, give me KAS, and then regular old average, ordinary, everyday tow bar. Tow bar would be attached to the plane, and then maybe you drive this up into it. You can't drive this up into it because it has no... Well, you can't. Yeah, you just give it a little bit of torque and drive it in. Okay, if you say so. I do say so. We might have to assemble this plane, is what I think I'm finding out here. I don't know if I'll be able to build it with this inside of it already. Why is there no clicks? Why no clicks? Why no sound? Selected launch site is runway. What are you talking about? Why is there no sound? Let's go out. Come back in. Make sure we got sound out here. No sound. F6. F6 is what I've got, like, there's a mute mod that I'm using. Master is 0%. Okay.
You just don't worry about it then. How did that happen? It did, anyway. Not think too long about it. I also don't know how high I had it. I think I had it pretty low. And now I have 6. The mute mod is not doing its job. That's the problem. Quick mute. Stuck. Alright. It's probably managed by Linux Guru. He just manages so many mods. It's none of them really work, you know, stably. Because he's just got too much, you know, too much overhead. Alright, whatever. It just ain't working. What are you gonna do? As long as we can hear the game. Alright then. I'm gonna make the big plane. Right? I make the big plane that can contain this one, and then we figure out what we're gonna do about getting this one into it. So, Spy Drone Mark IV is the Spy Drone Mark IV. We've made no changes to it, I don't think. We can just go to a new one. Good. And big ol' friggin' Mark III is what... Lego. Is what we're working with. So, important parts are going to be the payload. We're going to need the cargo ramp. And I think the bay as well. How much bay do we need? Probably a full bay. Yeah, that's my full bay. And then you attach to that. And I don't actually need this thing to be able to open, but I do need the interior. Yeah. I mean, might as well have it so we could drop it if we needed to drop it. No? Alright, well the track is apparently this side. I don't want to break the game's assumptions here. So, yeah, that'll be the back end of the plane. Let's just immediately throw some control surfaces on. What do you got? Put you there. Delta Deluxe, I mean, I could put that back here as well. I don't know if we'll need it. To a U. Always the last one I try. Yeah, I'm gonna assume we won't need that. And then let's talk fuel tanks. Let's talk Mark III liquid fuselage. You know what? We are not going to have any fuel. Okay, we're not going to have any fuel because I've got the mod in here that allows you to put any type of fuel into any wing. So, suck on that. Wow, these are your biggest wings? No, you got these. Right. These are your biggest wings? I need your strongest potions, potion seller. Not these little piddly pissant. Okay, absolute. There we go. Notice how absolute snapping does not attach these in a way that is correct. That you could then, you know, you could just leave it and move on. Note it. Is this really how I want to do this? Do I want wings like this? Yeah, it looks like you do. 'Cause you're still going. Oh god. Wrong one. This one? It's the same one. That's the same one. Grabbing the same wrong one. Them some wings for you anyway. I don't know if it's a good idea. I would want them higher. And then we slide some stuff around. So it looks like maybe it's okay. Till it looks passable. Which may never come, incidentally. Let's not get our hopes up. Big old wings for a big old plane. Now, if we click in here, we see that they're set to structural right now, but I can set them to LF or, liquid fuel and oxidizer. So we're going to do liquid fuel, and that gives us 85 liquid fuel. And 85. 85. That one's already 85? Another 85. The delta, the big old delta wing gives us 90. And then some of this. Some of this. Are all these wings upside down? No. Left. Just make sure that I've enabled them all. You've got liquid fuel, you've got liquid fuel, you've got liquid fuel, you've got liquid fuel. Liquid fuel, liquid fuel, liquid fuel. Okay. A passable transport plane, says unlicensed streamer. Is it? Does it? Will it? Can it? And then we need our control surfaces, some elevons. I don't need any wacky elevons necessarily. Notice this as well. Like, who makes a thing where you can build a plane and then when you turn snapping on and attach it to the rear where it's supposed to be, you have to do this, and this, and this, and this, and this, then this, and then one of these, two of these, three of those, and then finally, wait, one more. Who was like, it's good enough. I don't think I want that. I want this. Yeah, I want these guys. And actually, let's start by saying none of you will be for yaw, so now when I copy them, they'll all know not to try and yaw. I don't know how many friggin' elevon lifting surfaces we need. It's a big old friggin' plane. How about those? How about those 4? center of mass, center of lift. Perfect. I don't know if that's going to work out in the long run. It's a good thing no Kerbals live outside the Kerbal Space Center, says Mephistopheles. You can't be tempted by the military-industrial complex to turn that plane into a bomber. Oh, I can be tempted. You don't know me very well. So, not all of these need to participate in roll. The inner two can not bother with rolling. They can just be for pitch. And then all 4 of them will participate in pitch. Just the 2 at the exterior will be for rolling. We've got some yaw up here. Pitch and roll. I'm turning off, see? Turned off the pitch and the roll. It's just yaw. You know, what do you want from me? We now have no engines, so we don't have a readable Delta V number. Pawn, shut up. shut up. So the plane's gonna go in the back there, but we could have some extra like interior seating. Could we? Are we allowed? It's just a Kerbal thing again. We could have some interior seating for crew transport, right? So, yeah, it would be nicer if I could use the snapping features of the game to place them. The game's like, yeah, that would be nice, wouldn't it? Too effing bad. Yeah, we just can't. We can't. Not allowed. You up, down. Otherwise, their alignment looks pretty good. Crew transport. Why though? Because this side? There you go. And then up front, how many do you carry? How many Kerbals? At least 4, because I see it's already preloaded. If you just go to here. Holy. Oh no, that's all of my empty command seats. So it looks like, yeah, the Mark III cockpit seats 4. So we can transport 12 Kerbals in here. If for some unknown, ungodly reason we wanted to. We should also have cargo, some storage units. Maybe just the storage unit. You know, you can imagine the stewardess coming down the aisle with this, and she just left it there. I got to a certain point in her route, and she was like, oh, "There you go. If you need anything, just fucking grab it." You think they should be able to see each other? They should probably be able to see each other. Yeah, a little bit of cargo storage. You know, maybe put some extra parachutes in here. How many parachutes can you stack? Just 1 per slot? Are you ballsing kidding me? Get those out of my mouth. Get these balls out of my mouth. That's ridiculous. 1 parachute per slot with you. Well, there's 2. With these giant fucking things, and I give 1 parachute in each slot. 3 parachutes. These can only store 3 parachutes, everyone. Look about right. I could store 3, maybe 4 Kerbals in these motherfuckers. What do you got up here? What's your inventory? Load you up, I guess. In the back, we've got some empty spaces, but everybody there. So we can save 6 of the passengers. Half of you get to live in the event of an emergency. Half of you will get to live. All right, engines, air intakes, all that. Oh yeah, wheels. They always get me with the wheels. Oh shit, we do not have the appropriate sized wheels for a vessel of this size. Actually, that would be another 300 science points to unlock 2 types of wheels. So here we are, having to make it work somehow. I mean, what more do you want from me? That's what we can do. That is what we can do. It will angle us up a bit on the pad, so yeah, it's no horrible thing. Roll you back a little bit. It's what we can do. So it's what we're doing because it's what we can do. Engines, air intakes, that stuff. Okay, engines. What have I got in terms of, what's my biggest? Now I've got a Goliath. Whoa. 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 I don't think we need those. A little bit overkill. I think we'll stick with the Weasley. But to enable the Weasley, that's actually that's quite fine, actually, isn't it? It's all right. To enable the Weasley, we need we'll need something to like hang them off of, and what I usually do, what I have done recently anyway, is the NCS adapter. So that would be like the air intake would be up here. And then the engine would be in the back. What if we did something like this? Okay. Something like that. It's kind of silly. This one can go away. And then we definitely have to use struts to hold it together. But then back to the engine. Weasley, Weasley, Weasley. You on both sides, you are. Air intakes would be aerodynamics. And the Weasley, you know, it's named what it's named for a reason. It needs a ridiculous amount of air. This is not enough. Engine nacelle. Supersonic intake could help. But what does the engine nacelle do? it gives us 5 intake air. That's what we really need to be doing here. Be like that. And then we lose a middle guy or 2. And honestly, this should be the part that attaches. Put that there, and then this silly thing attaches there. Absolute, so it should be centered. So that's 5 and 10 air intake total there. In front of this guy, I could actually attach more air intake if I wanted to, but I don't think I want to. Do you fit? You don't. So we'll just put on the regular old... Not that. Not this either. Just you, thank you. Really? Ugh. It all looks ass. Boy, does it all look... That's better. That's okay. I can live with that. And then how's our center of mass looking? It got pulled forward a little bit, which was kind of what I was hoping. I wanted a little bit more space between the center of mass, center of lift there. And I said I needed... If I was going to attach things like this, which is a very silly way to do it, I would need to strut back here. And I can probably just do that. Oh. Okay. You connected to an odd place. You know what? Let's do it inside out. Or rather, inside in. No. About here to there. Boy, it looked better before I started using their snapping, didn't it? The job that I'd done was just fine. And then I said, well, surely the game can do some math to align things nicer. And the answer was no, it can't. I don't know if we're going to be able to get this out of the hangar, honestly. You look at the wing width. It would complain, actually, wouldn't it? It has a width. We are just 25.7 of 28 meters. Okay, I thought it was 26. We are very close to extending beyond what we're allowed to build. So now that we have, you know, this shit. I don't know if we need that little tank of tubes in the middle. Now that I've done it. You've already done it, though. Yeah, but no, I don't... What would you attach it to otherwise? Well, it would be... like this, probably? We'd do like that. And that can go in there, and then we take another one. And it would be there, and that would be there. It's just we don't need all that fuel. I hope. We're down to 29,000 from 30-something thousand. A little bit of tearing going on there. We'll go with my first silly design. I did put the effort in. Okay. So we've got wheels, we've got engines, we've got air intake, we've got wings, we've got lift surfaces. What in the hell else would we need? We've got the interior space, and here's the other what in the hell else would we need? We would in the hell else need the Kerbal attachment system stuff, if this is gonna work. So the idea would be a tow bar. Simple tow bar, just one right in the middle. Yeah, probably like that. I'll grab it, hit it with an absolute snap to center it for real, pull it back up, and then the plane would get attached to this tow bar. Oh, that's way too far forward. No. Free telescope. We need a fixed telescopic joint. Maybe that's what we want. Because then this can extend to as far as that. I think that's probably more reasonable. But I think it would also be reasonable to put it on something that stands it up a bit taller. So, structural, grab one of these guys, put you on here. And, I think another one. And then we can retract to minimum, grab this, once again an absolute snap to find top dead center. Find the true location, you're embedded. That should allow us to, like, if we can get the plane, if we can get the spy plane in here, then we should be able to attach this to the spy plane and then just have it docked with us, and it should be okay. Except for the possibility that it creates its own lift even though it's inside this area. I think these areas are supposed to, the cargo bays, are supposed to negate that kind of stuff. I think they actually thought about that, and if they didn't, I will not be surprised at all. We should have lights in here. Maybe some light strips. Yeah. Don't need them everywhere. Should have them in a couple of places. With these kind of lights too, I'm gonna throw those away because I do like to give them a little bit of a indoor yellow hue kind of thing. So if I nudge it up a bit, let me make sure that this is yellow, yeah. And then I just a little something, little bit of that sort of ugly interior light. Something you'd expect in a cramped indoor space. Those two, and then do we need light all the way back here? Maybe. Having one about here would probably be reasonable. But they should be off until they're in light, unless we turn the vehicle's lights on. Okay. And we should have a camera. We should have a camera that we can view what's going on back here. Get this thing out of my face. I have been using the aero cams quite a bit. The aero cam down starts upside down, which is good. Except for that I can't figure out how the fuck to place it. Alright, Kerbal. Can I just... Oh, that's because this opens, so I can't attach it there. Alright, give me a fresh one. And then... I'll hang it off of one of these. Yeah, like this-ish. It'll do. And if we check out the field of view, it does not show us the our passengers, however. Though our passengers are not visible on this camera, which I don't love. Give me another one then. And maybe I can hang it from back here where we don't open. Am I allowed to? Yes, I am. Something like this. Are we absoluted? We are. Apparently it's good. Doesn't look good, but it's good. Ah. Yes, you're not at all the orientation I thought you were. Let's do this. And then this. And like that. Actually, if I can just do this then. Yeah, back here I can just put it on the ceiling. I don't need the extra thing. Boy, except for it's very difficult to see what I'm doing. And I can't use the snapping. Are you properly aligned? You're not. Now you are. And now you are. And now give me the FOV marker. And yeah, pull it down and push it forward into this thing. Down some more. And there you go. Now we can see in both directions. In the cargo bay. In fact, I like a forward-facing guy is blue and a rear-facing guy is red. That's how I usually do that. Okay. Is there anything else we need for a plane to be able to be a plane? So, cargo plane Mark 1. Saver. Is there anything else that is required for a plane to be a plane? It's got an incredibly narrow wheelbase. It's scary as hell. I don't know what you want me to do about that. What is this? What is this? What am I looking at there? Oh, those are the U, huh? Let's move you in enough that you're not visible. You're all poking through too? Pricks. Okay. It's not the one I thought I was holding, but sure. Okay, any little poke through? No? Good. Good. Okay. I guess I'm going to put it on the pad and, we're going to put it into the VR simulator, obviously, and see what happens here. And we'll have our entire crew, hooked up in headsets. To see what may or may not function here. I'm gonna have a tic-tac for the flight. Oh my god. The weight of the wings, though. So, a few more struts. Perhaps a few more struts. Let's brakes on. And then interior. Let's get somebody who's in the back. And then let's just unbuckle. And, I think if I get out, I'll never be able to get back in. Oh, look at this. I already can't get back in. Wow, what an interesting layout for the interior of a plane for Kerbals. I don't know about this. I can jump back in, though. Okay. Out here. Arch Jericho says no horizontal stabilizer. We'll see. SAS on. Wait. No SAS. My planes don't need SAS, except for when they do. Some of them do. 37,000 Delta V, huh? Throttle to full, leave the brakes on, lights forward. Open her up. Generating some thrust. Just out of curiosity. See how she's performing. Take the brakes off. The wings definitely need to be locked together quite a bit, more. 100 meters per second, pulling up. Not enough. 100 meters per second is not enough. Whoa! Okay, we didn't need all the wings. I mean, let's be honest. It's a lot of wing. We had in excess of wing. Okay. That's why we test these things in the virtual reality room first. Okay, so we don't do it that way. Back to the spaceplane hangar. And the audio is dead again? The audio is dead again. Whenever we, revert back in here, it kills the master volume. I'll have to restart the game before that issue resolves itself. We need some struts, apparently, for the wings. I could also reduce the weight on the wings, which would probably be a good thing. That was what I was going to do for a minute. But fuck it. Let's just strut up the wings a little bit. Try and make them hold together. So the delta... I actually can't get the camera to go where I want it to here. Alright. There's the edge of the delta. Let's attach the delta to you, I guess. Give me another one. Since the weight of the delta is attached to you... Well, let me do this. I'm only doing it on one side, god damn it. I hate that there's no clicks, I'll bet anything this one's maintained by Linux Guru. I'll bet anything. Not that sex stuff you're thinking about. Anything else I want to attach to something else? So I did you to like back there, and those two across from each other. We'll live with that. Yeah, I just didn't really want to build up here. Didn't really want to have to deal with this very weird shape. It's a very small tail in comparison to what we're dealing with there, too. Aerodynamics. Do they have bigger things for such a large craft? Bigger control surfaces. Yes. Yeah, I see. It's this stuff, huh? I mean, I don't know. That may or may not be useful. Having something like this will definitely drive us up when it comes time to lift off. This is what blows me away. Look at how nice that looks with the shiny, and it's got my logo on it. Oh my god, I love it. These are the things though that are like, what were they thinking? For me, where it's like, this doesn't attach to this in a way that was this. I mean, this is the biggest son of a bitch, right? That you got. It just, there's so many parts in the game that I look at and I'm like, did you ever think about how these pieces would go together? Did you ever consider? Or pause for a moment and say, hey, wait a second. Do these things work with one another? Could we take, I don't know, 15 minutes and make them do that thing? So now the center of lift has moved considerably behind the center of mass. It's got still this tiny little wee babby little pissant little... Is there something between this and that, though? Swept wings. I've got it sorted by mass, so... I don't think there is. There's those winglets. There's the Delta Deluxe, which looks a little bit bigger than the others, so I think I'll go with it, just for the sake that it's slightly larger. Yeah, that looks a little bit more impressive. Plaster my logo around on this thing, too. Okay. You will contribute to pitch only. Thank you. Alright, let's save that and roll it back out again. That additional force to be able to force our nose up should probably get us in the air a little bit quicker. Stability-wise, these wheels and stuff, we're working with what we've got to work with. Hopefully, also once we get out of here, I'll be able to, like, put the volume of the game back up to what it's supposed to be. Yeah, still no volume. The wings hold together a bit better now. Still a little bouncy kind of thing, but that's an improvement. Actually, do we have... If I go in here and I make quick mute part of the stock stuff again... Oh, I didn't. Wait, what did I do? What did I make part? The toolbar controller or something? I don't know. Where are you? Here you are. Does this work? That's not what I meant to do. Yeah, ain't doing shit. Alright. So we just have to go into settings manually and then find out the master is already set to there. Apply, let's see. Are you kidding me? I have to restart the fucking game to get the audio working again? Well, that's a hell of a mod you got for us there. Quick mute. Alright, let's see if this thing will fly, and I'll just make the mouth noises, alright? So, we got brakes on, and then... Oh no, we've got sound. Okay. I was... Still test. We'll test flight here. Make sure that we're staying, you know, in the middle of the runway. Oh, I didn't test our cameras either that we've got. Oh, let's just pull up. Okay, pulling up steadied us on... Oh! Oh! Hey, 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 hey! It flies! Damn thing flies! I'm trimming hard, pulling in the gear. I didn't expect it to fly. I mean, I guess that's what it's supposed to do. It's a plane, but I just didn't expect it. I didn't see it coming. How are you doing, Weasley Turbo Fan? We're meeting the requirements, alright. Hey, we got a flyer. You really gotta pull up on it as it's going down the pad. But no SAS. And we're flying. And by the way, here's our cameras. So that looks back at the front, and this looks back at the back. Alright. Now, what's our top speed here? See how much pitch trim I put on it. I'm going to pull down a little bit. Nice, says Arch Jericho. Yeah, I'm surprised. I'm surprised. In fact, these engines are... I guess that works. I feel like they're underpowered for this. You know, maybe you could use 4. Oh wow, she rolls like a whale. Just very slow rolling. Actually, it feels correct, you know, for the size of this thing. It feels right. It's, this is... You gotta fly this one like you'd fly a plane, you know? Instead of just slamming it over 90 degrees and pulling up, you actually have to roll. There's a little bit of wobble with that. That's nice. Let's try spinning it around and see if landing is a possibility. Are you... Is this Chase? It was not. You know, I don't mind being disappointed by Squad, but the modders... The modders? Come on. Come on, modders. I hope the desert is very, very flat. You know? Because this thing, in the mission that we're planning, we're supposed to fly this thing out there while it's carrying another plane in its belly, land it on not a runway, okay, on these tiny little wheels that we've got for it, land it on not a runway. By the way, First shot of the desert airfield since we started this playthrough. Not the desert, the island. Yeah, landed on not a runway, roll that other plane out of its belly, fold its wings out, and then send that flying. I'm just like considering how difficult it's going to be to land this on not a runway. It's huge. And it doesn't have the correct landing gear that you would usually have for this. Also, flying into the sun is not helping me find the runway and land there. Let's not gain too much height. Let's throttle back to 2/3 or something. I don't want to get going too fast here. Can't even see the KSC through the God rays. Is it over there? I think it's over here. I think this is the KSC, son of a bitch. Yeah, it is. I recognize that shape now. I need a good run up at this thing, damn it. Be able to slow down and ease her in. Yeah, this thing takes a quarter of a mile to do a simple turn. It feels precisely as heavy as it would be. Throttle down to half. Now we're banking in. Okay, I can pick out the KSC now. Or the VAB. So if I just aim to the right of it, I should be able to land something. Despite being blinded by the sun. Okay, I think I can see the strip. Yep, we're coming in line with it now. I'm gonna try and pull hard so as not to overturn too much. And down to a quarter throttle. Gear out. Yaw. Down to an 1/8 throttle. Pitching up. Trimming up. Yaw. Trimming up. Trimming up. Yaw. Bring it down. Yaw. Trimming up. Gotta force it down, gotta force it down. Okay, we're down. I have reverse thrust. Why are we not stopping? Why are we not stopping? I tried forcing us down more to try and get us to stop. I've got max reverse thrust right now. I feel like we probably should have stopped with the reverse thrust and the brakes. The brakes are on. Okay. Kerbal Space Programs, let's have the brakes be at 50% on everything, didn't really help us there. But I landed beautifully. We're gonna blame Squad for that missing wing. Now testing without a runway, yeah. That was pretty good. That was very good. Proved that we could land it. I think a few of the engines were not reversed. They were both reversed. Like if we, like, they're both in one, you know, group. I switched them over to reverse thrust, and then, reverse thrust, forward thrust. Are you fucking kidding me? They're not, they were put on in a pair. You're right, but, like, that's, again, fucking bullshit. That is fucking we didn't finish the game bullshit from the Squad. They are put on in mirror mode. When you affect them... Look, I'll pull the thrust down. It didn't... Oh my. And now we don't have audio again. Rip them off. See how they came off in a pair? And they go on in a pair. And then when I change the thrust limiting in here, it changes the other one. The fuck? Kerbal Space Program. Nobody clicked remove from symmetry, you pricks. It worked. Was there something that we needed to change? Brakes. We need brakes that actually brake. I'm gonna go to like 125% on the brakes. I feel like we should fix everything with the wheels, but I don't know how to fix it. You know, Squad didn't know how to fix it, so I don't know how to fix it. I don't know, like, how to set the friction and the damper and shit like that to make them actually function. But, okay, what we can do to, you know, better assure that shit will actually work when we go to use it is put it on an action group. And is there something in particular, like, should I think maybe 0? I'll put it on 0 to toggle thrust reverser. Yeah. And then that will apply for both. Both, without me having to do anything extra, Kerbal. So I'll be able to hit 0, and that'll toggle the thrust reverser. Brakes will now have a lot of power back here, not much power up here. I'll give it a little bit more power here. I'll give it, for 125 there, will be 75 up front. You know, we just don't want that pulling hard. We want to be pulling from here more than anything on the stoppage, on the breakage. In fact, that scares me. I'm just going to go to 60 on the front. Everything else seems to have worked. As long as we're attaching stuff to action groups, let's have on 1 the toggle ramp. Anything else that you do on an action group? No, I think we're okay. I think we're okay. Well, we didn't really go through a Mark II. Oh, that's pretty good. And we've got something that flies. Actually, what I could do on the action group would be have like a takeoff stance. So let's say 9, since I'm already using 0. We could toggle deploy on a couple of these. On these two, let's say. And then when you are deployed, that is the correct direction to give us lift. To pull us up, right? It goes over there, it's behind the center of mass, so it pushes down, and that's pulling up, I'm pretty sure. So that might help when we went to take off this time, we started to drift and bounce around until I pulled up, and then like we got control again on the runway. So if I've got that either enabled from the start, or I can enable it when I need to, then that should probably take care of that issue for us. Thank you for the follow, Roshlev. I think this is good. So let's save it, and then let's load. The way that I'm envisioning possibly doing this is taking our spy drone, putting this out on the runway, and then backing it off of the runway. Or just letting it back itself off of the runway is really what I'm envisioning. So, launch, because it'll just roll backwards naturally. It's Kerbal Space Program, so there's always like phantom forces acting on something. It'll roll backwards, and we need to roll it off of the runway so that then we can load the cargo plane onto the runway and then pull the spy plane up into the cargo plane. It's the idea in my head here. So go ahead and start rolling backwards, right? Settings. Fix the audio. I can also, reverse the direction of this and give us a touch of torque. And just roll us backwards. This is our little spy drone that we're going to pack into our spy cargo plane, and then deliver this where we're supposed to go. Is this far enough away that I can load something else, or do I have to go like completely off? I would hope that this would be far enough away. If we have to go like completely off of the mound, it's just going to take longer. But so we leave this here, we return to the Space Center, I load out the other one, and then we drive this up into the back of it. Is hopefully a thing that we can do. And it's actually sort of the wrong time of day. It's the end of the day. We need to fly toward the desert thing if we were to start flying it now, so I should probably just not do this. In fact, yeah, let's go to the next morning. Oh, we're actually supposed to wait for 3 days before I do this, actually. So that's a day. We've got rules about how time should pass in relation to missions. We're not supposed to do any kind of a launch for 3 days after we did our last mission. So there's 3 days that have passed since our last mission. And then runway. And the spy cargo plane. We do not need all of these Kerbals aboard it. We will send... someone from chat would be lovely. What if we sent someone from chat? How about if I gave Mr. Vet Nadal a Kerbal, since they gifted 10 subs in addition to resubscribing this time. So Simone Richard is going to become Mr. Vet Nadal. The problem with that is that I can't do it from here I have to be controlling something. For example, that drone that we just walked away from. So yeah, Mr. Vetnadal can fly this giant cargo plane alone. Mr. Vetnadal has long been a member of our spy program. I was trying to think of what's the fancy word for spy when you want to be fancy around it. From here, I should be able to use crew manifest to go to our crew roster, edit Simone Richard, and then I can come in here and I can say Mr. Vetnadal. Let me just make sure I got that. VAT, V-A-T, and then N-E-D-A-L. Yes. Apply. And now all of our Kerbals are named. That's cool. And of course, Bill Kerman is always here because it's in his contract. It was in the rider. Agent, resource. Those aren't what I was thinking, but those are really good. Espionage. That's it, Shredda. Thank you, Shredda. That's what I was thinking of. Espionage. He's been part of our espionage program for quite a while, Mr. Vetnadal has. And then I scroll up. And thank you for the follow, Shredda. Get rid of crew manifest now. Get it off my screen. I don't care. I don't want it. I don't know that this is far enough back. I think it's going to tell me I can't, but we're going to try. So back to the Space Center. It's going to tell me I can't load up the other plane and then drive this one into it. That's my guess. I don't think you're supposed to say that out loud. He's been part of our espionage program for quite a while. Oh, shit! Not anymore! Alright, Mr. Vetnadal, you and you alone, in the driver's seat. Launch vessel. Spy drone is already on the runway. Clear it or go to it. God damn it. I have to go to it. Finally, a decently modded playthrough. I'm so used to it now that stock is physically repulsive. Yes. Yes, indeed. Visually, gameplay-wise, kind of in every... I say KSP sucks. MKSP is awesome. MKSP being modded Kerbal Space Program. It's very good. Direction is still inverted. Torque limit, let's give it a little bit of thrust. And drive it backwards. The sound is glitching out. Because of all of the mods, however, my sound is glitched, and every time that we come into a scene, I have to set it back. It keeps going to 0 over and again. We're gonna go down. Oh, Jesus. God, hell. Go completely off the runway. We are completely off the runway now. As anyone can see. And then back to the Space Center. And now see if we can't load this one in. When we get it all in the same scene, I will once more bother to get my audio working again. So, runway. Spy or cargo plane. Everyone out. This is a secret mission. I need to have less than my entire crew involved. Launch the vessel. We can now put it onto the pad. The runway, anyway. Could use a drink. Couldn't we all? Okay, brakes on, and then sound on. Yeah, it doesn't quite know. There we go. I've got sound again. I hit 1. And the ramp comes down. Oh, Jesus hell! That does not seem as intended. Wow, they really planned for exactly one scenario there. Okay. If we just rock it back and forth. Aha! Aha! Um, 84? 84 looks good. We'll go with 84 for now. Yeah, so you just stay there. You just stay there. And then we get the little spy plane. Right? Sure. And we uninvert the direction. And we give it some torque. Let's see if I do this. But your brakes are on. You're not supposed to fire up when your brakes are on. Yeah. See, that's so weird. Anyway. Oh no, that's right. That's how Kerbal kind of has worked for a long time. The brake lights are... The light is on the first time, but it's not real. And you have to double click. You have to click it once, you have to click it twice. Okay. $7 meters per second, still gaining speed. Somehow. Uphill. Gaining speed uphill. Just go ahead and slow this down, huh? I can't pack this. Pack this plane into the other plane. Okay. Uh-oh. It was fine for a second. And then it just popped for no reason and... Oh, I ran into the thing. Might need to F9 this one. No, I can save it. I can save it. See? I'm able to pop it. If I can just pop it, lock it, drop it like it's hot, then we'll be okay. We might need the pilot back here. Wait. I'm sliding it. It's sliding. We're doing the electric slide. This is fine. It's fine. This is fine. It's... Oh, no, not disengaged. Invert. And then... Give it some torque. Nope. Who would have thought packing one plane inside of another plane would be at all difficult? Always just move big guy forward to roll out the back to reattempt that cargo bay entry. I think... I could fix it. Wow. You're at full throttle right now and nothing's happening. Hit the brakes! Hit the brakes! Hit the brakes! I clicked the brakes 7 fucking times! Ah! Oh, Jesus fucking Christ, Kerbal Space Program with your 8 pixels that actually qualify. No, I was clicking the fucking thing. Game's just a lie, man. Game's just a fucking lie. I was on the motherfucker. Invert direction. We're good though now. Now I got it. Now we're fine. somehow, probably. That doesn't seem right. I don't know. Wait! We can extend the wings! And the wings will help me, right the plane. I never really... There we go. There we go. Alright. Pass 2. Invert direction. Okay. Nice and lined up. Normal. There we go. There's a little bit of a pop coming onto the ramp, if I recall correctly. That's what kind of screwed us over in the first place. I was coming on fine. There was nothing wrong with me. Yeah, so you know, this is where things go a little bit crazy because of the pop coming on. So there's one of my wheels is on the outside of the other plane. What of it? Invert direction. I think we can probably use the wings a little bit. Oh, hey. Excellent. Just what we always wanted. I think at this point it's just best to hit F9. I was in position at a certain point. Maybe I need to lower the ramp another notch. It's at 84. Maybe if we go to 80 something, 83, 80. I don't know if it needs to go up or down to get lower. 85, actually. Yeah, it would go up. Yeah, I had this in the correct place, and then I had you sitting back here. And this time I'll make a closer F5 when we get there. So invert direction, no. Up here, pinned, torque full, brakes off. Oh good, the fucking audio is gone again. Turn the torque limit off, but the propeller is still creating quite a bit of forward. Look at this lineup. Look at me. Lining it up. And then stopping completely and getting a quick save. Look at me. Being a smarty every day. Let's switch over to the other plane. And then with the guy here, let's try going to 85. We'll see. Maybe that'll help somehow. I think I was perfect at 84, but things don't work when you're perfect, then make them imperfect. Give it another go. Torque all the way up. Brakes. SAS. I should be using SAS. Should be using SAS for this. Stop. Don't do that now. don't. Nobody did nothing to you to cause this. Okay. Brakes on. Completely. Fully. I just need another couple of millimeters here. I would F5, but this is so horrendous. See where the tail of this plane is? I'm so close. Nope. Fucking stop. Now you've driven yourself a little bit weird and wacky there. I think I have to F5. Hang on, I'm creating some phantom force that's just sliding it a little bit to this direction, to the left there. To our left. Just by yawing to the right. And I like that. I like what I'm seeing. I like its positions just getting a little bit more. So I got F5. And then I need to switch to the other craft. This is where things get crazy. I need Mr. Vetnadal to come out. Not that direction, actually, Mr. Vetnadal. Reboard. This is the way you need to go. Yep. I need you to come back here. And I think first thing that we're gonna do is park this up. Forward. Park it forward. That'll create a little bit more space for the plane to come forward. F5 again. Switchcraft. This is crazy. What I'm trying to do. It doesn't seem to want to move in any further than this. Which is okay. I think we can go with this. But I was just trying to make it, you know, better. Mr. Vetnadal, I would like you to attach this to a vessel. And the vessel is this guy. Select a compatible socket. Oh, fuck. Ah, I forgot it needs a goddamn socket. For this to work. And we didn't put any in here, did we? It's just parachutes. Fuck. The amount of work it takes to make this work is work, says Shredda. Yeah. And we need an attachment socket on this thing that just isn't there. We can run one over. I can load a craft up on the VAB with Bill, our engineer, carrying a socket. He can come out, he can attach it to the craft so that we can attach to this, because this is a lot that we've managed to get here. You don't want to fuck with this, I think. F5, you just stay. Yeah, never mind then. Damn it. Massive oversight. F5. I feel like we load in and out of the scene, though, and God knows what's gonna happen, you know? Let's head back to the Space Center. We'll put Bill out here in a golf cart. Yes, I have golf carts. I love making tiny crafts. So what I need though is can I load a Kerbal's inventory? Can I choose your inventory? I can't, can I? Let's go into the VAB. Maybe I can do it while I'm from the VAB while we're loading out or something. I've never really tried to do this before. Never had a need to fuck around with a Kerbal's inventory before. So we would load out a Kerbal golf cart. Here's a golf cart. But what we need is for Bill Kerman to... yeah, okay, we can edit it. You don't need any of this, really, you know, but, we'll throw out that. You can keep your parachute, because what I need you to carry is a KAS joint socket. Just one. Although, since we didn't load any up into the plane, go ahead and carry as many as you can carry, Bill. 5 of them. And launch this to the pad. Arch Jericho, blame Houston? You blame Houston?
Hey, you can't blame me.
I'm supposed to cover my mouth so you don't see that Houston and I are the Superman and Clark Kent. Alright, Bill, hang on. Let me fix the game's audio one more time. Settings, master, accept, apply, resume. I can hear it. Alright, Bill. Let's do some engineering work. HVAC repair. Why in God's name is the stock fucking pad got tearing to it? Squad, what have you done? Chase. Thank you. Alright, we're heading over to here, and we're just hoping that everything is still as we left it when we get there. I'm really running the Space Center, like, in a very manual way, aren't I? We have thus far flown to Woomerang, landed in an open field in order to unlock Woomerang, and then we built an actual space station around Woomerang launch sites that we can consider it, you know, really something instead of the kind of nothing that it starts out as. And then we were allowed to actually run a mission from Woomerang. But not until then. In addition to that, I'm just trying to head over to the runway here. In addition to that, when we sent our first Kerbals to space, we, you know, brought them back down in the drink just off the shores of the KSC, and then I took a boat that I made in Kerbal Space Program out to recollect my crew. We are doing this all in a very manual way. Now, I have loaded the cargo plane, I loaded the spy plane, which is the cargo, and then the cargo plane after it, and then loaded the spy plane into the cargo, but we forgot a piece, so we loaded Bill Kerman onto the launch pad in a golf cart to drive over with the piece that we need to manually install it on site in place. That was weird. What the hell just happened there? The bot says something as though Kenneth tried to say something in chat, but there's nothing in my chat that has Kenneth trying to say anything. That seems like that's probably a problem. Unless maybe Kenneth just, like, DM'd the bot with a TTS message. Ooh. Being sneaky. Shredda Shredda 3. I did a Minmus probe mission tonight. Instead of recovering, I built an aircraft capable of picking up small probes and flying them back. I could just recover, but doing it manually is fun, isn't it? You know, and it gets the most out of this beautiful, like, environment that we now have thanks entirely to Black and whoever it is that makes Parallax. I need to learn the name of whoever it is that makes Parallax. Black makes everything else visual. Environmental visual enhancements, deferred, the volumetric clouds, there's something else. Scatterer. Almost entirely Black we have to thank for this game not looking like Squad left it. But Parallax is pretty much the thing that has made the world, the countryside, interesting, you know, to look at as well. Plane's still in there. It's freaking out. Alright, Bill, get in there before anything worse happens. Leave the seat. Okay. Boy, will you be able to walk past this thing? Okay, you can actually nudge it more into play. Listen, hey. As long as we don't get some violent, crazy physics stuff, F5. We don't get some violent, crazy physics stuff. Yeah, you can nudge this more into the position that I had wanted it to be in as you go underneath it. Bill Kerman, this is your life. Beautiful. Beautiful work, Bill Kerman. Alright, so now, Bill, we go to the build menu. We take one of these out. And I think we put it like this. Actually, like that would be pretty nice. Nope, not like that. Like that. Alright, thanks for coming out, Bill. That's all we needed from you. No kidding. That is all we needed from you. I'm afraid of you messing up the plane, though, Bill. I want you to stand over here for a second. Oh, look, he's got his screwdriver out, too. I want you to stand over here for a second. Well, I try and figure out what I'm doing with my life. Where's the plane? The plane... No. We want... No, Bill. I still want you, actually. This is still your gig, Bill. We tried to have the pilot do it, Mr. Vettin et al., but he just doesn't understand the equipment. So, attached to a vessel... Wait. F5. Attached to a vessel. Holy shit, it just worked. Link mode. Docked. And so now the two craft are actually one craft. If I've done this right. So, we've got the cargo plane. We've got Mr. Vettin et al. We've got the golf cart. We got Bill Kerman. We got the cargo plane. Good. Those two craft are now one craft. We got there. We got there. I'm gonna close this up. And hopefully the plane doesn't pop through the back. It doesn't. Alright. F5, by the way. Bill Kerman. You need to leave. I can just recover you, actually. Right? I could just recover you. What I would like, though, Bill... Bill, I think you're coming. I think the easiest way for us to deal with this is for you to just join the mission, grab a seat, friend. Don't take a cervix sample. Why can I not? Oh, I'm clicking on you. Yeah, just grab a chair. We might need you on the other end of this thing. Got my two best. I have two Kerbals anyway. Working on the mission. Can you get back in there now, Mr. Vettin et al? That's gonna be an issue. I need you to get back into the plane so that you can steer the damn thing. Okay. I think if you can jump to a certain height, you'll be able to, like, F, 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 F. Uh-oh. Might have to stand on each other's heads or something. Cheat fix, reduce gravity and RCS to it. Hey. Hey. Because, I mean, this is, again, like an oversight from Squad and Kerbal Space Program in general. How are you going to have this and have an exit hatch and have cargo bays like this, but not have a built-in fucking ladder? This is not on me to think that I need to put a ladder into a... This should have had... you made the parts. But F5, I will give that a try. We will try reducing gravity. Alt F12. Or control from the base seat. Can I want my pilot in the front if we can. Let's try this. Cheats. Is it under physics or just cheats? Physics. No. Cheats. Hack gravity. So currently at 1.0. If I reduce gravity, I don't need to, like, completely, you know, lose it or anything like that. I just need it to be low enough that RCS can get you jumping, RCS can get you somewhere. So RCS on. Ho! Yeah, that'll do. Okay. What am I looking at? Oh, right. Now I'm in here. Because of the mod I've got. And now, like that. And then actually unbuckle. And then get into the pilot's seat, which I'm going to say is this one. Okay. And now Alt F12 again. And... give me a mouse, please. Hack gravity.
In 3, 2... Why am I doing this? It's a plane takeoff. There's no countdown necessary.
And, we're just leaving the... leaving the golf cart on the pad, too. Yeah. This is what it is. F5. We're good. We're ready to go. But, boy, I could use a live stream break. We've been here another 2 hours. We're finally ready to launch the thing. We've gotten F5. Everything is working. Everything is beautiful. Everything is grand. We've been here another 2 hours. I need another little live stream break if we're going to actually put this thing in the air, fly it to the desert site, and try and carry on with this mission. It's going to be another 7.5 hour live stream. Yeah. Can I... F6 doesn't work anymore, that's right. But also, I think just being in this menu will kill all of the audio. So I think we're okay to just leave it here and go to my live stream break. Oh, this light is getting very dim. I can always tell. I come back to the scene and I'm like, wow, it's really sexy in here. We're going to take another live stream break, 7 minutes, chance to use the bathroom, grab a snack, do what you need to do. Meet me back here. I'll play some music. I'll roll some ads so we don't get any more ads. Don't go anywhere. Pawn not out.
It stands out on the highway like a creature from another time. It inspires the baby's questions. They say, what's that? Well, they ask their mothers as they ride. Yeah, but no one stopped to think about the babies or how they would survive. And we've almost lost Detroit this time. And how would we ever get over losing our minds? And just 30 miles from Detroit, they built a giant power station. And it ticks each night as the city sleeps. Or maybe seconds from annihilation. Yeah, but no one stopped to think about the people or well, just how they would survive. And we've almost lost Detroit this time. And how would we ever get over losing our minds?
Hello, I am the Ronan Paul, and welcome back to twitch.tv/Ronan Paul live stream on twitch.tv/Ronan Paul and youtube.com/Ronan Paul live stream on youtube.com/Ronan Paul. I've got the light wired up manually now. And I just played 2 songs in that live stream break that I probably won't ever be able to play again. Realized Gil Scott-Heron's We Almost Lost Detroit. Probably somebody's going to hit me for that on YouTube. And then my cover of Brazil. It's Brazil, you know. Somebody's going to be, they're going to be coming for me. Welcome back to Kerbal Space Program. I hope you enjoyed them, and I hope if you liked the sound of that Gil Scott-Heron tune, that was a live performance of one of Gil Scott-Heron's beautiful songs.
When it comes to people's safety,
whoa, what?
It really wins out every time.
You totally got me tricked there. Unlicensed streamer. It's that song, and I was like, why did the song just start up again? I gotta check AIMP. Why are you playing the music? I forgot that I've got that clip from the song as well. It's brilliant, it's beautiful, it's lovely, and it's about our nuclear power plant that had a near meltdown in like the 70s or the 80s. It is, by the way, our nuclear power plant is the same design as the one in Japan that had the problem there, that had the leak. Like the most recent nuclear semi-disaster thing that happened. Yeah, ours is the exact same make and model. And they're actually trying to extend its life and say, well, we were supposed to decommission it. But what if we didn't? What if after 40 years, what if we went for 60? What if we crossed our fingers and hoped? That's what that song is about, is that nuclear power plant. Welcome back to Kerbal Space Program. We're about to blow a golf cart off of a runway with some jet engines is probably what's going to happen. We're about to launch this crazy-ass mission that we came up with in the middle of this live stream. I have packed a spy drone whose wings collapse down so that we can pack it into something like this, into the back of this giant cargo plane we've made. Bill Kerman wasn't supposed to come on this mission. Bill, you can't tell anybody about what you see on this mission. This is espionage, buddy. You weren't supposed to be involved here. This is just supposed to be our top man in the field, Mr. Vetnadal 008. So yeah, Bill, you can't tell your family about this one. So yeah, I'm gonna try and launch F5. I'm gonna try and launch this thing now. I'm gonna try and get it into the air. Didn't I have a button? Was it? It wasn't 0, but it might have been 9. 9 deploys our, yeah, for the sake of lift. Alright. Here we go. Brakes are on, brakes are on. Okay, we're opening the engines. And then as we, forward a little bit. Probably don't need steering on all of these. That's probably problematic. Okay, brakes off. SAS, by the way. No SAS. I don't need SAS on a plane. Okay, 100 meters per second. Going off the runway now. Pulling up. Okay, we're good. We're good, we're going. Made it. Trimming, 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 trimming. Trimming. Okay. We've got good vertical pitch on the trim, I think. And, gear in. Gear is in. Everything's looking good on the inside here. Turn the lights on, by the way. Light it up. Alright. This is your captain speaking. We'll be cruising at 6,000 meters above the surface of Kerbin today. You just give us a couple of minutes, we'll let you know when you can pull out your cell phones and start masturbating in the aisles, or whatever it is you people do. Okay. So we're headed toward the desert area, and holy god, this craft turns like it is this big. It feels heavy as hell. But yeah, we'll be flying this to the desert airstrip or thereabouts. We have to find a flat, good-looking landing place out there. Put it down, deploy our spy drone, put that in the air, and then, you know, start taking nudie pictures of people's wives through their windows or something. I can't remember exactly what the mission was, but it sounded something like that. Look at this! This is the most friggin' realistic flight. We took off there, and I had to do that big long turn over in order to turn around and go in the opposite direction. This is the most realistic flight I've ever flown. Usually I just come out and, you know, you slam it 90 degrees and just pull up and turn it around. I don't feel like that's appropriate for this craft. So we're getting on a heading of due west, 240 degrees on the bubble, and we'll just let the craft, you know, climb and make height as it sees fit. Maybe not as it sees fit. I'm trimming down a bit. It's seeing a little bit too fit, if and you ask me. But we'll get above the cloud cover here and see what happens next. Where exactly are we heading in terms of the desert thing? Oh god, don't tell me that we're... Sun rises in the east, it sets in the west. Which means that it's only going to get darker. It's only going to get worse. We left it entirely the wrong time. When should I have left? I set this thing to be leaving in the morning. Yeah. This is... I'm getting fucked all over the place by Kerbal Space Program here. We spun the planet so that I would be leaving in the morning. And Kerbal, like, threw me to late afternoon. This is just bullshit, man. This game, even when I think of the things that need to be done, it's like, yeah, but nah. Kerbal's gonna do them a different way. But yeah, it looks like we're headed toward the desert, and it's gonna be a nighttime thing again. I can't do a nighttime landing in the desert, but we're in the air. What are we gonna do? We will have to. Maybe we'll do a layover. We'll land somewhere before it gets completely dark. F5. Go to the next day. We'll do what we have to do. I don't want to do, night. It's not good for the live stream either. What are we watching here in the middle of the night, kind of a thing. But the mission is on its way, and the liquid fuel is mostly in the wings, by the way, thanks to the mods that I've got here. There are some significant mountains ahead, so we need to make the height. We are making height. I could aim to pass through the mountains over here as well, but I think we can just make the height. He says as he banks more aggressively toward the pass in the mountains. Yeah, I guess banking for the pass is probably the way to go. I think we can make it through here. I'm gonna aim for that. No. Go through the mountains where it's... This is how it's supposed... If there were, like... regular passenger air travel on Kerbin. This is where the lane would be. The air lane would be over here. You wouldn't go there. You'd probably just get higher. Which we are doing. I'm gonna trim up a little bit more. Encourage a little bit more height. These Weasleys, I'm surprised at how, they don't seem to fly well above 1,500 meters. And now that we're in the clouds, we just have to trust that we are not going to run face first into the mountains. But this is so relaxing to me. This is flying through the clouds. This is way more, I don't know. This is more enjoyable than making maneuvers in space, What's there to see in space? More space. Okay. We do know that there are mountains ahead. However, we should be passing through the low part of the mountains. We aimed for them, and we've been gaining height the entire time. I'm trimming up even more. Oh my god. This is getting creepy. It's getting very creepy. I can see over there the mountain's tops. We're at 2,900. And we're climbing hard. I'm not doing that. It's how the trim is taking us. Oh my god. Nothing is going to suddenly pop up in front of us and we're dead. There we go. We're above it. We can see. We're clear. I had a good heading. Almost. This is why you need radar. I had a pretty good heading. We might have lost one wing, but as long as we have the other, What is that? There's little spots in the texture that makes me, I'm always looking for, oh, they were so clever, they hid something, and there are places, but it ain't Breath of the Wild, buddy. There ain't that many hidden things to find. Okay. Now that we've cleared the mountains, ish, because they're still there, which direction are we actually supposed to be heading? It's a little bit south, actually. It's west, but it's south, and we're flying northwest right now to avoid the, death in the sky. Mr. Ventnadal says, had dinner, what did I miss? We've cleared the mountains, and I have fully installed my refrigerator, my new refrigerator, so there's that. All will be good with time. I predict you should arrive in daylight, says Arch Jericho. Am I saying, is that okay? Arch Jericho's on YouTube, by the way, if you don't see, Twitch chat, if you're like, who's he talking about? My chat shows who's coming from where. I hope there's not just a mountain in this cloud. F5. There couldn't be a mountain just hiding in this cloud, right? They wouldn't do that to me. God isn't that vicious. Actually, wait a second. No. I've read the Bible. God is worse than this. Just putting a mountain in front of you? Are you kidding me? You should be so lucky. I really feel like I'm tempting somebody at this particular moment. Man, just the idea of being a pilot and actually just being in the clouds in an area where you know that there are mountains, but your instruments say you're fine, but come on. How confident do you ever really feel? Yeah, we need to go a little bit to the south as we head here. Arch is fine. Okay, cool. Unlicensed streamer said, and was speaking to Mr. Ventnadal, when a plane loves another plane really much, they grow a small spy plane inside of them. That will happen. When a man loves a woman, there's a spy plane in a belly, or something. Yeah, we do need to be just a little bit to that side of things. So, why am I so confused by the sunlight here? The sun may rise in the east, but at least it's settled in a fine location, which is in the west. It sets the west. But, we're headed to the west right now, and it'll be rising in the west as we go. Which means the sun is setting in the east. Why is my brain saying, huh? To this scenario? This is probably a fine heading to be on. I can absolutely go to 2 times phys warp too, but which I will do the moment that I am, bored with the beauty of flying here. That's interesting. Let's trim down a little bit, because I don't think we need any more height here. Wow. Space is fake and Kerbal is a psyop. Peace. Said foreign user on YouTube. And birdsaren'treal.com. Come look me up at birdsaren'treal.com. I'm not only a member, I'm the site's owner. Planet rotates into the darkness. So the experience of someone who lives here is that like right now, for them, because they're in the, this is how I need to think of it. For them right now, because it's nighttime, it's the sun will be rising to the right of them, to the east of them. They'll see the sun coming up. That's what I needed in order to help my brain, like, do that. Is like, it's about perspective. What's your perspective? If you're sitting on the planet right here, then when the sun starts to rise, it's going to rise in the east. Yeah. That still kind of bakes my noodle a little bit for, like, trying to think of what needs to happen in order to make sure that the sun's going to be up when you get over to that area. But it's a lot easier if you just pick a point on the globe and say, okay, what's it like being here? This is space rockets. You always need more height. No, this is enough. This is enough. Hello, Mikhail. How you doing? 3,500 is fine. This is absolutely like the flight, though. This is almost too real. The plane is as heavy as a plane that is this big would be. It feels as heavy to fly. We're flying above the clouds as you would be flying this. This is the thing, man. Are you sure what bakes your noodles isn't green and wrapped in smoking papers? We haven't had any of that in the house in a while. And I was never. I used a little THC to help with my MECFS, but I never, the 420 and the Blaze It, it's, for me, it was always an inconsistent experience. It could be, you get real paranoid, or you just get so, like, stoned that you just you don't feel like yourself, you feel like a rock, that kind of a thing. When I was trying to get intoxicated, I'd just reach for a brew. I knew exactly what that experience was going to be, and could also, pretty reasonably tell when I'd had too much, or, could cut myself off before I had too much. The puff, it's just like, it's really, I don't know, it's like wine in that you have a little bit and then you don't realize it, and then all of a sudden, all at once, you're just completely wasted. And yeah, my experience could, get really paranoid or heady, and just, it wasn't, if I want to have a good time, it was too much of a toss-up for me. Stuff really never did anything for me, so I never got into it, says Mike. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I had some good, some real good moments. Once in particular, I think I had the proper, like, weed experience that most people have, which is that the music I was listening to was so fucking amazing. And in fact, I think at one point I turned the music off and was still able to listen to it. Like, my mind just remembered every single, note and movement, and it was as though it was still on, kind of a thing. Music was so much good. Food was so much, like, I have had that experience that people are, that probably hooks people. And, like, this is going to be my thing now. But I have had so many other experiences, too, that have been, no thank you. Alright, we're F5ing, and we're going to Fizz Warp. 2 times Fizz Warp, now that we've cleared, or we're about to clear, the whatever continent the KSC is on. Is it Cafrica or South Camerica? Because it's definitely got one of those shapes. I would presume Cafrica. I would think that, like, you would model like the origin of the species, the origin of life. You know, and it kind of, you know, where is the KSC? And it's kind of, yeah, it's not at all there. It would be like up here, wouldn't it? The whatever it is, the place where they say, you know, all life began on this planet, or at least, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know enough about that. I feel like it can't be all that would be in the ocean, but you know, land-based creatures emerged. How could you possibly even track it down? How do you trace it? I don't know. Maybe it's just more. Maybe I'm going off of. I'm mixing my science with my religious stuff, and like over here would be where the Lord created the Garden of Eden, right? According to the Christians, I believe this is the area somewhere right in here. I think that's what I'm doing. So 2 times Fizz Warp, crossing the ocean. We've got a very good line so far, it's looking like. It's like I'm holding the right course. Or I was. Actually, now we're heading a little bit too west. Flying over water without any clouds is boring and also safe. I'm having none of the experience of, like... It's amazing how Kerbal Space Program can give you that experience if you've got all these mods installed. You're in the clouds, you're just looking at white. Occasionally the white gets a little bit brighter or a little bit darker, and every time it gets a little bit darker, you're like, am I about to slam into something? You know, kind of thing. It's amazing how it gives you that, you know, trepidatious pilot in the clouds feeling. Had an F5 at this point as well. And I think this is more the line that we're supposed to be holding. If I turned on SAS... Yeah, I don't think that's a good idea. I think SAS doesn't do the job as well as me and my trim. Okay, maybe not, sorry. Just want to be constantly gaining height here. Start to trim down a little bit. And now we're kind of ping-ponging. Can't decide what the trim needs to be. Yeah, we're losing height. Trim up. Just that little tap of trim and it grabs the wind in such a way that, you know, now we're flat. And actually now we're gaining. And now if I just tap it once, tiny little trim tap, we're starting to level out, but again, it holds at 3,500. Yep. That's okay. Do a little ping pong here. Let's see about it. So 3,550 after the tap, we drop down to 3,400. As we're dropping, we pick up some speed, start to get a little bit more atmosphere under our wings, which creates a little bit more lift. And now leveling out at 3,300 and starting to go back up. Fair enough. So, where is our spy landing site going to be then? This is supposed to be a desert region over here. Unfortunately, the planet looks so, like, realistic that it's very hard to see the terrain. And for me to make out the difference between the blue and the green wearing my glasses... I mean, we're gonna have to get pretty close to them. And it looks like there might be, like, some mountainous regions leading up to. Hang on. Level the plane there, please. Turning a little bit hard down. I don't know, that looks like it's on the waterfront. Is it on a waterfront? It is on a... I think it's on a waterfront. I don't know. You see what I'm seeing? Like, this kind of thing? That might just be the shadows of the clouds. I would think that it wouldn't be. That's why it's in the desert. Yeah, I would think it's in deep inland. I know that when we get there... Now we're still fading to the south there. When we get there, we'll have to start flying low. We'll have to get in under the radar. And then we gotta pick our site where we're gonna set up our spy camp, our base camp, to launch our spy plane from. Do that and that. No. Chase. Thank you. And then that's what I wanted to do. How's the ball? Okay. Just check in on our passengers. No, we don't want to do that. There's no way to get back up. C or V? C. I got it right. Okay, and then we can check in on our passengers using the video feed. How you doing back there, Belle? I wonder if I could counter this slow roll to the left with trim. I feel like if I tried at this 2 times fizz warp, I think it would just not go well. I think I just need to cope with the fact that I have to tap E once every 10 seconds or so to keep us on course. Like so. So, does a plane like this fly or consume less fuel the higher you fly it? Because, like, what I'm seeing with the Weasley engines here in Kerbal is that they fly their fastest at about 1,500 meters. But, oh goodness, you know, the engine clearly, like, wants you to, wants to sort of lift itself up to this sort of 3,500 range. It's very comfortable here, is what it seems like. And I just wonder if we are more or less fuel efficient at a certain height. I would think 1,500 would be best for this engine because it gives it the most air, but that isn't really the thing, is it? Because we look at the Weasley, and we see that it's, prop requirement met is 100%. So I don't think that the air intake is affecting anything, you know, better or worse. We're creating a lot less thrust up here. I feel like at 1500, I think the Weasley gives us like 85, you know, kilonewtons of thrust. But for the 85 kilonewtons of thrust, I think we only do like a little over 200 meters per second. So I don't know. Get Bill to swap seats to trim. That might be the thing, huh? Can I... How would I even... That's a horrible idea. We're gonna... I'm gonna get him out. Physics is gonna go crazy. He's gonna glitch through the aircraft. Just realized we're playing Kerbal. Just don't. Michael says, it's a horrible idea. Go for it. When's the next continent gonna come along? Sick of all this water. Ugh. How much longer until we see? Hey, there should be land to our right. Oh yeah, I can see it. I think I can see it. I think that's more than just the bottom of the clouds. Yeah, right there. It looks like land. Think of the content and the clips it can generate. Bill pops through the bottom of the... As a challenge... Alright, it's turned into a challenge video. F5. Can we get Bill Kerman out of the seat and move him... let's see. Bill, leave the seat. Yeah, that's... Do you have your parachute, Bill? Deploy chute. He's fine. In fact, that's what we wanted to happen. That's Bill is he's got his own mission. He's gonna scuba his way in. Did you F5 or did you just... I just F5'd, yes. Well, F9. Hopefully, you know, the craft doesn't explode in midair or something like that. We're using Kerbal attachment system parts and, you know, all that sort of a thing. Yeah, we lose a little bit of... Yeah, that's I'm familiar. And also, for some reason, the audio doesn't work every time that we restart. So, beautiful. We change scenes. It's fine. Yeah, no, I F5'd immediately before we pulled that little stunt. Oh, all my pitch is gone. That's why we're diving. Like, why are we diving? All my trim. Okay. Trim's good again. Back to 2x fizz warp, and we're on our way. Kerbal Space Program. You should be able to get a Kerbal out inside a cargo thing that is meant for having things on the inside of it, you know? This is... Bill stole a parachute from the plane. I think what I took off of him was his jetpack, his EVA pack, in order to make room for the other thing. I assume. Because he's got a chute on him, so it's got to be something. Something like that. More trim? Is more trim what's wanted? Whoa, that's pulling up rather hard there. Funny how we were just level and flying real easy, and then I tapped up like twice on the trim, and all of a sudden we're climbing like crazy. Is that land I see ahead? No. It's just the shape of the clouds. Looked like land in my glasses. Alright, how we doing? Oh goodness. We need to go due west now. Which we were just about doing. But yeah, we're at exactly the right parallel here. Due west from here on out. Now we know how to deploy Bill to scout the landing area. Hey. Kinda like that. I really like this, like, Kerbal spy program. If we could come up with more... more... Shoot, what was the word from earlier? We figured out the fancy way of saying spy. Our... God damn it, why does my brain, like, lose that word? Come up with more missions, more spy missions anyway. Espionage, thank you. More espionage themed missions. We'll have to make a submarine at some point. I'll have to... There is a part of the mod that gives us our buoyancy that I disabled that I could re-enable. I just quarantined it by changing the file extension on it. But it's supposed to give you, you know, better, not just buoyancy, but depth and pressure or something like that. It gives you something that makes submariner stuff possible. Due west, young man, due west. Yeah, this is a much less interesting flight than the Woomerang one. We were pretty much always over land with the Woomerang flight. But I was also yammering on about... No, that's what we're missing. I was yammering on about, like, politics. Was it politics? It was about my issues with the Department of Health and Human Services, so not really politics. This time I can yammer on about my refrigerator. We bought a fridge, brand new fridge, and it has taken me, since it was delivered, like a week and a half to get to this point where I can proudly say... Our fridge is installed. I first had to change the direction that the doors open, which, due to my condition, my disability, myalgic encephalomyelitis, I can really only be on my feet for a certain amount of time. I can only be upright for a certain amount of time, which is getting longer. I'm well up to like 15 minutes at this point that I can be upright without having any consequences. Yeah, I was able to, in 15-minute bursts, 10 to 15-minute bursts, get up and do things, you know, do step 1 of 9 on taking the doors off and, you know, changing their direction and kind of thing. Took me two, maybe 3 days to complete the switching of the door direction. I think it was just 2 days. It was 1 day in little bursts throughout the day, you know, 15 minutes up and then half an hour at least down kind of a thing. I got it to the point where everything was ready to put the doors back on, and then the next day I put the doors back on. But then, you know, you're not done. Now you gotta, like, move the fridge into the kitchen from the dining room where I was working on it, and then position it in such a way as you can transfer the food from one to the other, and then transfer the food from one to the other, and then, you know, negotiate the removal of the old fridge past the new fridge, and swapping positions and stuff like that. It was a lot of physical, upright stuff that I had just... It's probably the most physical thing that I've done in 2 years or something like that, was all of this. And I'm very proud to have been able to do it. To have been able to do some, you know, husband-like, handyman-type stuff, you know? I bought this house, and it didn't have a furnace in it. It didn't have a water heater in it. They'd ripped most of the, you know, looters or scrappers had ripped the copper wires out of the walls and broken the plumbing and the stink pipe out and stuff for its, you know, weight in metal. I put it all back. I learned everything that I needed to learn in order to put everything in place. Not to undermine the help that my father gave me at various points, but it was 80% me and 20% help from the people around me and in my life. And I haven't been able to do any of that kind of, you know, that kind of handyman, carpentry kind of stuff for a while, and it just feels really good to get out the socket bits for the driver and take some things apart. It was only $2,500, says Unlicensed Streamer. That's right, $2,501 is what I paid for it, what I bid on it and won, because it had it had nearly fallen to blight. I caught it on the edge of blight. Scrappers had been through it. They'd ripped out everything of value, but the thing was, the bones were really good in this house. And the roof was, you know, relatively speaking, was brand new. Might as well have been brand new. I bought the thing in 2016. 2016, I bought this house, and the roof went on in 2009, I'm pretty sure, from the pictures that I saw on, like, Google Maps and stuff like that. Looks like the new roof went on, and it's dimensional tile roof. When I saw the roof, I'm like, oh my god, that roof is worth, you know, 4 times what they're asking for the house. But yeah, when I went to buy it, it took forever to get the real estate agent to reply to me, because she's not making any money on selling a $2,500 house from Fannie Mae. So when I finally got her to reply, her reply was, someone has already, you know, made an offer on the house. She didn't even try to get me to make a different offer. She didn't even, like, mention the idea that I could also bid. She just said, someone has already made an offer on the house. And that was it in the email. And I had to volunteer writing back, I would like to make a counteroffer. And the asking price was $2,500, so I said, I will pay $2,501. And the real estate agent is not allowed to, like, tell the other party what you're bidding or, you know, that kind of stuff. And whoever else the other party was, they may have never existed. She just might have not wanted. She might have said that there was another offer to try and get rid of me, because again, she's not making any money off of closing a $2,500 house. But yeah, I won doing the Price is Right trick of bidding $1 over what the other person bid, and you know, own a house that it cost me, probably all said and done, $12,000, I would think, to make this house livable again. including the cost of buying the house. I would say about $12,000. And I would guess that if we went to sell it today, it would be 65 to start. That would be my guess. Which sounds like a really amazing thing. Like, if it's worth $65,000, like the other houses on the street have, raised the value. There have been other sales and new houses, new construction, making the houses around us look good and stuff like that. So I would think that it's probably, worth 65 grand now if we went to sell it. That sounds great, except for when am I ever going to sell it? Why would... It's like, wow, you only put 12 grand in. That's like $50,000 you made on that investment. Great job. Yeah, but I need a place to live. I'm never not going to need a place to live. And walking away with $50,000 in this, that's like, what, 2.5 years worth of apartment? If you had to rent a place? There's no way I'm getting out of this house. Is that including shotgun and cameras set on license streamer? I could roll that in. In a pinch, you might be able to mortgage some of it, says a license streamer. Yeah, probably. Hey, we're coming over land. We're coming over land again. And it certainly looks desert-like. Huh? Now, how far are we from our target? Ooh. We're getting into their airspace. And then we better start flying a little bit lower. We gotta get under these clouds. Want to be detected. F5. Start descending. Land ahoy. Yeah, so it was just real nice to do that kind of thing and to see that I can do it if you just break it up into enough steps. Do everything that needs to be done over the course of a week and a half or something like that. Then, I can get her done. This is looking real desert up there, huh? And flat is what I'm here for, buddy. That's still quite a ways away, though. We're just gonna fly lower for a while. I'm gonna need some real flat terrain that we can land on, set down, and then we unload our spy plane, our spy drone rather, send it over. It's undetectable on radar thanks to something. Invasion force. Hello, Dramacian. Man, if we tallied up all the time of this program and compared space versus flying a plane, it's starting to even out. In fact, it might just be objectively more planes than spacecraft so far. Which, I mean, of course it is. Who doesn't like flying a plane? I'm just kind of shocked how easy I've found it to build planes that fly. I remember this being a lot less. Oh, hey. Yeah, that land is coming up fast, isn't it? A lot less forgiving to make yourself a plane. Just wait for the Duna landing and a small drone for exploring. That's... I still fear interplanetary. Because I know how, frustrating it has been in the past, how much it, shows the weakest spots of Kerbal Space Program, the least considered points of the game, least thought about stuff. Hey, got some vegetation out here in this desert. We are diving fast. I'll pitch up a little, trim up a little. Not too much, huh? We want to stay low. We're trying to come in under the radar. Where's the destination? Oh wow, it's a lot closer than I thought. We need to start looking for a landing place, I think. I might come down to, out of Fizz Warp, so that it's not sort of rushing up on me. If it's just right there... Yeah, let's get low to stay in under the radar. But, we want to close more of this gap. I don't want to be flying in a prop plane at 65 meters per second for quite as long as it'll probably take. In fact, wait a second. Are there mountains between us? That looks like there's mountains between us. That gives us cover from the radar. We get good and low, and we land this side of the mountains, and then we send our spy plane the other side. And even if they're not like mountains, they're high terrain. Is what it's looking like to me. So I'm gonna get in low. Oh, F5. No. Give me an F5 first. Give me an F5 first. God damn it, the land keeps coming up. There we go. There's an F5. Alright. Alright. Now we can start slowing down, in fact, because this is looking like it. We're gonna land like somewhere out here before we get into these dunes. Yeah. Somewhere in down there. So I'm gonna swing in like so. Stay low and avoid the radar, or whatever it was that I've been saying over and over again. Need more trim. Need more trim. Just investigate the land this side of the dunes. Okay, trim down a little bit since we're flattening out. Boy, it looks pretty hard. That might be landable. This strip right here. Yeah, looks like it gets pretty nasty. We could just land this hillside. This is looking kind of smooth. It's got some trees, though. Is an issue. I would love to be kind of on the hillside, though. I'm gonna try this. Gear out. Okay. Gotta get past the trees. I am just above them, too. You're down. Ready to reverse thrust. Here we go. Here we go. Oh, ho, 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 ho. I mean, we landed it. The important part is we landed it. Maybe I should have been on the brakes before I reverse thrust. Reverse thrust is... Oh, right, I've got a button for that. I've got a button for it because it doesn't fucking work the way that it's supposed to. Even though they're joined in every other scenario. Alright, F9. This could be... We're only at 500 meters here. This F9 I'm going to probably have to pull up pretty hard on. Yeah, we've got speed though. Let's just get me some trim immediately. And then also settings, sound. There you go. Okay. I liked that though, that wasn't a bad landing attempt. I'm just going to try and like come down harder, faster this time. Oh, we had no engines, huh? That's a way to go. Do half throttle. Try and find a place that's a little bit closer for this. And we'll put the gear out. Down to a quarter. Before we get to the tree line is the main concern here. And then I believe it's on 0 that I've got the drive it down. Thrust reverse. Uh-oh. Into the tree line. These trees are real. I had no idea that the trees would be real out here. That's awesome. Didn't quite manage to, you know, I mean, actually we're kind of fine. We've got the same amount of wing on either side. We don't. Do we? We kind of do. No, I lost a little bit extra wing on that side. That was close. Hey, you managed to hide under that big tree. Yeah, this is great for spying. This is great for spying. Trees are real. Takes notes. I thought this was all like fake, you know, fake news. They have physics. I wasn't trying to go into the tree line. I was trying to avoid it, but I thought if I went into it, it wouldn't be a problem. Camouflage for the base. I'm going to take one more pass now that I've got some experience in the area. And we can clearly see that I will be able to land the thing. It's not going to be a problem. I just, you know, need to pick a reasonable landing site and not have Kerbal Space Program, you know, forget how the game is supposed to work on me. Apply accept with the engines not
Is this the real
not being linked.
Is this just fantasy?
Yeah, those previous ones were just, you know, they were simulation. We ran them through. We did some numbers, there's calculations. Arbor break, cool. Now that we know trees are real, yeah, but not birds. However, we are completely clear that birds are not real. Let's try one more since we've already seen over there and we've seen what happens when you fly into those. Let's go over here. There is no, you know, vegetation this side of things, and it also looks a lot flatter than the terrain we're coming into. Let's head over here and see about a landing. A landing in the sand, we'll say. I'm at half throttle. The terrain looks rough. It looks rough. I don't know that I want to come down on this immediately. Yeah. But I think, like, coming around this hill... flatten out so that we can gain some height. So we're very low. I gave us some, this isn't a bad landing, actually, right here. Just going up the hill, slowly. What if? Right here. Nice, soft, little set down. Up the hill. It'll help to slow us down. As long as the terrain doesn't pull away from me all at once. Like it just did. Like it just pulled away from me all at once. Okay, top of the hill. Follow the hill down. Hit it, hit it, hit it, hit it. Trees are real. There's one tree. There's one tree in there were many trees. Literally hit it. I'm saying hit it, hit it, hit it. Man, this is more dangerous than the mountain landing. I have to say. It's way more dangerous. Bill Kerman's still with us is the important part. And the spy plane is ready to go. In fact, it's got an easier exit. It just pulls forward now. Bill Kerman's right over here. We will lament the loss of Mr. Vet Nadal. Alright, F9 again. I thought, all that stuff has to be, the cactuses aren't real, they don't have physics to them and stuff like that. All that stuff has to not be physical. Surely. But holy shit, the desert is nasty. It's worse than any other place in the game. For having shit to run into. Physics issues. Avoiding cacti too for realism. Yeah, we have to just as you're coming in. What's going on? You don't have the engines because you did the F9. You did the reload, so there's just no engine power all of a sudden. Also, all of your trim is missing because it's Kerbal Space Program. So why would it remember what you were doing previously? Let's 2/3 throttle it. For example, why would it remember that you were using chase cam? 2/3 throttle it. We've explored a lot of the area here for landing with, our virtual reality death systems. Gotta clear it. You gotta clear it. Good work. I need a runway. I need a runway somewhere. Just a little bit more throttle, because I'm not seeing any runways. You know that trees are real? Cactuses aren't. The trees are very real. And I gotta stay under the radar, I can't be peeking over these mountains. I don't want the desert launch site to know that we're coming. What's that? That's a scannable tree. There's magic trees down there. Those do have physics. Well, they all have physics is what we're finding out. Alright, well, there's not too many trees ahead of us here. What if I, power down. If I could just get even a steady hillside, you know? Something that carries on in a certain direction. This is more of a bowl. I don't think I can land in this. It's too much of a bowl. But if I can get past it... Yeah, it doesn't look good. Looks like out here we start getting cactus and stuff like that. Alright, so... But it is a good landing site if I can turn around and come at it knowing what I'm going for. And so just after the desert ends, there's a really there's a pretty good stretch there where we can work with it. Between the desert and the trees. Wow, I feel like I'm probably nearly dragging the tip of that wing down there on the ground. Bringing it around, I'm throttling down, flatten her out. What about right here? It's at the top of a ridge. I want to be coming down the bowl, I guess, is what I remember anyway. I don't like it. I don't like it. Oh God. Okay, this is good. This I like. This I like. Ah! Okay. This I like. If I can just do it without slamming into the ground. Or into the trees ahead. 80 meters per second. Put her down. Put her down. Put her down. No, no, fuck. I reversed the engines and they did the thing again, like they're on different fucking, like they're not connected. What the fuck is this? I'm just not gonna fuck with reverse engines, cause it fucked me again. Every time that I hit my button for reverse engines, it spins me out. Are the brakes disabled on the front wheel? Not entirely. 75. 60 even. 60, whereas the back ones are 125%. It wasn't the brakes. It was doing fine until I hit the button to reverse the engines, and then we spun out. I'm gonna do this again. At least no one died. Yeah, well, we've only killed them in the simulator once, I think, right? We only killed Mr. Vetnadal once. But yeah, there's something wrong with the like reverse engines shit. It just ain't. It didn't. It won't, and it don't. But I am, getting to the point where I'm like, I just want to set the fucking thing down and move on to the next part of the, mission here. It's getting getting boring. So, how you like that, huh? How do you like this shit? Find me a goddamn landing site and land me there. Because I can put the wheels down on pretty much anything is what we've seen here. Gear out. Throttle down. I don't like how fast we're coming down this time. I'd rather it be 80 and 111. But like I say... Uh-oh, that's a big mound we're coming up on. And there's a tree line ahead after this. Uh-oh, another big mound. Engines are dead now. Alright. Maybe that, I mean, that one just came in really hard. I'm just trying to force it at this point. But maybe the brakes, maybe I kill the brake entirely on the front guy. We were doing fine until I reversed engines last time. This one was really hard landing and I'm just trying to get it fucking done. I feel like we have successfully landed it 6 times, but except for, and the except for has very little to do, like, it doesn't feel like I'm doing anything wrong, you know. Yeah, give me just a little bit, put the gear out, it at least slows us down. And I'll poke around looking for something. Yeah, this time I was gonna what? I was gonna just disable brakes entirely on the front. Have it just be on the rear. By the way, steering. Disabled on the front. And the rear. I don't need steering on any of this stuff. Sure that the steering on the left side applied to the right side. It did. Okay. I like 80 meters per second. Trimming up real hard. And we've swooped around and we've slowed down quite a bit, and now we hunt for the first viable looking moment for me to actually be able to set the damn thing down. Pin both the engines for reverse thrust. I've got it on a button. I can do that, but the last time that we did that, it spun us out super hard out of nowhere. I don't think I want to touch it. I think I'm better off to not. Just to not. This looks like a great place to land right here. No trees. Horrible terrain for it, but no trees. For a little while anyway. Give me some engines. And we're coming into shit ahead. I can't land here. Missed my opportunity. It was too short. I need full throttle just to clear this hill now. And back down to 3/4. And keep looking for a place to land. Now down to half, because this could be it. A little plateau right here. Okay, pretty big hump coming up. Don't want to touch down before we clear this hump. I'm running out of, running out of space to put it down. Nope. Nope. Okay. Okay, though. Okay. Yeah, get me back up in the air. That didn't work. Clear this one little tree here, and I'll set her down right here, right now. Right here, right now. Okay. You see what I had to do to keep us from, like, skidding out? Is come on and off the brakes over and over and over again. I had to release the brakes before they twisted us over. Woo! But we did it. I got her fucking down.
This was a triumph.
Uh-huh.
I'm making a note here. Huge success.
Yeah. We also don't have enough liquid fuel to get home. F5. Oh my god. And then, actually, we've got a decent runway behind us to launch the spycraft, too. Which... I think it should have been 84, but 85 worked for us to get it on there. Okay. Yay, indeed. Park it right on top, said Jermasian. We've got to stay covert. We got to stay under... and dinner bone on YouTube. We gotta stay covert. We gotta stay under the radar. We don't want to be seen. That's why we've parked behind the hillside here, behind all the... Where am I? Behind all this. The other side of all this is our target that we'll be surveilling today. F5 one more time. Brakes are on. Let's turn the lights off. Save whatever electric charge we've got. Shut down the engines. How is it the engines aren't like a pair after you leave the VAB, after you leave the SPH? It's crazy. If you're dropping the spycraft, you might be light enough. The fuel goes longer. It's supposed to come back to us. But we're going to recover is the idea, actually. We send out the spycraft, it does the surveillance for us, it brings back the data, and then we use that data in order to effect a hostile takeover, and now we own the desert airstrip, and now we can just fly back to it land. I guess is what I'm saying is supposed to happen here. What it's been 7 hours and 40 minutes. I want to finish it, but an 8-hour live stream? Really? Am I going to do that? Am I able to do that? Bill? Get out of your seat. Mr. Kerman, I need you to come over here and disconnect the vessels. Okay. And then you go back over there and you bury your head in the sand. None of this is happening, Bill. You didn't see any of it. Okay? Next stream could start with the spy plane. That's what I'm thinking. That is definitely part of my considerations here. Let's back the spy plane down. So this is our drone. And what we need to do here is get a hold of the rotor. Invert direction. Yes, invert it. And then... Wait a second. Motor engaged. Okay, I don't know when that happened. And then... There we go. Now we just simply... It's actually okay if it lands in some weird ways. It just depends on what way it lands, though. Because the wings can actually help us. Let's try deploying the wing. There we go. Now it should be a little bit more stable. And... yeah. I don't love what I'm seeing. I think I could get the other plane to, like, close this a little bit. It might help it. Pull the other plane forward. That could work. Let's try pulling this plane a little bit forward again. No. God damn it. It's invert the direction. Don't do this. You silly bastard. You silly prick. There's just nothing convenient about a prop plane. Especially when you're trying to get it to exit from the other plane that it was embedded in on the way over. Yeah, and then you just, brakes, and then, boom, we got it, all three wheels on the ground, perfect, just every time, easy as that. Simple and easy as that. I'm just gonna back it down the hill a little bit here. My point being to turn it around so that we have an easy takeoff heading down the hill. I think is probably the way that we want to do this. Yes, sir. This is some good shit. Look at this. I'm loving it. I'm loving the lineup sitting next to each other. Boom. Perfect. We are ready to do some espionage. I've remembered the word finally. But we're definitely going to do it on the next live stream. I can't. I can't. I won't. I can't. And I can't and I won't. I'm going to close up the rear here. I feel like we're probably safer with, like, weird physics stuff if I don't have that open. And yeah. There we go. We're almost there. But this is pretty cool. And it'll only get cooler on our next live stream, which will be this Thursday at God knows what hour in the day. This one started at 3 a.m. for me. I'm trying to push the sleep schedule around so that eventually we're back to a place that's like a reasonable hour. F5. F9, F10, F4, F all of them. FU. To the main menu? Yeah, we're good. Your game will be saved. We've F5'd. We're in a very physics-friendly space here. I think it's going to be okay. Thank you for joining me on today's 8-hour live stream. 7-hour, 48 minutes so far live stream. Good God. Good God. I mean, I'm having fun, and the missions are challenging. You are never safer. Wait, you are never safe from weird physics stuff. The Kraken knows all and will consume all. This is Groggles. Groggles, I didn't notice you were here. Stuck on the router, you said earlier. Yeah, that brings us to the end of this live stream. I am the Ronin Pawn. We do these things on Thursdays and on Sundays. I would guess that I will probably have swung my sleep schedule around enough by Thursday that we will start the Thursday live stream on Thursday. That's as close as I can get to an exact time. I'll probably be able to start it up while it's actually Thursday in the U.S. Cheers, Pawn, says Arch. And Pudmond, I can't believe you stuck around. I can't believe you all stuck around with me this long for this live stream. I hope to see you back here on another Thursday or another Sunday. Until then, remember, only you. Okay, you have a good day. Pawn out.